Chapter 525. Xander, the outskirts of Halden City, the secret base of the rope hunters. Rog didn't let the Golden Jack directly enter Xander's universe. Instead, he parked the Golden Jack near Xander and opened a portal to the slave hunter's secret base disguised as a farm. He didn't hide his arrival. Not long after he walked out of the portal with Hinata, he saw a familiar face. Jaros, the young Xander who used to deliver food to Hulk and was eager to become a real slave hunter. Compared to before, Jaros, who was now an official slave hunter, was no longer as immature as before. He looked very capable, and there was a conspicuous scar on his face. Rog-sama? Although the last time he saw Rog was almost 2 years ago. But Jaros still recognized Rog at a glance, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Inform your deputy leader Noah to return to Xander immediately. Tell him that I want to see him. Looking at Jaros, who had a completely different image, Rog said calmly. Okay, I'll inform the leader right away. Jaros replied with the same respectful tone that he used to speak to Noah. Although he didn't know why Rog suddenly came to Xander, there was one thing he knew very well, that is, Rog was very strong, very strong. Since Noah returned to the slave hunters and personally told them about Rog's invincible battle with Ronin on Soccer, the slave hunters knew that Rog was an existence they absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. In addition, the slave hunters knew that their current leader Noah had a 3-year agreement with Rog. A year ago, after the previous leader of the slave hunters unfortunately died, Noah was able to become the leader among several deputy leaders. This had a lot to do with Rog. Although Noah looked like a burly man, he had a lot of thoughts in his mind. By taking advantage of the situation, he easily won the competition for the position of leader of the rope trappers. Without any effort, he became the current leader of the rope trappers. Prepare a comfortable hover car and a communicator for me. I'm going to Halden City. Although he came to the secret base of the rope hunters, Rog didn't intend to live in the base. From his point of view, Halden City didn't have anything particularly worth visiting. But the problem is that he didn't come here alone. This was Hinata's first trip to another planet in the truest sense. In order to give Hinata good memories, he didn't mind accompanying her to Halden City and let her experience the local customs of Xander. Accompanying a woman to go shopping was a painful thing for many men. However, if one had enough time and money, it was a very pleasant thing to go shopping with a woman one liked. If Rog remembered correctly, his new star card still has more than 400 million new star coins, enough for him and Hinata to squander in Halden City. Riding the exclusive hover car of the slave hunters, Rog and Hinata began to go to Halden City dozens of kilometers away. While Rog and Hinata were heading to Halden City, Noah, somewhere in space, received a message from Jaros. Why is he here? It's only been 2 years, and it's not the agreed deadline yet. Although he was already the leader of the rope hunters, Noah still didn't dare to have any thoughts of violating the agreement. Thinking of the last scene of his meeting with Rog, he unconsciously touched his neck. Until now, Noah didn't know the use of the Flying Thor technique left on his neck by Rog. However, he didn't intend to use his life to verify this point. Give up the capture mission and return to Xander immediately. Noah, sitting in the commander's seat, issued the latest order. Giving up the capture mission temporarily is not common in the history of the slave hunters. However, since the person who issued this order was Noah, the other members of the slave hunters certainly didn't have any objections. It didn't take long for the slave hunters' battleship to set the latest destination and headed towards the nearest interstellar jump point. The famous Red Light District planet, a camp on Contra Xia. It seems that we came to the wrong place at this time. A middle-aged man who looked completely different from an earthling said to a blue-skinned predator with red metal fins on his head. This blue-skinned predator was none other than Yondu. After speaking, the man didn't wait for Yondu's answer and turned around with his subordinates. Sir. As soon as the man turned around, the waitress in the camp hurriedly chased after him, trying to make him stay. There are 100 factions in the Predators, and you lost the remaining 99 in order to serve one of them. The man didn't pay any attention to the waitress urging him to stay and walked out without slowing down. Please, sir, don't go. The waitress grabbed the man and said quickly, Don't touch me. The macho man pushed away the waitress's hand on his chest with dissatisfaction. Please. The waitress who was pushed away continued to plead. Looking at the man walking further and further away, Yondu smashed the wine bottle in his hand and roared loudly. Staka, Go to hell, I don't care what you think of me. Then why are you following us? After hearing Yondu's roar, Stalker replied angrily and turned to walk towards Yondu. Because you have to listen to me. Yondu also walked quickly towards the man. I don't need to listen to anything. You betrayed your principles. Predators don't buy or sell children. Although Stalker tried to control his anger, he showed an amazing oppressive force, as if he was a terrifying beast on the verge of going berserk. I told you, I don't know what's going on. Stalker's momentum was amazing, but Yondu didn't fall behind at all and said loudly. You don't know because you don't want to know, because you're relying on this to get rich, Stalker replied mockingly. Yondu tugged at his shirt, revealing the Marauder logo on his clothes. I demand a place. I'll wear the flame symbol like you. Although you're wearing the same clothes as us, don't expect to hear the freedom horn after you die. Augur's brilliance will never shine at your funeral. If you think that exiling you will make me happy, then you're wrong, you've hurt all of our hearts. Stalker grabbed Yondu's clothes and said in a calm tone that was completely different from before. After that, Stalker ignored Yondu, who had obviously fallen into depression, and left the camp with his subordinates without looking back. Chapter 526. What's the shopping style of a nouveau riche? That's to only buy the most expensive things. Not the best. After coming to the bustling shopping center of Halton City, Hinata awakened her innate shopping instincts without a teacher. Rog not only didn't express any dissatisfaction with Hinata's sweeping shopping, but he also used practical actions to prove what it means to swipe my card. In less than half an hour, Hinata became the most popular female customer in the shopping center, and waiters of all colors surrounded her like bees. Roger didn't interfere with Hinata's crazy sweep. He just quietly finished the work and swiped his card. The latest beauty products, buy. The most expensive jewelry, buy. The most famous clothes and dresses, buy. At this time, Rog was like a ruthless card-swiping machine, constantly repeating the action of swiping his card and leaving the delivery address to the shop assistant. At first, he didn't pay too much attention to what Hinata bought. But when Hinata's shopping talent was completely awakened, he noticed that something was wrong. Sexy underwear. This is not in line with the style of Earth. But I like it. Baby products. Was this thing really useful? Men's healthcare products. This is a bit too much, right? As Hinata's shopping gradually developed into a field that wasn't suitable for children, Roger found that those young and beautiful waitresses with good figures were looking at him strangely. This wasn't the most embarrassing problem. The most embarrassing thing was that as more and more onlookers gathered, some people began to recognize him as the rumored fourth Hokage. Xander and the Kari Empire were old enemies, especially after the war restarted. The people of Xander liked to hear the news of the Kari Empire being defeated more and more. When it came to making the Kree Empire suffer, the fourth Hokage, who had defeated Luo Nan, the accuser, twice, was one of them. When the scene began to get out of control, Rog squeezed the waiters around Hinata and whispered to Hinata, "That's it for today, let's continue when we reach Nova City." After saying that, Rog pulled Hinata's right hand, used chakra to isolate the nearby waiters, and used quantum transmission to return to the hotel suite they booked before. Just like the idea of only buying the most expensive shopping, the hotel they are now staying in is also the most expensive hotel in Halton City, the Holy Light Hotel. When they came to Halton City with Natasha, they stayed in this hotel. Because the impression they left last time was quite good, Rog chose this hotel this time. As for the identification required for check-in, an ordinary genjutsu was easily done. Not long after they returned to the hotel suite, Rog's communicator rang. "Rog-san, this is Noah. I'm back in Halton City. I don't know when it's convenient for you to meet." Although Noah tried his best to make his tone sound calm and gentle, his rough voice was indeed not suitable for this kind of thing. This would give people the impression that he was holding his throat as he spoke. "I'll wait for you at the Holy Light Hotel's lounge." After saying that, Rog hung up the communicator and looked at Hinata next to him. "The things you bought will be delivered later. You can experience the feeling of opening a package. I'm going to the hotel's lounge to talk about something, and I'll come back after that." After pinching Hinata's cheeks, Rog left the room with the communicator and went to the hotel's lounge. After coming to the lounge, he found a quiet place by the window, ordered a bottle of the most expensive liquor, and patiently waited for Noah's arrival. As a vigorous warrior, Noah didn't let Rog wait for too long. In less than 10 minutes, Noah, who was wearing a black combat suit, arrived in front of him. "Rog-san," Noah said softly in a respectful tone and bowed slightly to Rog. "Sit." Looking at Noah, who didn't change much, Rog pointed to the opposite seat and said, "Thank you." After saying that, Noah adjusted his combat suit and sat down with his upper body straightened. "How is the search for the giant statue clan?" After taking a sip of the liquor in the crystal glass, Rog asked in a relaxed tone. "I haven't found any other targets besides Groot." Noah doesn't know if it's his illusion, but he always felt that the current Rog is very different from before. If the previous Rog was a majestic mountain towering into the clouds, then the current Rog is a vast ocean that stretches as far as the eye can see. Although the pressure shown is not as amazing as before, it gives people a more unfathomable feeling. If not, then forget it. Rog wasn't surprised by Noah's answer. The Treant Groot was most likely the last member of the Flower God Colossus clan. Regarding this, he has been mentally prepared for a long time. Otherwise, the collector Talia Divan, who is famous for his hobby of collecting, would not have proposed to collect Groot's body. "I'm really sorry that I couldn't fulfill your request." Noah didn't expect that Rog would directly give up the plan to capture the giant statue clan. This development was a bit beyond his expectations. Before he returned to Xander, he had been thinking about how to explain to Rog why they hadn't captured any Flower God Colossus clansmen yet. "Everything can't be too forced. Since I can't find them, it means that I have no fate with the giant statue clan for the time being." Rog explained casually, and then continued, "Although you don't have to look for the giant statue clan for the time being, I hope you can help me find 2 people. After hearing Rog's words, Noah swallowed his saliva unconsciously, and asked slowly, "Which 2 people?" "Predator Yondu Udonta, and Star-Lord Peter Quill." "Predator? Star-Lord?" Noah thought that Rog wanted him to look for some weird people again, but he didn't expect that he was looking for predators. As a slave catcher wandering in the gray area, Noah is no stranger to predators, and he even knows them very well. After all, just like the slave catchers, the raiders were members of the gray area. He is no stranger to predators, but he has no impression of Star-Lord Peter Quill. Since he has never heard of him, he can basically rule out that he is a powerful existence. If this Star-Lord is not easy to find, you can inquire about Thanos' adopted daughter Gamora. Maybe find out if there is a bounty hunter team called Guardian of the Galaxy. Rog saw the puzzlement on Noah's face and provided him with an additional idea. Chapter 527. Thanos' adopted daughter, Gamora? After hearing Rog's hint, Noah was taken aback. He is no stranger to Gamora. In the arena of soccer, he had seen this top assassin known as the most dangerous woman in the universe. Although Gamora did not really fight with Hulk at that time, Gamora still left a very deep impression on him. After all, to some extent, Thanos led the army to attack Soccer in order to rescue Gamora from Gao Tianzuan's hands. It's just that he couldn't understand how Gamora got involved with the so-called Star-Lord. Although his mind was full of questions, he still quickly gave a reply. "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to look for Predator Yondu and Star-Lord right away." After handing over the task of finding Yondu and Star-Lord to Noah, Rog returned to the hotel suite. Then, he saw Hinata trying on sexy underwear in the bedroom. At noon the next day, after tasting a luxurious Xander lunch with Hinata, Rog left Halden City with Hinata and opened the portal to Xander's capital, New Star City. Of course, the luxury floating vehicle that belonged to the slaver leader was also taken away by him. Before leaving Halden City, Rog specifically informed Noah and asked Noah to go to New Star City to find him after he had news. Compared with the cities on Earth, Halden City is already a futuristic city that only appears in science fiction imagination. But compared with the capital, New Star City, Halden City looks a bit ordinary. After arriving at New Star City, Rog did not immediately accompany Hinata to go shopping, but contacted Military Council Speaker Morgan Gardner, whose right hand had been cut off by him. Although Morgan Gardner's strength is not very good, he is only at the level of an ordinary centurion in the New Star Corps. But his identity and power can allow Rog to better carry out his own commission business. Although some bloody things happened when the two of them first met, this will not affect their next cooperation in the slightest. In the face of common interests, there are no eternal enemies. After using the communicator provided by the slave hunters to dial Morgan Gardner's private number, Rog told him about his plan to start a commission business on Xander. After thinking for only 10 seconds, Morgan Gardner agreed to Rog's request to use his channels to carry out the commission. After reaching a preliminary cooperation agreement, Rog soon began his journey of farming ninja coins on Xander. Assassinate the frontline commander of the Kree Empire, escort the important resources of the New Star Army, recapture the key areas occupied by the Kree Empire. Because the war was at a stalemate, most of the commissions Rog received were related to the war. Of course, there were also assassination commissions to help Morgan Gardner deal with his political enemies. As a qualified politician, Morgan Gardner didn't let go of the opportunity to borrow Rog's reputation, and wantonly publicized that he had reached a friendly and solid cooperative relationship with the fourth Hokage. Rog didn't take Morgan Gardner's little tricks to heart. Although this will make him look a bit like a mercenary, but for the sake of the constant income of ninja coins, he tolerated Morgan Gardner's little tricks. It has to be said that the commission rate of the new map is relatively high. In only a week, Rog successfully pulled 205 ninja coins from Morgan Gardner, making the number of ninja coins in his possession reach 830. After getting enough ninja coins, Rog temporarily suspended the cooperation with Morgan Gardner and focused on the sacred tree planting plan. Bright Starry Sky Hotel, Supreme Suite. While Hinata was taking a bath, Rog, who was lying on the bed, opened the system's exchange page and found the exchange icon symbolizing the left eye, Koto Amatsukami. Mangekyo Dojitsu, left eye, Koto Amatsukami, exchange price, 300 ninja coins. Without any hesitation, Rog directly chose to exchange. When the golden icon on the exchange page disappeared, a unique Mangekyo eye power strangely appeared in his left eye. With the appearance of this eye power, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye was forcibly opened, and the triangular arc dart pattern of the Mangekyo quickly rotated. In a few seconds, the Mangekyo pattern in his left eye changed from the triangular arc dart pattern to the sharper four-cornered dart pattern. Mangekyo Dojitsu, Koto Amatsukami. When the four-cornered dart pattern in his left eye stopped selecting, the relevant information of Koto Amatsukami appeared in his mind. Unknowingly, it can manipulate others at will and permanently change their minds. Like Tsukuyami, Koto Amatsukami is an ultimate illusion derived from the hypnotic ability of the Sharingan to the extreme. However, Tsukuyami and Koto Amatsukami chose different evolution directions and presentation methods. Tsukuyami is to inflict the greatest mental damage to the enemy in a short period of time and completely defeat the enemy by destroying their mental state. Although Koto Amatsukami looked relatively gentle, in fact, Koto Amatsukami was as difficult to resist as Tsukuyami. The tricky part about Tsukuyami was that when the enemy sensed Tsukuyami, they would already be deep in Tsukuyami's world. And the tricky part about Koto Amatsukami was that the enemy couldn't sense that they had been hit by Koto Amatsukami. The thoughts injected by Koto Amatsukami would silently produce effects in the most secretive manner, making the enemy mistakenly believe that it was his true thoughts and continue to carry them out without any hesitation. After browsing through the information that appeared in his mind in detail, Rog deactivated the Mangekyo Sharingan that had automatically activated. Koto Amatsukami's effects were indeed very powerful, but its flaws were also very obvious. Unlike Tsukuyami, who could use it as many times as she wanted as long as she had sufficient mental strength, Koto Amatsukami's cooldown time was terrifying. Rog had just done some calculations. With his current immortal body development and strength, he needed an entire week's cooldown time to use Koto Amatsukami once. With a week-long cooldown time, it was destined that Koto Amatsukami couldn't be used as a conventional combat method. It could only be used as a trump card at critical moments. Apart from the fact that Koto Amatsukami's cooldown time exceeded his expectations, he also discovered something particularly helpless. If he didn't remember wrongly, Konoha's pot King Danzo, who had transplanted Hashirama's cells, only had a cooldown time of a few hours for using Koto Amatsukami. Danzo had only transplanted Hashirama's cells, but he could reduce the cooldown time to a few hours. As for him, who had Hashirama's immortal body, he had to cool down for a week to use Koto Amatsukami. Was the difference between an 85% immortal body and a 100% immortal body that huge? Chapter 528. Bright Starry Sky Hotel. In the living room of the Supreme Suite where Rog lives. Mr. Rog, this is the latest news about Predator Yondu, Star-Lord, and others. Please take a look. Unlike the last time they met, Noah was not wearing the black combat uniform of the slave hunters this time. Instead, He was wearing an expensive black formal suit. Although the clothes are very expensive, because of his temperament and body shape, Noah, who is wearing a formal suit, does not look like a guest who will stay in the hotel. Instead, he looks like a bodyguard of a guest in the hotel. After taking the ultra-thin electronic display screen that Noah handed over, Rog browsed the contents on it. After more than a week of hard work, the slave hunters successfully found the specific whereabouts of Yondu and Star-Lord. According to the intelligence, the Guardian of the Galaxy formed by Star-Lord and others are repairing the severely damaged Milano on planet Bakht at this time. Predator Yondu, on the other hand, received a commission from the Supreme High Priest to capture Star-Lord and others in the camp of the Red Light District planet Contra Lara a week ago. So now, the Predators led by Yondu are also searching for Star-Lord and others everywhere. After knowing this news, Noah felt that he finally understood why Rog was looking for Yondu and Star-Lord. Glancing at Noah, who thought he had seen through everything, Rog put down the electronic display screen in his hand and said slowly, "From now on, you don't owe me anything, you can leave now. By the way, your hover car is now in the underground parking lot of the hotel. You can drive it away directly later." Noah thought that Rog would continue to arrange some tasks for him, so that the slave hunters could borrow his reputation during this period. As a result, he didn't expect that Rog would directly ask him to leave. This development was completely out of his expectations. "Mr. Roger, if you need to capture Yondu and Star-Lord, the slave hunters can help you capture them directly. You don't need to do it yourself, nor do you need to spend any money." After a few seconds of silence, Noah offered to help for free. "Catch them? Thank you for your kindness, but I don't plan to catch them." Although Noah did not say it explicitly, Rog could tell at a glance what he was up to. The chairman of the military council, Morgan Gardner, had taken the initiative to announce his partnership with Rog last week. After the frontline report was sent back to Xander, Rog had become the most sought-after person on Xander. There were countless people who wanted to establish a relationship with him or establish a partnership with him. Even now, in the hotel lobby, there was still a large group of people waiting for him to show up. After sending Noah away, Rog once again picked up the electronic display that recorded Yondu and Star-Lord. Bakht was a planet that wasn't very technologically advanced. It is not an easy task for Star-Lord and others to repair the damaged Milano on Bakht. At least for the time being, they would not be able to restore the Milano and leave planet Bakht. As he remembered, although Star-Lord and others formed the Guardian of the Galaxy, they were not a very well-behaved bounty team. This can be seen from the fact that they were hunted down by their former employer, Star Supreme. They completed the employer's commission and then stole the energy battery that the employer regarded as a treasure. For some reason, after seeing the reason why Star Supreme hunted down the Guardian of the Galaxy, Rog unconsciously recalled his former employer, Hand. Compared to that, his methods of dealing with his former employer, Hand, were much crueler than Star-Lord and others. Moreover, the method he used wasn't the kind of petty theft that couldn't be seen in public. Instead, he directly wiped out the entire Hand and completely took over their dragon bones. From this point of view, his behavior is worse than that of the Guardian of the Galaxy. In order to prevent Yondu from taking Star-Lord away in advance, or Star-Lord's biological father Igo from contacting Star-Lord in advance, not long after Noah left the hotel, Rog returned to the Golden Jack with Hinata and began to go to Bakht. Bakht, in a forest. Damn it! I told you a long time ago, you should have completely severed your relationship with the raiders. While talking, Rocket held an energy rifle taller than him and shot wildly at the raiders who had completely surrounded them. I'm not a raider anymore, they have nothing to do with me. Facing Rocket's complaint, Star-Lord, who was holding an energy pistol in each hand, replied with dissatisfaction. Shut up, both of you. Gamera's voice sounded behind the two of them. Ha 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 ha, come on you space rats, ha ha ha. Drax the Destroyer's style is always so distinctive. Not only did he not care about the encirclement of the raiders, but he ran directly towards the direction with the most enemies with 2 daggers in his hand. I am Groot. Behind Drax the Destroyer, there is Groot, who is 3 or 4 meters tall. Although Groot is the most conspicuous target, he is also the most difficult one to deal with on the forest's home ground. Unlike Star-Lord and others, Groot at this time is like a forest guardian. The trees growing wildly on his body either entangle, pierce, or whip those raiders who are wearing raider uniforms but are like miscellaneous mercenaries. Although Star-Lord and others only have 5 people, the combat power they broke out is no worse than the raider team led by Yondu, and they even had the upper hand for a while. As more and more raiders died and were injured, Yondu, the leader of the team, finally made his move. Yondu pulled open the leather trench coat on his body, revealing the brainwave-controlled flying arrow with a self-propelled mini high-speed engine and a diamond-shaped arrowhead hanging on his belt, and then he slowly whistled. With the sound of the whistle, the golden flying arrow hanging on Yondu's belt slowly flew up. Then, in the forest shrouded in the night, a flash of red light was drawn. The galloping flying arrow first hit the most conspicuous Groot, and like embroidery, it pierced Groot's hands back and forth. In less than 2 seconds, Groot's hands, which were completely made of wood, shattered and turned into broken pieces of wood that fell to the ground. The flying arrow that pierced Groot's hands did not stop at all and continued to attack Star-Lord and others. Under the terrifying speed of the flying arrow, Star-Lord and others quickly fell into an absolute disadvantage. Just as the golden flying arrow was about to pierce the rocket boots on Star-Lord's leg, a Carry Empire's main battleship appeared over the forest. Along with this battleship, there was also an irresistible voice. "Everyone present, please give me face and stop this meaningless battle." Chapter 529. Give me some face? Although Yondu and Star-Lord and others don't know who the speaker is, they don't dare to not give this person face now. The reason is simple. This Carry Empire's main battleship has all its cannons aimed at them at this time. As a member of the universe, it is impossible for them not to recognize the main battleship of the Carry Empire, let alone doubt the firepower of such a main battleship. If this battleship fires, not to mention them, even this large forest will not be able to survive the first round of missiles. Rog, sitting in the main control room of the battleship, looked at Yondu, Star-Lord, and others who were forced to cease fire with satisfaction, and turned to Hinata beside him and said, "You control the Golden Jack. If the people below are not obedient, don't be polite to them, just fire." After speaking, Rog, who was sitting in the battleship commander's seat, stood up and walked towards the hatch on the left side of the battleship. A few minutes later, under the gaze of Yondu, Star-Lord, and others, Rog, who had performed Earth Release, super light heavy rock technique, slowly flew down from the air and landed among them. Although Yondu and Star-Lord have heard of the name of the fourth Hokage, they have not really seen Rog, not even his virtual image. However, when he landed, Rocket and Gamora recognized him immediately. "It's you." Gamora frowned and whispered. "Why are you here?" Rocket's voice followed. "I am Groot." Groot, who had regrown his arms, came to Rog's side and said with his head lowered, "Long time no see." Rog first greeted Rocket and Groot, and then turned to look at Gamora. The last time he saw Gamora was in the arena of Saga Star. "How is your father, Thanos?" Gamora didn't expect that the first sentence Rog said to her would be related to Thanos. After a few seconds of silence, Gamora, who had green skin and wine-red curly hair, slowly said, "You can ask him this question yourself." Obviously, Gamora didn't want to continue this topic with Rog. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" After seeing that Gamora's mood suddenly became a little wrong, Star-Lord immediately came to Rog and blocked Gamora behind him. Although Star-Lord occasionally behaves like a fool, he is still very reliable at certain times. For example, when he was protecting the woman he liked. Star-Lord's tone at this time was not very polite, but Rog didn't care and said calmly, "I am Rog if you like, you can also call me Yondaime Hokage. As for why I'm here, the reason is very simple. I want to meet your father, Igo, and bring you to meet him." When Rog said Igo's name, Yondu, who was standing not far behind him, quietly controlled the flying arrow and let the flying arrow fly towards the back of Rog's head. However, just as the flying arrow was about to hit the back of Rog's head, a silver-white lightning suddenly gushed out from his body, completely knocking the flying sword away. "Put away your little thoughts. You are not my opponent." Rog did not look back and said unhurriedly, "For people of average strength, Yondu's flying arrow is as fast as lightning. But for Rog, Yondu's flying arrow attack is just a passable little trick. If he needs it, he can also use the enchanted flying Thor to do something similar." After warning Yondu, Rog continued to say to Star-Lord, who had not fully reacted, "Looking at you now, you should not know that Igo is your father. But it doesn't matter, Yondu, who has reached a cooperation agreement with your father, is here. If you have any questions, you can ask him." After saying that, Rog pointed to Yondu, who had just taken back the flying arrow behind him. In the silent forest, Rog, Star-Lord, and others sat around a bonfire and did not speak for a long time. At this time, Star-Lord was digesting the news of his biological father, Igo, with a solemn expression on his face. Under Rog's friendly suggestion, Yondu told him about how he had brought Igo's descendant back then, including the bones of various races he saw in that cave, and the reason why he left Star-Lord among the raiders. In order to let Star-Lord know more clearly what kind of person Igo is, Rog also told him about Igo's life expansion plan, and euphemistically hinted that the death of Star-Lord's mother Meredith was not an ordinary death of illness. Star-Lord didn't believe the news revealed by Yondu and Rog at first. However, after knowing that his mother's death might be related to Igo, he made a decision that Rog expected. Star-Lord decided to go to Igo in person to meet his biological father and ask about the truth of his mother's death. Although Star-Lord was only a 9-year-old child when Meredith died. But in his heart, Meredith is the most important existence in his life. This can be seen from the fact that he always carries the tape recorder that Meredith gave him and the Dance Music Empire 1 tape. After reaching a preliminary decision to go to Igo together, Star-Lord and others left, leaving Rog and Yondu alone. Why did you let him know the truth when he didn't have to bear these things? Although his strength is far inferior to Rog's, Yondu still spoke to him in a dissatisfied tone at this time. He has the right to know the truth. You can't hide it from him all your life. By the way, your acting skills are actually quite bad. Your preference for him can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. Rog didn't care about Yondu's tone and said indifferently, I never favored him, Yondu immediately explained, but before he could finish, Rog interrupted him. Yes, you don't favor him, you just need a thief who is smaller and can climb through the pipes that adults can't pass through. Only your low IQ subordinates would believe this kind of thing. To some extent, Rog actually appreciates Yondu. Although Yondu is not a good person in the conventional sense, it is undeniable that he is a relatively conscientious predator. In order to protect Star-Lord, he did not hesitate to turn against a powerful existence like Igo. In order to conceal Star-Lord's origin, he did not hesitate to bear the notoriety of selling children, and even paid the price of being removed from the Predator team. My subordinates may not be very smart, but you don't have to treat us as fools. Your purpose is definitely not just to see Igo. Chapter 530. Rog didn't take Yondu's suspicions to heart. In any case, Yondu is a predator who has been in the universe for decades. If he couldn't even see such a straightforward bewitchment, Rog would feel that something was wrong. I do have other purposes, but you can rest assured that my purpose will not affect your life safety in any way. If I were going to do something to you, then I wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. You should be very clear about this. Even if Yondu and Star-Lord and others were all tied together, they would definitely not be Rog's opponent. Regarding this, whether it is Yondu and other predators, or Star-Lord and others, there is no doubt about it. It is precisely because of this that they would be so obedient to hold a bonfire party, according to Rog's arrangement. That's true, but if I don't know your true purpose, I still can't trust you. After a few seconds of silence, Yondu continued. You don't need to trust me, you just need to know that this trip to Igo can wash away the stigma you have been carrying for many years, and it can also let Star-Lord know the truth about his mother's death. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with you. Although he does admire Yondu a little, this does not mean that Rog will tell him about his divine tree planting plan. So far, the only person who knows about this plan, besides him, is Hinata. Glancing at Rog, who was not moved at all, Yondu clenched his fists slightly. Then, he stood up directly and walked towards his spaceship. However, he didn't walk far when Rog's voice came over. Keep an eye on your men, if you don't want to see them betray you directly in battle. Yondu's predator men are not only weak, but they are also not very smart. They are the kind of motley crew that can be easily agitated. Although Rog doesn't pay much attention to those predators, he doesn't want to see these clowns suddenly betray him when the time comes. This will not affect his divine tree planting plan, but it will affect his mood. My men, I will teach them myself. After leaving this sentence without looking back, Yondu continued to walk towards his spaceship. When the dawn of the next day appeared on the horizon, the Star-Lord 5 fully armed boarded the Golden Jack. Star-Lord's spaceship Milano has not been completely repaired yet, and they are not willing to take Yondu's spaceship to Igo, so the Golden Jack has become their only choice now. When the 5 of them came to the main control room of the battleship, Rog, who was sitting in the battleship commander position, said to them, "It seems that you had a good rest last night. If there is nothing else, we will set off now." Star-Lord, Rocket, and others had no objections to Rog's arrangement. However, just as the Golden Jack slowly lifted off and flew towards outer space, Drax the Destroyer, who was topless and covered in strange tattoos, walked towards Hinata, who was setting the specific coordinates of planet Igo. What was he trying to do? After seeing Drax walking towards Hinata without saying a word, Star-Lord, Rocket, and Rog showed a puzzled look at the same time. "Your eyes are strange, are you blind?" Sure enough, this is indeed Drax's style. Just when Star-Lord was about to explain to Rog that this is how Drax usually speaks, Drax made a move that surprised everyone. He raised his right hand and stretched towards Hinata's waist-length black hair, and at the same time, he said in an affectionate tone, "You have the same hair as my wife." Rog didn't know if Drax was really stupid or pretending to be stupid, and he didn't care if Drax's wife had long hair like Hinata. When Drax's right hand was still dozens of centimeters away from Hinata, he raised his right hand and shot a silver-white lightning from his index finger. Rumble! This silver-white lightning, which was not too thick, hit Drax with a thunderous sound, knocking him out. "Don't touch her, unless you want to die," Rog warned Drax with practical actions. "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Drax just misses his wife a little. He means no harm." When Drax was knocked out, Star-Lord immediately realized something and quickly explained. "I don't want to see it a second time, understand?" "Understood. Completely understood." When he first saw Rog yesterday, Star-Lord didn't think he was that scary, and he wasn't even as scary as Yondu. But after knowing that Rog is the fourth Hokage, especially after cramming Rog's deeds, his attitude towards Rog has changed dramatically. Trying not to offend people you can't afford to offend is Star-Lord's philosophy of survival. Although he often forgets this, at this time, he obviously remembers it very clearly. After asking Groot to take Drax out of the main control room, Star-Lord asked Rog, "That, is Full of Strength still the best movie ever?" It never was. Rog thought that Star-Lord was going to ease the unpleasant atmosphere just now, but he didn't expect that he would ask a retarded question that was extremely in line with his style. "That's a pity," Star-Lord said with a look of regret. The distance between Bacht and Igo was not short. Even if Rog and the others traveled quickly through the interstellar jump point, it still took them nearly an hour to reach the region near Igo. "We are here." Looking at Igo, which is not much larger than the moon, with a wine-red surface mixed with some light green, Rog said unhurriedly. "Then what are we waiting for?" Star-Lord, who is about to see his biological father, fell into a state of excitement. Of course, it may also be because he is about to know the truth about his mother's death. Let's change to a small landing ship. Golden Jack is Rog's most important starship at present, and he doesn't want to lose Golden Jack on Igo. After changing to a small landing ship in Golden Jack, Rog and others slowly flew towards this self-conscious magical planet. Like Rog, Yondu did not let his Marauder flagship go to Igo, and also changed to a small spaceship. When the small landing ship entered Igo's atmosphere, Rog immediately felt a life energy that was so rich that it was almost depressing. This is really a good place to plant the divine tree. Compared with Igo, where the life energy is too rich, Rog suddenly felt that the Tatooine he now owns is too barren. Chapter 531. Up until now, Rog had been to quite a few alien planets. However, among all the alien territories he had set foot on, Igo's planet had the highest concentration of life energy without any suspense. Even Asgard, known as the Divine Realm, is not comparable to Igo in terms of life energy concentration. Although the life energy concentration of Igo is very high, Rog soon discovered the strangeness here. According to common sense, such a rich life energy should breed a variety of strange life forms. But on Igo, the only life that Rog can perceive are plants and insects, as well as some small animals with weak life energy. For a planet with such rich life energy, this is obviously the reason why someone is deliberately controlling it. After entering the atmosphere of Igo, Rog did not hesitate and immediately used chakra perception and began to search for Igo's location. Igo is not large in size, and it is not even comparable to the moon. This is good news for Rog, who is using chakra perception. It didn't take long for him to perceive Igo's life signal, which was completely beyond that of normal creatures. Turn left 23 degrees. distance 340 kilometers, full speed ahead. Rog told them the exact location of the location he had sensed. Star-Lord, who was piloting the small landing spaceship, immediately set the new coordinates and controlled the spaceship to move forward at full speed. When the spaceship that Rog and others were riding changed its flight direction, Yondu and others behind them immediately adjusted their flight direction and followed closely behind them. A distance of more than 200 kilometers is not a very far distance for a spaceship flying at full speed. It took less than 10 minutes for a strange castle that seemed to be located in a fairyland to appear in their sight. This is a castle that cannot be accurately described in words. The architectural style displayed by the castle is also very different from that of other planets. After docking the spaceship on the wide platform in front of the castle, Star-Lord rushed out of the spaceship impatiently and came to the platform to look around. When Star-Lord got off the ship, Rog and others walked down from the spaceship unhurriedly and looked at the fairyland like Igo. "Is my biological father inside?" Star-Lord came to Rog and asked slowly while suppressing the excitement in his heart. "To be precise, you're already stepping on your father's body. Your father is a self-aware planet. You have to get used to that." Rog corrected Star-Lord's statement. There was indeed a humanoid Igo in the castle, but it was only a clone of Igo. The land beneath their feet was Igo's true body. A planet. Although he already knew last night that his father was not an ordinary human being, Star-Lord still couldn't accept that his father was a planet. His father Igo was a planet, and his mother Meredith was a human. Does his father have that? Just as Star-Lord was trying to adapt to the fact that his father was a planet, Drax the Destroyer came to Rog with a curious face and asked a slightly awkward question. For Drax, this was a question worth discussing. However, in such an environment, this question seemed to spoil the atmosphere. "Dude, what's wrong with you?" Star-Lord's expression suddenly changed, and he said to Drax in a dissatisfied tone. "If your father was a planet, then how would he make a human with your mother? He would crush your mother." Drax didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his question, and he explained naturally. "I don't want to discuss with you how my parents, Star-Lord finally gave up his intention to explain the reason to Drax. "Why? My father tells me the story of how he got my mother pregnant every winter." When Drax said this, Rog suddenly realized that it wasn't only him, but also Rocket and Groot, who were pretending to be indifferent, quietly moved a few steps closer. Just when everyone thought that Drax would continue to talk about some topics that would interest male creatures, the castle's more than 20 meters high double doors suddenly opened. At the same time, a slightly vicissitude man's voice came over. "Drax, not only do I have that, but it's not bad. In addition, I have a sense of pain, a digestive system, and all the structures needed for the human body." Looking in the direction of the voice, a man of average height with a head full of gray curly hair and a gray beard appeared in their line of sight. As he spoke, the man who looked like an old man in his 60s or 70s walked quickly towards them. There is no need to introduce him. Everyone present knows that this man is Star-Lord's father, Igo. "My child, we finally meet." Igo ignored Roger and others and went straight to Star-Lord and hugged the descendant that he had been thinking about day and night. "Sure enough, it's you. You really inherited my divine energy." After hugging Star-Lord, Igo said loudly and excitedly, "My mother. Do you love my mother?" Unlike the excited Igo, Star-Lord at this time seemed a little too calm. He thought that when he saw Igo, he would have unspeakable happiness. However, when Igo really hugged him, he realized that he didn't feel the warmth he wanted from Igo's body. "Of course. I love her. She is the lily of my life. I have returned to Earth 3 times to see her, but I knew that if I went back for the 4th time, I would never be able to leave again, so I did what I had to do." After hearing Star-Lord's question, Igo let go of him and said slowly in an affectionate tone. Then, he said the words that completely broke Star-Lord's defense. "I am also very sad that she had a brain tumor." Igo used his actual actions to prove what it means to say the cruelest words in the most ordinary tone. "I know it sounds bad." Igo tried to continue to say something, but Star-Lord didn't give him such a chance at all. Star-Lord immediately pulled out the 2 energy pistols at his waist and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Shoo 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 shoo. The orange-red energy bullets hit Igo one after another, making large and small holes in his body. Although his body was shattered by the energy bullets, the light blue energy network on Igo's body still allowed him to maintain his basic human form. You killed my mother, Star-Lord said loudly and angrily. I spent so much time and energy to find the most suitable form for you, and this is how you thank me? Under the nourishment of the powerful energy, Igo's damaged body was repaired. However, the body he repaired was not the old man's image just now, but the young man who once appeared in front of Star-Lord's mother Meredith and fell in love with Star-Lord's mother. Bastard, this is how I thank you. Before Star-Lord had time to answer Igo, Yondu's voice came over. Along with Yondu's voice, there was also an energy beam as thick as an arm. Boom. Without any suspense, Igo's body shattered. Chapter 532. Star-Lord just fired a few shots at Igo with his energy pistol, while Yondu directly raised his energy cannon and gave Igo a shot. If he didn't know, he would have thought that Yondu was the one whose mother was killed. Although Ege's body had been blasted into pieces, this was nothing to him. It took less than 2 or 3 seconds for Igo, who had been broken into pieces, to return to his original old man appearance. Good, very good. Since you have come to my door together, then don't blame me for being rude. As soon as his voice fell, Igo, with a head of gray curly hair, raised his hands. Blue and white energy tentacles that looked like octopus tentacles surged out of the ground and surrounded Rog and the others. In terms of numbers, Igo was at an absolute disadvantage at this time. But from the perspective of strength, the truth is just the opposite. Although Igo is only one person now, he is an out-and-out Heavenly Father-level existence. More importantly, this is an absolute home ground that is under his control. For Star-Lord and others, this kind of battle in a home ground where the enemy has an absolute advantage is a new experience that they have never had before. But for Rog, this kind of thing is not unfamiliar. After all, he is a ninja who has fought against Hell Lord Mephisto twice in Hell. Although in those 2 battles, he did not win the final victory. But in any case, he has rich experience fighting on the home ground of a Heavenly Father. Take care of yourself, don't force yourself. When Igo erupted with shocking and terrifying energy, Rog also mobilized chakra for the first time and added a light blue chakra coat to himself and Hinata. As for Star-Lord, Yondu, and others, they were directly ignored by him. It was indeed his plan to bring Yondu and Star-Lord to Igo, but this does not mean that he has to protect their safety all the time. To put it bluntly, the person who wants to take revenge on Igo now is not him, but Yondu and Star-Lord. Star-Lord wants to avenge his mother, Meredith. Yondu wants to wash away the stigma of child trafficking for himself. Whether Yondu is willing to admit it or not, he is the one who brought Igo's descendants to Igo Star. To a certain extent, it was because of him that Igo's mixed-blood descendants had become skeletons in the cave. I originally planned to carry out that grand expansion plan with you, but now it seems that you've given up on this glorious mission. The most suitable role for you right now is to be a 1,000-year battery and watch me conquer the entire universe. Until now, Igo still only had Star-Lord in his eyes. Whether it was Yondu, who had just shot him, or Rog, who had put on Chakra's coat, they were not in his consideration at this time. However, he soon understood something. That is, in a battle, never ignore a powerful ninja. When Igo spoke harshly to Star-Lord and tried to manipulate the blue-white energy tentacles to attack Star-Lord, the ground under their feet suddenly shook violently. Wood release. World of Trees descends. This is the first time that Rog has used Mokutan after developing his sage body to 85%. Amidst the terrifying tremors that were akin to a magnitude 12 earthquake, towering trees rose from the ground one after another. Their thick and solid branches grew crazily like twisting pythons, completely enveloping the platform and the castle in front of Rog and the others. When Rog just used Mokutan, Igo noticed that something was wrong. The rapidly growing sea of trees is like a black hole that devours life energy, frantically devouring all the life energy around it. The natural energy drifting in the air was crazily devoured by the sea of trees, causing the sea of trees that had already covered the sky and the sun to spread around uncontrollably. This feeling for Igo is like a group of parasites that suddenly appeared on his body and devoured his vitality. Hashirama once used Mokutan to calm the troubled world, allowing the ninja world to enter a new era of ninja village from the era of ninja clan killing each other. However, even Hashirama, the creator of Mokutan, would not have thought that in another world, someone would use the Mokutan he created to fight against an entire planet. If Igo is the creator of this planet, then the current Rog is an invader trying to erode this planet. His real body is deep underground. I will make a passage to the underground for you. As for this scum who plays with human feelings, leave it to me. Rog did not look back and said calmly to Yondu, Star-Lord and others. What are you still doing? Have you all forgotten the purpose of coming here? As soon as his voice fell, a huge pit appeared dozens of meters behind Rog. Looking down into the hole, one could see tree roots of different sizes, like a colony of ants digging a tunnel, either entwined or separated, constantly surging into the ground, forcibly opening up an underground passage that could allow small spaceships to pass through. Fourth Hokage Rog is very strong. Everyone who has heard of the title of Fourth Hokage knows this. But even so, Yondu, Star-Lord, and others did not expect that Rog's strength would be more overbearing than they imagined. When describing the power of an attack, many people like to use the phrase, changing terrain, to describe how strong an attack is. However, not everyone has the opportunity to witness these attacks that have the ability to change terrain with their own eyes. At this time, Rog not only proved with facts what a powerful attack that can change terrain is. He had even used his actions to prove how powerful a human from Earth could be. Looking at the underground passage that seemed to be connected to the abyss, Yondu, Star-Lord, and others did not continue to waste time and immediately ran towards the direction of the spaceship. You go with them too. After I solve this scum's clone in front of me, I will also go to the underground to meet this scum's real body. While controlling the thick branches to resist Igo's energy tentacles, Rog said to Hinata unhurriedly. Although Igo's real body is underground, the battle deep underground is not particularly dangerous. With Hinata's current strength, she can completely protect herself. Okay. I'll wait for you underground. After speaking, Hinata used the body flicker technique and disappeared, returning to the spaceship faster than Star-Lord and others. After Hinata and others left, Rog's gaze once again fell on Igo. Unlike the confident appearance that seemed to be under control before, Igo had a dignified expression on his face at this time. Who the hell are you? From the nature of the energy emitted by would release, Igo noticed some auras that were very unfriendly to him. I am a ninja if you like, you can also call me Fourth Hokage. Chapter 533. Fourth Hokage? It was only after Rog introduced himself that Igo finally came to his senses. Although Igo was not the same as other Heavenly Father-level existences and didn't have many subordinates and forces, he still heard of the title, Fourth Hokage. But anyone who has traveled in the universe in recent years has more or less heard of the title, Fourth Hokage. Defeated Ronin the Manipulator and tied with the crazy Titan Thanos. There are not many people in the universe who can do these two things. Not to mention, Rog did it as an Earthling. Compared with other cosmic civilizations, the Earth is undoubtedly a backward civilization. In the eyes of other intelligent races, the humans on the Earth are also a weak race. Therefore, this also highlighted Rog's strength even more. After all, a strong person from a backward civilization is more interesting than a strong person from a powerful civilization. So you are the Fourth Hokage in that case. I will also be a little bit serious. Igo just finished speaking, and the calm earth shook again. Rocks, soil, plants. All the substances on the surface seemed to be alive in an instant and attacked Rog crazily. Along with these rocks and soil, there were also blue and white energy tentacles. And Igo raised his hand to create energy shockwaves. Facing these overwhelming attacks with no blind spots, Rog's body once again surged with light blue chakra visible to the naked eye. At the same time, his eyes changed from white to blood red. Manjikyu Sharingan. Open. At the moment when the Manjikyu Sharingan opened, Roger didn't hesitate and used Susanoo, which is known as the power of God. In just a moment, half of Susanoo wearing black Tengu armor appeared out of thin air and completely enveloped him. The third form of Susanoo wasn't his current limit. It's just that he didn't need to display Susanoo to the limit now. The energy tentacles, the shock waves, the flying rocks and mud, without exception, were all blocked by Susanoo without causing any damage to him. Yasaka no Magatama. Before Igo's attack stopped, Rog manipulated Susanoo and threw Yasaka no Magatama out like a shuriken. Yasaka no Magatama is a universal long-range ninjutsu obtained by Susanoo after reaching the second form. Although the power of Yasaka no Magatama is not particularly powerful, it is more than enough to deal with Igo's clone in front of him. The light blue Yasaka no Magatama flew through the gap between the energy tentacles and the shockwaves, leaving a flash of light blue arc in the air. Then, It hit Igo's body like a cannonball. Boom! When Yasaka no Magatama hit Igo's body, an explosion that was comparable to a long-range intercontinental missile. Without any suspense, the true body that Igo had constructed out of energy was shattered once more, turning into nothingness in the explosion. This body was destroyed. From the moment Star-Lord pulled out his gun and started shooting, Igo's body was greeted with more and more terrifying attacks. In the beginning, it was just the energy bullets fired by the Star-Lord pistol. Then, it became an energy cannonball fired by Yondu. Now, it has become the Yasaka no Magatama thrown by Susanoo. For a Heavenly Father-level existence, having his body destroyed one after another is undoubtedly a very serious slap in the face. Although these attacks will not cause serious damage to Igo's life, they will have an indelible impact on his mind. As Igo's body was destroyed once again, the attacks that were coming at Rog from all directions also came to an abrupt end. The whole world quieted down in an instant. Although Igo's body was destroyed, Rog did not immediately deactivate Susanoo, but patiently waited for Igo to appear again. As he expected, within a few seconds, lightning-like blue-white energy appeared on the ground and in the air. Under his gaze, these blue energies, like the nerves and meridians that make up the body, quickly condensed into a huge energy humanoid body. He didn't know if it was because he saw Susanoo or because Igo decided to use a bigger body to deal with Rog in front of him. The energy body that appeared in front of him at this time was more than 10 meters high. However, Igo's new body had just constructed a rough prototype when an ancient titan-like huge palm emerged from the ground behind him. This is a huge palm made of wood, dozens of meters high. Compared with this palm, Igo's energy body, which has not yet been completely formed, is like a newly hatched chick. The enormous hand that shot out of the ground opened its 5 thick fingers and grabbed Igo's new body. Then, it suddenly exerted force. Boom! The uncontrolled energy exploded in the wooden palm, causing the earth that had just returned to calm to tremble slightly. Is this what you call being serious? Aren't you looking down on me a little too much? Rog, who was standing in Susanoo, said disdainfully. Igo can use energy to directly generate a real flesh and blood body. For this, Rog still admires Igo. After all, not everyone can use energy to this extent and use energy to create a real body. But apart from this technique of creating a body with energy, Igo's performance in battle seems very ordinary. Igo's fighting style can be described in one sentence. That is, he controls energy to directly attack the opponent. If he is facing enemies whose strength is far inferior to him, he can indeed achieve the true meaning of breaking 10 with one force. But the problem is that the enemy he is facing now is Rog, who is not much weaker than him. Igo is indeed a Heavenly Father-level existence, but Rog also has the strength of a sub-Heavenly Father that is infinitely close to the Heavenly Father level. Just looking at energy intensity and life form, he is indeed inferior to Igo. But what determines the outcome of a battle is never the amount of energy. Earthling, don't be too arrogant. I am a unique planetary life form, a planetary life form countless times nobler than carbon-based life forms like you. Igo's voice came from all directions. His new body was directly crushed by the huge wooden palm, but his consciousness did not disappear because of the disappearance of his body. Yes, you are right, you are the noblest planetary life form. I am an insignificant carbon-based life form. Rog didn't care about Igo's anger at all and said casually. Igo heard the sarcasm in Rog's words. Just as he was about to let Rog see what the anger of a planet was, he suddenly stopped. While Rog was fighting with Igo, Yondu, Star-Lord, and others finally drove the spaceship to the interior of the planet and launched an attack on the core of the planet that looked like a mini Igo star. Chapter 534. After perceiving that Yondu and others were attacking his core, Igo did not hesitate and immediately returned his consciousness to the core. With the departure of Igo's consciousness, the surrounding environment suddenly quieted down, leaving only the sound of leaves being blown by the breeze. That's fast. After confirming that Igo's consciousness had completely left, Rog dispelled Susanoo and began to sense the flying Thor technique on Hinata's body. In the next second, his figure disappeared out of thin air. Although there is an underground passage not far behind him that leads directly to Igo's core, compared to the flying Thor, entering the underground from the passage is undoubtedly too slow. In just an instant, he came to Hinata's side and flashed inside the landing spaceship. Now, It is still Star-Lord and Rocket who are controlling the spaceship. However, one of them is controlling the flight of the spaceship, and the other is controlling the spaceship's weapons. Is this broken spaceship only this much firepower? This firepower is not enough at all. Rocket, who was controlling the weapon, did not notice the arrival of Rog and complained in his usual tone. This is a landing spaceship, not a battleship. You can't expect a landing spaceship to have much firepower. After hearing Rocket's complaint, Star-Lord silently explained. Unlike Rocket, who has a phobia of insufficient firepower, Star-Lord is still very satisfied with this landing spaceship. In terms of performance, the performance of this landing spaceship is even higher than his Milano. This is the landing spaceship of the Carry Empire's main battleship, and it is one of the most technologically advanced spaceship models in the Carry Empire. If you don't think the firepower is enough, I don't mind you taking your energy gun to attack the shell of Igo's core. Just as Rocket was about to continue complaining, Rog's voice sounded from behind him, making him quiet down instantly. Although he hasn't been dealing with Rog for a long time, he knows very well that Rog is not someone he can offend. This was something he had personally experienced when they first met in the Land of Nothingness. We need more firepower, otherwise we can't break this damn shell. After a few seconds of silence, Rocket expressed his idea of wanting more firepower. I'll deal with the problem of firepower. You guys just need to avoid Igo's attacks. After that, Rog opened the hatch of the spaceship's coordinates and flew out using the super light rock technique. Different from the fairyland on the surface of the planet, the underground space where Igo's core was located was like a cell in the microscopic world. The spiral stone pillars that were connected to the core of Igo and the caves that were emitting crimson or green colors on the surrounding stone walls made the underground space feel like a multiverse. After flying out of the landing spaceship, Rog glanced at Yondu and the other spaceship. Although Yondu and the other spaceships didn't look very good, they had to admit that the raiders were very good at modifying spaceships. Especially in terms of firepower, Yondu and the other raiders fully demonstrated what it meant to be fully armed. Dozens of high-temperature red laser beams shot out from the top of the unsightly alien spaceship, attempting to open up a path to the core of the Igo's core. However, judging from the efficiency of this red laser beam, they won't be able to achieve their goal in a short time. Just when the raider spaceship tried to open a hole in Igo's core, Igo, whose consciousness had returned to the core, began its own counterattack. The blue-white energy of the octopus tentacles emerged again, like seaweed gushing out from the surrounding walls and stone pillars. At the same time, stones of different sizes were attached to these energy tentacles. Looking at these energy tentacles all over the underground space, Rog used summoning technique and summoned the disaster pistol that he hadn't used for a long time. After holding the disaster pistol in his right hand, he opened the magazine and took a look. 3 silver-white ninjutsu bullets were lying quietly in the magazine. To be precise, it's 3 spiral electromagnetic gun ninjutsu bullets. Although there are only 3 of them, it's enough to break the shell of Igo's core. Before those large and small energy tentacles carrying stones came towards him, Rog raised the disaster pistol and aimed at Igo's core, which was dozens of times larger than the landing spaceship. Bang bang bang! Without any hesitation, Rog fired 3 shots in a row, firing all the spiral electromagnetic gun bullets in the disaster pistol. 3 fist-sized spiral electromagnetic guns hit Igo's core at an undetectable time interval. Star-Lord, Yondu, and others only saw a silver-white light hitting Igo's core, and they didn't realize what this light meant. In the next second, they saw a terrifying picture that looked like a silver-white sun being born out of thin air. Before they heard the explosion from the spiral electromagnetic gun, the silver-white light completely occupied their line of sight. Then, there was an energy storm that couldn't be described in words. Rumble! 3 spiral electromagnetic guns exploded almost at the same time, and the terrifying chakra storm swept through every corner of the underground space like a tsunami. Under this kind of full-range sweep that can be said to have no blind spots, maneuvering to evade or something has become empty talk. There is nowhere to hide. This was originally just a description, but now, it is the most real reality. The landing spaceship where Star-Lord and others were and the Predator spaceship of Yondu and others were like a small fishing boat in a stormy sea, swaying left and right by the terrifying chakra storm. Just as the 2 spaceships were about to show signs of disintegration, the silver-white light that completely occupied their line of sight finally disappeared. The destructive chakra storm weakened rapidly, and finally dissipated completely. When everything returned to calm, the original strange underground space completely changed its appearance. The weird stone pillars that looked like nerve fibers completely disappeared, and the large and small caves that were originally exuding a strange light were also completely dimmed. Except for the Igo core floating alone, like a super mini Igo star, the entire underground space seemed to have died in an instant. Even Igo's core, which was still floating in the air, had spiderweb-like cracks on its outer shell. Streaks of bluish-white light leaked out from the cracks. Is this guy really human? Except for Hinata, everyone had doubts about Rog's identity as an Earthling. Especially after comparing it with Star-Lord, who is also an Earthling, they became more and more suspicious of Rog's identity as an Earthling. But the most shocked one now is not Yondu and other predators, nor Rocket, Groot, and others, but Igo. Since his birth, Igo never thought that there would be a day when his life would be directly threatened. Chapter 535. It has to be said that the shell of Igo's core is stronger than Rog imagined. Even if it was hit by 3 spiral electromagnetic gun, the shell of the core only showed signs of being on the verge of breaking, but it wasn't really broken. Was this guy a tortoise? Among the enemies he has fought, Igo is definitely not the one with the strongest attack power. But he is definitely the one with the highest defense power. Even the Lord of Hell Mephisto, after taking 3 spiral electromagnetic gun head-on, would never leave only superficial scars. After taking a look at Igo's core, which was full of cracks on the surface, Rog closed the Manjikyu Sharingan in his right eye and turned it into Byakugan. Although the Manjikyu Sharingan brings a little more fancy ability, but in terms of insight, even the Manjikyu Sharingan can't compare with Byakugan. Relying on the clairvoyance and insight ability granted by Byakugan, Rog's sight directly penetrated the solid shell on the surface of Igo's core and observed Igo's real body located inside the core. It's a huge brain that seems to be in a transparent bubble. Accompanied by a rhythmic pulse like breathing, the relevant areas in the brain flashed with red or light blue light. Not knowing if it's his own illusion, when he looked at this huge brain that is more than 1 meter in size, Rog found that the rhythm of his heartbeat began to pulse inexplicably in line with the rhythm of the brain. What's going on? Is the energy on the same frequency? Or is life resonating? In an instant, several speculations emerged in Rog's mind. No matter what the reason is, it's not a good thing for him that his heartbeat is in line with the pulse of Igo's real body. If he is given enough time, he may be able to study the secret. But now Igo, who feels the threat of his life, obviously won't give him so much time to think. Igo's core burst out with a dazzling blue-white light in an instant, and the underground space, which had lost its strange color, was once again filled with magnificent colors. At the same time, everything in the underground space came alive in an instant. The rocks and soil on the stone wall were decomposed into a sand-like state, and the octopus-like energy beam appeared again, mixing with the sand-like rocks and soil. Then, the huge underground space began to shrink rapidly. The energy tentacles mixed with the gravel began to spin wildly, turning the entire underground space into a vortex. Obviously, Igo, whose life was threatened, was going to flip the table. The powerful vortex caused by the crazily spinning vortex made the spaceship, which had just been hit by the explosion, face attacks from all angles again. Although the Carry Empire's landing spaceships and Yondu spaceships were all good spaceships, they couldn't withstand the continuous damage. After struggling to maintain flight for a period of time, the 2 spaceships met the fate of disintegration almost at the same time. Fortunately, the people in the spaceship more or less had the ability to protect themselves. The disintegration of the spaceship was not enough to cause them serious injuries. Before the out-of-control spaceship was completely swallowed by the vortex composed of energy tentacles and gravel, Hinata, Star-Lord, and others in the spaceship safely landed on the ground. However, reaching the surface did not mean that they were safe. Under Igo's control, they were quickly attacked by energy tentacles and gravel as soon as they landed. After Rog, who was floating in the air, confirmed the current situation of Hinata and others with the Byakugan, he threw the disaster pistol held in his right hand back into the summon scroll. Since Igo was going to flip the table, there was no need for him to continue to test anything with Igo. If they were 2 gamblers at the gambling table, then this is the last moment of their game. Without any hesitation, Rog began to switch the Mangekyo pattern of his left eye. The triangular arc dart pattern began to spin wildly. After the rotation stopped, the Mangekyo pattern in his left eye turned into a sharper 4-cornered dart pattern. To use the Mangekyo Dojutsu, known as the strongest genjutsu, Rog must first change the pattern of Mangekyo Dojitsu to Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Dojitsu. Then, he can use this powerful dojitsu that can control others at will and permanently change their consciousness. When everything was ready, Rog let all his Sharingan's power pour into his left eye. Then, as if talking to himself, he whispered, Mangekyo Dojitsu, Kodo Amitsukami. In the next second, the Sharingan's power in his body was instantly emptied, and all the scenes that appeared in front of him turned into nothingness in an instant. From the point of view of others, Rog was still floating silently in the air at this time, without doing anything. Even Igo, as an enemy, didn't realize what Rog was doing now. However, they soon noticed that something was wrong. Rog, who was floating in the air, suddenly staggered and landed on the ground. A clear stream of blood flowed from his left eye socket, making his left eye, which was already different from ordinary people, even more strange. Is there a backlash? When Rog landed on the ground, Hinata, who was using Revolving Heaven to resist the attack of the energy tentacles in the distance, instantly opened her Byakugan, and observed Rog's state with a worried expression. The chakra meridian in his left eye was not abnormal, and there were no signs of backlash in other areas of his body. After confirming that Rog didn't suffer any backlash, the worry on Hinata's face slowly disappeared. Now, Rog indeed didn't suffer from the backlash of his dojitsu. His left eye was bleeding purely because the target he chose was too strong. From the perspective of a warrior, Igo is a very unqualified warrior. But it can't be denied that Igo is a heavenly father who is a level higher than him. Kodo Amitsukami does have a powerful ability to permanently change the minds of others, but this doesn't mean that Kodo Amitsukami is unsolvable and can ignore the gap in strength. Even an infinity stone has to abide by the basic laws of the universe. Not to mention that Kodo Amitsukami is far from the level of an infinity stone. Using Kodo Amitsukami on a target whose life level and energy intensity are higher than his is not a particularly wise approach. Especially when the target hasn't been seriously injured. In order to make Kodo Amitsukami, which has a cooldown time of 1 week, work on Igo, Rog made a risky move that he had never tried before. He released the power of his Sharingan at once, increasing the power of Kodo Amitsukami as much as possible. Although this approach is somewhat risky, the benefits it brings are obvious. That is, the success rate of Kodo Amitsukami will be greatly increased. After paying the price of all the Sharingan's power and overusing Mangekyo, he successfully modified Igo's consciousness. Chapter 536. An hour later, in Igor's broken castle. You have seen what kind of strength Igor has. It's not that I look down on you, but you don't have the strength to fight Igor head-on now. So whether you want to avenge your mother or wash away the stigma of selling children, you can only come back next time. 10 years. After 10 years, no matter what you want to do to Igor, I won't stop you. After using Kodo Amitsukami to forcibly modify Igor's consciousness, the battle between Rog and Igor came to an end. Although Starlord and Yondu were not very willing to accept this result, they had to admit that they did not have the strength to take revenge on Igor at all. So even if they were dissatisfied, they could only do as Rog said. Strength determines the right to speak. Rog has strength far beyond them, so they can only agree to Rog's plan. More than half an hour later, the Predator flagship sent 2 other small spaceships to pick up Starlord, Yondu, and others. Before they left, Rog handed over the Kami energy cultivation information that he had just obtained to Starlord. Don't waste the other half of your bloodline. When Starlord, Yondu, and others all left in the spaceship, Rog sat in the severely damaged castle hall and opened the system's exchange page. Divine Tree Sapling, exchange price. 500 ninja coins. Glancing at this glittering exchange icon, Rog decisively pressed the exchange button. With the disappearance of the exchange icon, the number of his unconsumed ninja coins also dropped from 530 to 30. At the same time, a small green sapling more than 1 meter long, exuding rich life energy, appeared in his hand. On the surface, there was nothing special about this sapling of the divine tree. The most appropriate way to describe it was to describe it as ordinary and mediocre. However, as long as you sense the life energy contained in the divine tree sapling, you can know that this is a rare treasure. In addition to the extremely rich life energy, Rog also sensed energy characteristics in the divine tree sapling that are very similar to Mokutan. This discovery reminded him of a description of Mokutan that he had seen before. Wood escape was not the power that was closest to the Tree of God. Instead, it had inherited the power of the tree of God. He didn't really believe this before. But now, he began to agree with this statement. After looking at the tree of God sapling in his hand, he walked down from the chair in the hall and came to the center of the hall. "Don't disappoint me." After saying that, he let the roots of the sapling touch the ground. There was no need for him to make any preparations. The moment the roots of the tree of God touched the ground, the sapling immediately displayed a shocking growth ability. Roots of all sizes dug deep into the soil at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, the roots of the divine tree's sapling had spread throughout the entire hall. Not only that, but the branches and leaves of the divine tree also displayed a growth rate that far exceeded that of ordinary plants. Under Rog's gaze, the tree of God sapling rapidly grew from 1 meter to 2 meters tall. As its roots went deeper and deeper into the ground, the divine tree grew faster and faster. At the same time, the natural energy drifting in the air was like a surging river, madly pouring into the interior of the tree of God. Looking at the tree of God frantically absorbing the surrounding energy, Rog silently retreated a distance to avoid becoming the target of the tree of God's absorption. Under normal circumstances, such an abnormal behavior would have immediately attracted Igo's attention. But now, not only did Igo not stop the growth of the tree of God, he even urged his own energy to further nourish the tree of God. The reason why Igo could cooperate with the growth of the tree of God, even at the expense of his own origin energy to promote the growth of the tree of God, was entirely due to Koto Amatsukami. Using Koto Amatsukami on a Heavenly Father-level existence was not a particularly easy thing to do. Therefore, Rog did not implant ideas that did not belong to Igo. Instead, he slightly modified his original idea. All along, Igo had hoped that he could evolve from a unique life form on a planet to an eternal life form through the Great Expansion of Life plan. What Rog did was to use Koto Amatsukami to modify Igo's Great Expansion of Life plan into his own Tree of God planting plan. Because these two plans have some keywords such as planting, evolution, and life, the difficulty of modifying them is relatively low, and it's better to hide it from Igo so that he won't have an instinctive rejection. After confirming that the sapling of the Tree of God has entered a normal state of growth, Rog returned to the Golden Jack in outer space with Hinata. To be precise, he returned to the Golden Jack with Hinata and the Mantis Girl. Rog wasn't the one who discovered the mantis. It was Hinata who was wandering around Igo's castle when she was suddenly attacked by the mantis. It was only then that she discovered the mantis with 2 antennae on her head and naive to the point of foolishness. Although the mantis has been in the castle all this time, she didn't know what was going on outside. So when she saw Hinata, she used her special ability to empathize with her and tried to make the intruder fall asleep. However, before she could touch Hinata, she was sent flying by Hinata's gentle fist. After knowing the identity of the Mantis Girl, Hinata came up with the idea of taking her away. In her words, "She needs a personal assistant now." Roger didn't even think about Hinata's decision and directly agreed. It's just a Mantis Girl, even if he brings her back to Earth, it won't cause any trouble. And instead of leaving the Mantis Girl to Igo, who is already full of nourishing the Tree of God, it's better to bring her back to Konoha. Maybe there will be some recycling effect. After returning to the Golden Jack with Hinata and the Mantis Girl, Rog didn't plan to return to Earth immediately. The growing Tree of God has Igo's protection, so he doesn't need to worry too much about its safety for the time being. However, just in case, he still left a Shadow Clone Scroll for Igo. This Shadow Clone Scroll isn't used to deal with enemies. It's just a one-sided means of communication. If Igo encounters a powerful enemy that he can't deal with, he can use the scroll to summon a Shadow Clone. Then, the Shadow Clone will report the information back to the main body by dissolving itself. In this way, no matter where Rog is, he can immediately receive Igo's request for help, thus ensuring that the Tree of God won't be taken away by someone. Chapter 537. Although we are already very familiar with each other, but when you come to find me, can you not drive the Empire's warship over, especially the Empire's main warship that you stole? In the commander's office of the Dark Star, the accuser Luo Nan said to Rog, who was sitting in front of him with a helpless expression. "I only have one spaceship right now. If you don't like it, I don't mind if you give me a new one." Rog didn't take Luo Nan's ridicule to heart at all and replied with an indifferent expression. After planting the sacred tree on Igo Star, Rog took the Golden Jack to the front line of the war between the Carry Empire and the New Star Corps and found Luo Nan, who he hadn't seen for a long time. When the Golden Jack arrived at the front line of the war, it was almost attacked by both the Carry Empire and the New Star Corps. But after recognizing that this was the fourth Hokage Rog's warship, the Carry Empire and the New Star Corps wisely chose to ignore it. The Carry Empire chose to ignore it because their frontline commander Luo Nan gave the order not to attack. The New Star Corps chose to ignore it because Rog had just helped them some time ago. So when the Golden Jack arrived at the front line of the war, a slightly strange ceasefire occurred. Just say it, why did you come to find me? Luo Nan didn't continue to entangle with Rog about the warship and directly asked about Rog's purpose. I know that you have investigated the whereabouts of the power gem before. I want the information in your hands. It was fine if Rog didn't open his mouth, but as soon as he finished speaking, Luo Nan's expression became incomparably dignified. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became oppressive. After a few seconds of silence, Luo Nan, who was wearing a black-gray armor, slowly said, "Where did you inquire about this information?" Regarding the matter of secretly searching for the power gem, he didn't tell anyone except a few of his confidants. Even his exceptionally doted nephew Rothschild didn't know that he was secretly searching for the power gem. If I said that I guessed it, would you believe me? Of course, Rog couldn't tell Luo Nan how he knew, so he casually found an all-purpose excuse. As for Rog's explanation, Luo Nan of course didn't believe a word of it. But after seriously thinking for a few seconds, he still gave the answer that Rog wanted. I can give you the information about the power gem, but as a price, I hope that you won't interfere in the war between the Carry Empire and the New Star Corps. Although Luo Nan didn't have much contact with Rog, he knew that Rog was the kind of person who wouldn't give up until he reached his goal. So, he didn't want to give him this information. After all, Log's recent actions had caused quite a bit of trouble for the Carry Empire and caused him, the frontline commander, to suffer a lot of criticism. Roger agreed without hesitation. If it wasn't for the sake of saving ninja coins, he wouldn't have deliberately made things difficult for the Carry Empire. From a certain point of view, he quite liked the Carry Empire, especially the console games designed by the Carry Empire. After getting Rog's guarantee, Luo Nan didn't hesitate and pulled out the information about the power gem from the Dark Stars database. Then he handed over a Carry Empire-style information storage to Rog. The information you want is all inside. But I want to remind you that there are many people looking for the power gem. Collector Talia Divan and Thanos are both looking for the power gem. Receiving the black pillar-like information storage from Luo Nan, Rog smiled and replied, "Thank you for your reminder." After getting what he wanted, Rog didn't plan to continue staying in Luo Nan's office. His body emitted an aurora-like radiance. The next second, he returned from Luo Nan's office to the main control room of the Golden Jack. After letting the Golden Jack read the information about the power gem, Rog set the next destination for the Golden Jack. Planet Bacht, in the unknown forest where the Milano is located. I say, can you put down the information board in your hand? You look like a perverted uncle watching a pornographic video. Rocket, who was holding a spaceship repair tool, complained to Star-Lord, who was lying in a chair. What do you know? This is the cultivation method of heavenly energy. It is precious information that can give me the same power as Igo. Star-Lord, who was lying in a chair, did not look back and replied loudly. You are only half of Igo's bloodline, and you can only get half of Igo's power at most. Rocket's disdainful voice came again. What's wrong with being an Earthling? Rog is also an Earthling, and the bloodline of an Earthling can also be very powerful. Since they left Igo, Star-Lord has been holding this information screen recording the heavenly energy cultivation method all day long, trying to quickly master the heavenly energy in his body. However, he doesn't know if it's because of his IQ, or because he can only self-study. Star-Lord has never been able to sense the heavenly energy in his body, let alone use it. You are not Rog. You are an uncle with a belly full of fat. When it comes to complaining, Rocket is definitely the strongest existence in the Guardian of the Galaxy. Just as Rocket and Star-Lord were arguing, Rog's Golden Jack once again came to the sky above the forest. He is not quite sure that Star-Lord and others are still on Bohut, but in terms of time, this possibility is very high. After getting off the Golden Jack, he went directly to Star-Lord and told him what he was here for. In terms of combat power, the current Star-Lord can only be regarded as a little bit of strength at best. But in terms of finding things, he has an amazing talent. This is all the information about the Universal Spirit Ball. I hope you can find it. If you can find the Universal Spirit Ball, these 200 million new star coins will be yours. After speaking, Rog threw a new star card to Star-Lord. 200 million new star coins? Are you serious? Star-Lord doesn't doubt that Rog can come up with 200 million new star coins, but he can't figure out what Rog wants this so-called Universal Spirit Ball for. I never joke about commissions. After you find it, you can send a message to the Golden Jack, or come directly to Earth to find me. After handing over the search for the Universal Spirit Ball to Star-Lord, Rog did not stay on Bohut and returned to the Golden Jack, and began to return to Earth. Although the universe is very good, only Earth can make people feel a sense of belonging. Looking at the Golden Jack, that quickly lifted off and disappeared, Star-Lord, Rocket, and others looked at the new star card and the information screen given by Rog with a confused expression. Chapter 538. Time flew by, and before he knew it, more than a month had passed since Rog planted the divine tree. During this time, in addition to continuing to improve his sage body and the resonance between him and QB, Rog did the most was to open the portal from time to return to Igo and check on the growth progress of the divine tree. It had to be said that the rich natural energy on Igo provided a unique growth environment for the divine tree. In just over a month, the divine tree grew from a small sapling more than 1 meter tall to more than 30 meters tall and became a towering tree that required 5 or 6 people to wrap their arms around it. Looking at the amazing growth of the divine tree, Rog felt that the 500 ninja coins were well spent. 500 ninja coins for a chakra fruit. This was a good deal no matter how you looked at it. After checking the growth progress of the divine tree again, Rog opened the portal and returned to the office at Konoha's headquarters. Then, he picked up the agreement document on the table that was as thick as a dictionary. New York Agreement. Although it was an agreement, the content of the New York Agreement was completely different from the Sokovia Agreement in his memory. The Sokovia Agreement was an agreement that was only for the Avengers. However, the New York Agreement that appeared now was for all superheroes, including Rog and others who had official identities on the surface. From this point of view, the New York Agreement was very similar to the Superhero Registration Act, in his memory. The agreement had been sent to his office a week ago. However, he didn't take the agreement too seriously and didn't give his own response. However, just yesterday, he received a final notice from the White House and the news that the Avengers had agreed to sign the agreement. Rog wasn't surprised by the agreement's appearance. When more and more superheroes were uncontrolled, the government would sooner or later introduce relevant agreements to limit the arbitrary heroic actions of superheroes. In this regard, Konoha's Intelligence Bureau led by Rog was a good example. Konoha's Intelligence Bureau had an official identity and received a salary from the Ministry of Finance, but it didn't listen to the official mobilization. It was completely under Rog's control. Although the White House and the military had always been dissatisfied with his strength, they could only accept it. But now, the government directly announced the existence of the New York Agreement to the public, pointing the arrow at Konoha, or rather, at Rog. At this time, the support of the people became a very important factor. Because of Konoha's tyrannical behavior and Rog's history of threatening ordinary people, after the New York Agreement was made public, Konoha and Rog suddenly became the target of public criticism. The media that never dared to report unfavorable news about Konoha, as well as the counselors and celebrities who never dared to oppose Konoha in public, jumped out one after another. They almost directly protested in front of the gate of Konoha's headquarters. In addition, Ross, who was already the Secretary of State, applied for resignation on the day the agreement was sent to Konoha, citing health and personal reasons, and transferred all his work to the Deputy Secretary of State. Ross was Konoha's only ally in the official system, and he was also the middleman between Konoha and the military. His resignation means that Konoha has lost the support of the government and the military. Number 2, reply to the White House, say that Konoha will not sign this agreement. Rog threw the New York Agreement in his hand, which was as thick as a dictionary, into the trash can, and said to Number 2 without raising his head, "Yes, sir." Number 2 had no doubts about Rog's orders, and he immediately informed the White House of his decision. When Number 2 informed the White House of his reply, less than 3 minutes later, his private phone rang. The caller was none other than Tawny. "You're very well informed, I just made a decision here, and your call came." He didn't need to think about the purpose of Tawny's call. "Are you really going to refuse the agreement?" This is not a very wise decision. You have to know, behind the agreement are 117 countries. You are an enemy of the whole world. Tawny didn't have the unruly tone before, and he said to Rog very seriously. No, it's not the whole world, it's just the United States and its 116 lackeys. 117 countries. This number sounded very intimidating. But in fact, it's not as serious as imagined. As long as China across the Pacific Ocean is not on the agreement list, this agreement will never represent the whole world. Even so, this is a very powerful agreement. If you refuse so straightforwardly, it will only make things more serious. Tawny is still persuading Rog, trying to persuade him to accept the existence of the agreement for the time being. As a friend, I appreciate your concern. But if you are trying to persuade me as a lobbyist, I have only one answer, that is, I will not sign this agreement, and Konoha will not sign it. To be honest, Rog doesn't know how a New York agreement suddenly appeared. But no matter why this agreement appeared, and no matter what kind of power the people behind this agreement have, he will not sign this agreement. The reason is simple. The agreement requires superheroes to register all their information in detail, and cooperate with relevant institutions to do certain physical examinations. For Tawny, this requirement is not a problem at all, because all his power comes from the Iron Man armor. As long as the agreement does not require him to hand over the details of the Iron Man armor, he does not have to worry about the danger of the secrets of the Iron Man armor being leaked. But for Rog, Quicksilver, and others, checking their bodies in detail is directly studying their extraordinary abilities. Regarding this, as long as Rog's brain is not filled with water, it is absolutely impossible for him to agree to this condition. Of course, it is not ruled out that when the agreement was made, it was calculated that he would never accept this in order to make him refuse to sign the agreement. After ending the call with Tawny, Rog became more and more curious about who proposed such an agreement and what they used to persuade the White House to get official support. Although the politicians in the White House are not good at fighting, they also understand that all strategies are based on the premise that they have enough self-protection and countermeasurability. Otherwise, these so-called stratagems were just armchair strategies. Rog hasn't experienced this feeling of being eaten by others for a long time. This gives him a plan to have a good time with the planners behind the agreement. Number 2. Inform Number 3 to send over the army's equipment that has been prepared. It's time for the legendary Konoha hidden village to appear. Chapter 539. When he announced that he was the 4th Hokage, he once mentioned the existence of Konoha hidden village in front of the world. Although later many organizations and countries tried to find this so-called Konoha hidden village. But obviously, no one has found this legendary Konoha hidden village. After all, even Rog himself didn't have plans to establish Konoha hidden village at that time. Yes, sir. Number 2's mechanical voice immediately sounded. After ordering Number 2, Rog left the office and returned to his room, put on the Carry Empire's virtual game helmet, and opened the strategy game called Empire Civilization 6, Total War. Although he still didn't know who the mastermind behind the agreement was, he had to admit that the mastermind who was hiding in the dark had played a beautiful hand. Using the official and civilian support, he suddenly turned Konoha's intelligence agency into a villain. First, he made Konoha lose official support and legal identity, and then he used the method of making the agreement public to gain the support of the people. If it weren't for the fact that Hydra has been beaten to a pulp, Rog would doubt whether this agreement was drafted by Hydra. Although Hydra's strength wasn't that great, it was still very good at playing tricks and scheming. However, even if Hydra is really one of the members behind the agreement, they will only be a small role. The reason is very simple. Hydra can't give the White House and the military any guarantee of strength. Without enough strength, this agreement can't appear at all. Especially under the premise that Rog himself has a history of threatening the government. Since the officials dared to openly announce the content of the agreement to the public, it means that they are prepared for the worst and are ready to fight with Konoha or Rog. Unlike the last Skrull incident, this time, Konoha is no longer facing ordinary people, but the officials who are prepared for the worst. If he guessed correctly, the officials now want him to take the initiative to start a war, or threaten the government's senior officials like in the past. In this way, Konoha and himself will also be completely arranged as villains. Although he doesn't know when he and Konoha were targeted, Rog won't sit still or obediently cooperate with their plan. Since they wanted to play, then he would play along with them. Even if he lost, he still had a way out. Not to mention that he now had a planet that belonged to him. Even if Tatooine was gone, he could still build his own empire like the goddess of death, Hell. After putting on the virtual gaming helmet, Rog didn't think about the agreement anymore. Instead, he focused on playing the strategy game that he wasn't good at. The news that Rog and Konoha refused to sign the New York agreement quickly spread. In less than half a day, the countries on the agreement already knew about this news. A storm of public opinion against Rog and Konoha's intelligence agency suddenly formed. Konoha received an official notice from the government that all of Konoha's rights were withdrawn. Apart from that, funds, equipment, intelligence network, and other logistical support were all taken back. Even Konoha's branches in various cities were closed one by one, and the relevant personnel were either investigated or dismissed on the spot. Except for Konoha's headquarters in Washington, D.C., which was still normal, Konoha lost all of its branches. In a conference room in Konoha's headquarters, Rog said to Mr. Miracle and the other three who had been included in Konoha's battle order but didn't disclose their identity to the public, "You have seen the current situation of Konoha. From now on, your cooperation with Konoha is terminated. You can leave Konoha at any time." Although Mr. Miracle and the other three entered Konoha by himself, now, Rog took the initiative to terminate the cooperation. Unlike the Punisher and the others, strictly speaking, Mr. Miracle and the other three were not his subordinates. They were merely his partners. "Why? We don't mind going through difficulties with Konoha. We are not the kind of people who only care about themselves." Johnny, who was the most deeply integrated into Konoha, took the lead. "The problem is that I mind. Needless to say, the cooperation has been terminated, and you have nothing to do with Konoha." After speaking, Rog left the conference room and walked towards Konoha's intelligence center. Today, there are more than just Reed and the other four who need to be dismissed. Like Reed and the other three, all the staff in the intelligence center have been terminated from their cooperation. However, before leaving Konoha, each of them received a severance payment equivalent to 5 years of their salary in their accounts. After dealing with the staff of the intelligence center, Rog came to the largest combat hall in the headquarters. At this time, in this hall that can seat hundreds of people, more than 200 Konoha Special Forces members were sitting. These Special Forces members are elite warriors selected by Konoha from various armies, and each of them has been transformed by extremists. In the past, these more than 200 Special Forces members were Konoha's sharpest dagger. All the dirty and tiring work was done by these Special Forces members. I don't need to tell you the current situation. You have all been transformed by extremists. To put it bluntly, your current strength is given by Konoha. According to common sense, I shouldn't let you go like this. After all, you all have things that belong to Konoha. However, I am not a devil. I am a very fair person. You have paid for Konoha before, and Konoha has not treated you badly. So now, I will give you a chance to choose again. Those who want to leave Konoha can leave after handing over Konoha's equipment. Looking at your previous contributions, Konoha will not hold you accountable for any of your actions. Of course, if you want to stay, that's fine. But before you stay, I want to remind you solemnly that once you choose to stay, you are likely to bear the charge of traitor. I will give you 10 minutes to think. After 10 minutes, those who are still in the hall will be regarded as continuing to stay in Konoha. After speaking, Rog left the combat hall and returned to his office. In addition to the special forces, Konoha also has 2 combat sequences, Umbu and Wolves. However, unlike the special forces and intelligence personnel, they do not have the option to withdraw from Konoha. If they have to leave, Rog will let them see how Konoha treats traitors. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and when he returned to the combat hall again, he found that the number of people who stayed was a little more than he thought. Chapter 540. Rog thought that there would be at most 40 or 50 people left. After all, these special forces were soldiers who served the country before coming to Konoha. However, now, there were more than 160 special forces members still sitting in the war hall. Only about 1/3 of the special forces members chose to leave. This proportion was far lower than what he had expected. Although he didn't know why these special forces members chose to stay, he still felt a little relieved when he saw that the number of people who stayed was far beyond his expectations. Cold-blooded butchers, emotionless killers, murderous executioners. These were the comments of the outside world about Konoha's special forces. If it weren't for Konoha's official identity at the time, these special forces members might have carried the title of anti-human terrorists. No matter what purpose you choose to stay, as long as you stay, from now on, you are Konoha's own people. Konoha may not be a good organization, but there is one thing that Konoha will definitely do. That is, Konoha will never mistreat its own people. Everyone go to the number 5 armory. It's time to let you see Konoha's trump card. There were many armory in Konoha's headquarters. But the number 5 armory was an armory that had never been used. Except for a few people including Rog, no one knew what equipment was in the number 5 armory. Before yesterday, this number 5 armory, which had never been used, was an armory without any weapons or equipment. But now, in the number 5 armory, there was a trump card carefully prepared by Rog. When the more than 160 Special Forces members all gathered in the square in front of the number 5 armory, Rog asked number 2 to open the steel gate of the number 5 armory, so that the equipment placed inside was displayed in front of the Special Forces members for the first time. After completing the commission of the new Star Supreme, Rog brought back a large number of weapons and equipment from Xander, even by the standards of the new Star Corps, which were regarded as the top weapons and equipment. For example, the Stars 4 individual power armor, and the 5th generation new starfighters. In the beginning, there were only 500 sets of Stars 4 individual power armor, and only 35th generation new starfighters. However, this was something that happened a few years ago. Since the establishment of Konoha's hidden village on Tatooine, it has been like a black hole devouring money and resources, swallowing a large number of materials provided by Konoha's headquarters. This is also the main reason why Konoha's intelligence agency's budget request is getting higher and higher every year. After spending a lot of resources, Konoha Hidden Village successfully mastered the key data to manufacture the Stars 4 individual power armor and the 5th generation Nova fighters, and thus had the ability to produce individual power armor and Nova fighters on their own. Right now in the know. 5 Armory. There were more than 200 sets of black and red individual power armors and 50 Nova fighters. Everyone will receive a set of power armor. Captains and vice captains will receive an additional Nova fighter. Although the Stars 4 individual power armor is not tailor-made like Tawny's Iron Man armor. However, its combat performance is not worse than Tawny's Iron Man armor. After all, this was the latest generation of power armor carefully developed by the Universal Civilization, Xander. As for the 5th generation Nova fighter, it was a new generation fighter that the new Star Corps had yet to officially own. With this equipment, Rog originally intended to use it against the Thanos army. As a result, he didn't expect that the first use of it would be against the army on Earth. When Rog finished speaking, the special forces behind him rushed into the armory with excitement and began to put on individual power armors like Iron Man armors. These individual power armors and fighters were originally in the traditional golden color of the new Star Corps. However, Roger didn't really like the paint of the nouveau riche, so he changed all of them to black and red. When these special forces members had all finished changing their equipment or piloted the Nova fighters into the sky, Roger gave them new orders. From now on, anyone who enters the headquarters and the nearby airspace without permission will be killed on the spot without reporting. Rog doesn't intend to take the initiative to start a war for the time being, but if someone can't help but come to provoke him, he doesn't mind leaving them here forever. After instructing these special forces, Rog directly opened the portal and left Konoha headquarters and came to Kamartaj's reception hall. As before, his magic teacher, Ancient One, was still sitting in his usual position, drinking tea and reading a book. Teacher, I'm going to do something next. I don't know what you think? Next, Rog told Ancient One about his plans without reservation. Although Kamartaj doesn't care much about these things related to the magic domain and things that don't endanger the overall safety of the Earth, but out of respect for the Ancient One, Rog still felt the need to inform Ancient One in advance. He didn't want to suddenly discover that the Ancient One suddenly stood on the opposite side of himself and had a showdown between master and apprentice with himself. Just pay attention to your limits. As he guessed, Ancient One had no intention of stopping him and still maintained that indifferent posture of reading a book. Okay, I'll pay attention. After bidding farewell to Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, Rog opened the portal again and came to Dr. Doom's castle. Doom was not surprised by Rog's sudden visit. Although Ladovinia is far away from the United States, it doesn't mean that he will ignore the intelligence collection of the United States. In particular, he received the news of the recent New York agreement that has been in a mess. After more than half an hour of secret exploration in Doom's study, Rog once again opened the portal and went to the last destination. When the portal with golden sparks disappeared, he appeared in the mansion of former Secretary of State Ross. Although Ross has resigned, in any case, he used to be a middleman between Konoha and the military and is one of Konoha's partners. The conversation with Ross was a little long, but after spending nearly an hour, Rog successfully convinced Rog to join his crazy plan. After doing all this, Rog returned to Konoha headquarters and patiently waited for the next step from the officials, or rather, from the planners behind the New York agreement. Now he is not particularly worried about what will happen next. The only thing he is worried about is that the planners behind the plan are slow to take the next step. After carefully preparing so much, if the opponent suddenly doesn't make a move, it would be too disappointing. Chapter 541. While waiting for the government's next move, Rog practiced according to the established plan. At the same time, he began to arrange the transfer plan of Konoha's headquarters. Although the unrelated personnel in Konoha's headquarters have been dismissed, he doesn't intend to give up the relevant research and equipment in the headquarters. In any case, those research results are one of Konoha's painstaking efforts. A long time ago, the Punisher and other core members of Konoha knew that Rog had his own planet in the distant outer space. And not only did they know, but Tawny and others in the Avengers also knew about it. In order to quickly send Hulk back to Earth, Rog took Hulk, Natasha, and others to Konoha's hidden village once and returned to Earth through the space channel in Konoha's hidden village. Rog didn't mind that Natasha and Scott would tell Tawny about Konoha's hidden village. To some extent, this was also the news that he deliberately leaked. Although his relationship with the Avengers was not bad at that time, he had already considered the situation of completely falling out with the Avengers. Taking the initiative to expose the existence of Konoha's hidden village was one of his preparations in advance. In the military field, there is a term called strategic depth. Simply put, strategic depth is the geographical space that can be used to make strategic movements, which is one of the advantages in war. The greater the strategic depth area, the more time the subordinate army would have to take a breather and make better preparations for war. Thus, they would be able to obtain more support and strategic guarantee for the war. Although Rog didn't specifically introduce Konoha's hidden village to Natasha and others, with Natasha's vision and ability, it's impossible for her not to see the importance of such a planet and base. If Natasha can see this, Tawny, Captain May, and others can certainly see this. Although he wasn't sure whether Tawny and others will inform the White House and the military about the existence of Konoha's hidden village and planet Tatooine, whether they inform the White House and the military or not, it won't affect his plan. Because from the beginning, the position he stood and the things he saw were far higher than the White House and the military. The White House and the military want nothing more than to use the New York agreement to restrict Konoha's intelligence agency and himself. If he cooperates, they will take the opportunity to incorporate him. If he doesn't cooperate, they will eliminate him as a potential threat. Therefore, from the perspective of the White House and the military, what they were fighting now was a war that concerned the overall safety of the Earth and the right to speak. However, Rog was different. He had never limited his vision to Earth. In the White House and the military's expectations, they were facing an organization with no more than 1,000 combatants. However, when they really took action, Rog would use facts to tell them that the enemies they were facing were indeed not many. However, what they were provoking was a planet that was already prepared for a high-level war in the universe. Ever since he started collecting Xander's technology and military equipment, Rog was ready to start a high-level war in the universe. The Konoha Hidden Village on Tatooine is a war-hidden village established for high-level wars in the universe. The fact that Rog dismissed a large number of Konoha's staff and arranged the Nova fighters and special forces to patrol the Konoha headquarters was not hidden from the outside world. The surveillance satellites that were originally under the control of Konoha now became the eyes of the sky that monitored Konoha's every move. Although all the legal power has been lost, for the new fighters with octagonal wings patrolling the space near Konoha in groups of 2, all the official agencies acted as if they didn't see it and didn't express any opinions about it. Especially after the special forces wearing Star's 4 individual power armor started daily patrols around Konoha's headquarters. A large area with Konoha's headquarters as the center suddenly became a veritable military-restricted area. Of course, this military-restricted area was only a unilateral decision of Konoha. However, after the special forces killed some iron-headed intruders, This military-restricted area that was not protected by the law became a true Konoha forbidden area. He didn't know if the White House and the military had not reached a final agreement, or they decided to fight to determine the outcome. Rog waited for 5 days in Konoha's headquarters, but he didn't see any action from the officials. The order of the superhero action team has been issued, and this is the first mission of the Avengers. Behind the conference room of the Avengers headquarters building, Nick Fury, with a black eye patch on his left eye, put a document in front of Tawny, who was still the nominal leader of the Avengers. Since the disbandment of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury seemed to have evaporated from the world and completely disappeared in front of everyone. However now, Nick Fury, who had his right hand destroyed by Rog's wood release and his right leg was broken by the disaster pistol, appeared again. At this time, no one expected him to appear. After so many days of discussion, the action team came up with this kind of thing. What's the difference between this and letting the Avengers die? Tawny opened the document and glanced at it casually, then threw the highly confidential document back to Nick Fury and said with a sneer on his face, "The Avengers have proven their strength to the world, and you are the most likely to fight against Konoha. If even you can't do it, it is impossible for others to do it." Nick Fury didn't care about Tawny's ridicule and said unhurriedly, "I will definitely not take this mission. Whoever wants to do it can do it. I signed the agreement just so that ordinary people can avoid innocent involvement as much as possible, not to become a weapon in the hands of dirty politicians like you." After saying that, Tawny didn't give Nick Fury any face at all. He stood up, turned around, and left. When Tawny left the conference room, Dr. Banner turned his head and looked around, then said, "Hulk just told me that he didn't want to do this kind of thing either." After Tawny, Dr. Banner also got up and left the conference room. With the departure of Tawny and Dr. Banner, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became extremely depressing. Just as Captain America, Natasha, and the others looked at each other, the closed door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. A man with a metal left arm walked in. When the man with an expressionless face and messy hair entered the conference room, Rogers, who had never spoken, suddenly showed an uncontrollable look of shock. Buggy. Rogers didn't expect that Buggy, who he had been looking for years without any accurate information, would take the initiative to come to him at this time. When S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded and Konoha hunted down the remnants of Hydra all over the world, Rogers knew that his former friend Buggy had become a sharp knife of Hydra and became a ruthless killer codenamed Winter Soldier. Chapter 542. Although Natasha, Scott, and others don't know Bucky as well as Rogers of the American team, they quickly figured out Bucky's identity after seeing Rogers look at the expressionless Bucky with a shocked face. In the Memorial Hall of the American team, there is a detailed introduction to the members of the Roaring Commandos, and Bucky, a friend of the American team, is of course among them. Moreover, it was no secret in the Avengers that Rogers had been trying to find Bucky all this time. "Bucky. You?" Looking at his once very familiar friend, Rogers wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words and looked at Nick Fury with vigilance. Nick Fury, who had been missing for several years, suddenly returned at this time, and Bucky, who was chased by Konoha and did not dare to show up, also appeared at this time. It doesn't look like there is no connection between them. After entering the conference room without saying a word, Bucky didn't even look at Rogers. He went straight to Nick Fury and stood behind him like a guard. In addition to Bucky, there is also a thin man who Natasha and others have no impression of entering the reception room at this time. This is a man with black curly hair. From the outside, the thin man who followed Bucky into the conference room looks like an overindulged rich second generation. If Rog was present, he would recognize the identity of this man at a glance. The man behind Bucky was none other than Maximus, the inhuman that he had returned to Daisy's mother, Jianghu. "Let me introduce you. This is Captain Bucky Barnes of the U.S. Army Special Operations Team, or you are more familiar with his previous codename in Hydra, Winter Soldier." Nick Fury glanced at the American team with his normal right eye, and then continued, "The one next to Bucky is Mr. Maximus of the Superhero Action Team. He is one of the drafters of the New York Agreement and the liaison between the White House and the city of Attilan." Nick Fury didn't explain to Natasha and Rogers what the city of Attilan is, but he is sure that Natasha and others know what the city of Attilan is. After all, Daisy in Konoha, the superhero Shockwave Girl, is the so-called city of Attilan. Although the Alliance didn't directly confront Konoha before, this doesn't mean that they will ignore the intelligence collection of Konoha's core members. Through the information collected from Daisy, Rogers and the others knew that there was a race called mutants in this world. Furthermore, during the period when superpowered criminals were emerging one after another, the Avengers had dealt with some nasty incidents caused by Inhumans. Although they knew what kind of existence the Inhumans were, they had never heard of the existence of the Inhuman city of Attilan. What do you mean by this? Are you planning to use them to force us to take orders from the operation team? Unlike Rogers, who was in a complicated mood, Natasha remained calm at this time. Since the disbandment of S.H.I.E.L.D., they, like Rogue, have completely lost news of Nick Fury. Although they don't know what Nick Fury has been through in the past few years and how he got mixed up with a former Hydra member like Winter Soldier Bucky. However, after seeing Nick Fury, who used to be S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director, with Hydra's killer Barge, Natasha and Hawkeye Barton and other former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents instinctively felt uncomfortable. Nick Fury's approach, in their view, was a betrayal. They can accept that Nick Fury has completely become an ordinary person, but they can't accept that he got mixed up with Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nemesis. As for Bucky's so-called identity as a captain of the U.S. Army Special Operations Team, they don't even believe a word of it. This kind of identity, even if used to fool children, seems a bit clumsy. No, I'm not forcing you. I just want you to know that as long as we work together, we can eliminate Konoha's intelligence agency headed by Rogue and return the world to the order it should have. Although Nick Fury had a righteous look on his face, for some reason, when he said this, Natasha and others had a feeling that he had been completely brainwashed by Hydra. Return the world to the order it should have? It sounds good, but I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will not be the original order, but the order that belongs to Hydra. Sorry, I still can't accept working with someone who used to be a Hydra killer. After that, Natasha also got up and left the conference room, not giving Nick Fury a chance to continue. When Natasha also left the conference room, Scott, the Ant-Man who joined the Avengers for the shortest time, raised his right hand and said to Nick Fury in a reporting tone, "I'm a newcomer, I don't want to participate in this kind of thing." Although Scott doesn't have any particularly deep feelings about S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, as someone who once enjoyed a decadent life with Rogue on Xander, he expressed his attitude very euphemistically. At this time, Rogue didn't know what happened in the conference room of the Avengers headquarters, but even if he knew, he wouldn't take Nick Fury and Bucky, who suddenly appeared, to heart. The only one who can arouse his interest is Maximus. And what interests him is not Maximus, but how Maximus brought Attilan City and the White House together. Maximus is just a trivial existence, but the city of Attilan behind him is different. There is a powerful mutant who can destroy the world as soon as he opens his mouth, a powerful existence that can be called the strongest mutant in history. How is the werewolf's extremist transformation experiment going? In the office of Konoha's headquarters, Rogue asked Dr. Connors, who was wearing a white coat. The progress is pretty good. The werewolves who have undergone the initial transformation have not shown any obvious rejection, and they should all be able to match extremists. Although the next action of the White House and the military did not come, Rogue in Konoha's headquarters was not idle, and he started the experiment of strengthening the wolf pack. With the Star's 4 individual power armor and the Nova fighter, the combat strength of the Special Forces has been significantly improved. In such a contrast, the werewolves, who can only rely on transformation for hand-to-hand combat, seem to be a little unable to keep up with the pace. After discussing with alpha wolf kings such as Bran, Rogue asked Dr. Connors to start the extremist transformation for the werewolves, hoping to further improve the combat strength of the wolf pack. It has to be said that the werewolves, whose physique is far superior to that of ordinary humans, are more suitable for extremist transformation than normal humans. The transformation experiment, which carries a certain risk for ordinary people, went unexpectedly smoothly after it was put on the werewolves. In just 5 days, the first batch of werewolves who received extremists almost completed the final transformation. Chapter 543. After listening to Dr. Connor's report, Rogue was planning to go to his private training room for daily self-improvement training. However, just as he was about to use quantum transmission to go to the training room, his cell phone suddenly rang. What was displayed on the screen of the phone was an unfamiliar number that he had never seen before. After pressing the connect button, he heard a familiar voice. "Are you free to meet recently? I think we need to have a good chat." The person who called was none other than Tawny. "Is it official or private?" Although his personal relationship with Tawny was not bad before, in this sensitive period, He needed to determine what identity Tawny was going to meet him with. If Tawny was using the identity of a member of the Avengers, then sorry, he didn't want to meet any potential enemies who signed the New York Agreement. Of course, if Tawny was just asking to meet as a friend, then he didn't mind having a good chat with Tawny. Because if he didn't know, this might be the last time they met as friends. Of course it's private. I'm not so low as to be a dog for those dirty bitch politicians. Although Tawny tried very hard to control his tone, Rog could hear that Tawny was very upset. I'm free at any time. You can set the time and place. Then now, in my wine cellar, you can come directly. After that, Tawny hung up the phone, not giving Rog time to speak. Although he didn't know what Tawny wanted to talk to him about, his tone and the place he arranged were enough for Rog to guess some things. After recalling the appearance of the wine cellar in Tawny's New York mansion, Rog put on the ring and began to draw circles out of thin air. Not long after, a golden portal with a diameter of nearly 2 meters appeared in front of him. After arriving at Tawny's wine cellar, Rog saw Tawny's unhappy face and the bottle in his hand. Rog couldn't identify the year, but he knew at a glance that it was a top-grade whiskey that had been collected for many years. A piece of ice. Thank you. A long time ago, Rog had the idea of stealing Tawny's hidden wine. Unfortunately, he never found a suitable opportunity. But today, he saw the hope of fulfilling his wish. This bottle is mine. Pick whatever you want to drink. Tawny directly refused Rog's request to add ice. He opened the wine cork and poured himself a glass. That's what you said. After glancing at Tawny's personal liquor cabinet, Rog took out a bottle of Macallan's 64 single malt whiskey. He had seen Macallan of this vintage once before at Sotheby's. If he remembered correctly, the price at the auction seemed to be $460,000. After pouring himself a glass and adding a piece of ice according to his habit, Rog took a sip and seriously felt the taste of the bottle of Macallan. Then he slowly said, "Go ahead, what do you want to talk about?" "Take a look at this first." Tawny handed him a translucent custom-made tablet. On the screen was a surveillance image. To be precise, it was a surveillance video in the conference room of the Avengers headquarters. After watching the video at double speed, Rog shrugged with a smile and put the computer on the solid wood table. Your behavior, if placed in a time of war, is a typical act of treason. Are you not afraid that they will find trouble with you afterward? After hearing Rog's slightly joking voice, Tawny said in a disdainful tone, "I'm Tawny Stark." After a pause for a few seconds, he continued, "What do you think of the guy named Maximus? I asked Friday to hack into the team's server and get some interesting information. I'll ask Friday to send it to Sunday later. I've told you many times, her name is not Sunday, it's Hinata. Besides, Sunday is now dead." "Dead? What did you do to her?" "You did what you did to the illusionist." Tawny, who was holding the glass, was taken aback for a moment. "I knew it wasn't that easy to get the illusion's computing matrix. What do you think, mechanical hardware is more reliable?" At this point, Tony revealed a proud expression that said, "I'm right, aren't I?" Let me correct you, I'm not a mechanical enthusiast like you. Compared to the cold mechanical creations, I prefer carbon-based creatures." After that, Rog took out his mobile phone from his jacket pocket, selected a photo from the album, and handed the phone to Tawny. Looking at the mobile phone handed over by Rog, Tawny frowned slightly. "What's wrong? Your obsessive-compulsive disorder is acting up again. You're the one with obsessive-compulsive disorder." As soon as the voice fell, Tawny took the phone and looked at the photo on the mobile phone. If it weren't for the conversation between mechanical creations and carbon-based life, Tawny's first reaction after seeing the photo on the mobile phone would definitely be that Rog was hooking up with a female college student again. Looking at the photo of Hinata, who had the same eyes as Rog, Tawny frowned even more. Android. Although Tawny didn't know what Rog did, from the previous conversation, it was easy for him to infer the truth. "You're already so old, yet you're still imitating young people to take couple photos. Shameless." Tawny turned on his vicious tongue. "You don't understand. More contact with the opposite sex is good for maintaining a young mentality and vitality." After taking back his mobile phone from Tawny, Rog said proudly, "Let's end the topic of private life here. What do you think of the inhuman named Maximus and Adeline City?" Tawny regained his serious expression and asked with a serious face. "I've dealt with Maximus before. He's just a clown whose ambition is far greater than his strength. Don't worry about him. But if what he said is true, I should be fighting with a very powerful person soon. Not sure if it was true or just a bluff, Maximus in the surveillance video mentioned his brother, the current lord of Adelan City, the Black Bat King. According to Maximus, the Black Bat King would fully support them and personally solve the difficult problem of Rog. The capital, the military, Adelan City, Motherfucker, and Hydra. Rog had been thinking about who the mastermind behind the New York Agreement was. Now he finally knew. How powerful is that person? Tawny asked curiously. The level of a single person destroying a country. You can also understand him as a natural disaster in the form of a living human. Chapter 544. One person to destroy a country? That's a bit too exaggerated. Although Tawny had dealt with some incidents caused by Inhumans before, he didn't think that these Inhumans were very powerful. In his opinion, Inhumans are nothing more than mastering some superpowers that humans don't have, and they are far from the level of endangering the world. In terms of the threat to the world's security, Hydra can throw these Inhumans several streets away. It's absolutely not an exaggeration. Maximus's brother definitely has such ability. If he gets serious, not many countries on Earth can withstand his attack. There are not many enemies that can make Rog pay attention to, and Black Bat King is one of them. Although he hasn't seen Black Bat King yet, and he hasn't officially fought with Black Bat King, he believes that his judgment will not be wrong. This is a powerful Inhuman who can trigger natural disasters such as volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, earthquakes, and other terrifying natural disasters. The pseudo-sound waves he releases can even reach the astonishing lethality of nuclear weapons. If it weren't for the existence of Black Bat King, Ronan the Accuser would not have chosen to cooperate with Maximus. Instead, he would have directly broken through Adelan City and forcibly subdued all the Inhumans in Adelan City. Well, how sure are you to fight against this guy called Black Bat King? Tawny continued to ask. 50-50. After thinking seriously for more than 10 seconds, Rog gave his answer. 50-50? You mean you're only half sure? Tawny thought that Rog would say that he was at least 70 to 80% sure, but he didn't expect that Rog was only half sure. Half sure is not bad. 50-50 is not something that anyone can do. That's why I dare to say that I'm 50-50 with Black Bat King. If it was a few years ago, I estimated that I wouldn't even have a 20% chance. After drinking the whiskey in the glass, Rog said with a very serious attitude. Although he was serious enough now, Tawny didn't know why, but he always felt that he was hinting at something. Then be careful. Anyway, the information I got now is that those guys in the White House don't intend to let you be arrogant anymore. Your Konoha has gone too far before. Although Tawny wasn't particularly worried about Rog's safety, he still reminded Rog to prevent Rog from being careless. Don't worry, I won't joke around with my life. After knowing that the Adelan City players and Hydra were behind the New York Agreement, he already knew what kind of blow he would face next. After chatting with Tawny for more than an hour in the wine cellar and drinking 2 bottles of top-grade whiskey from Tawny's collection, Rog returned to Konoha's headquarters through the portal. Tawny has clearly expressed his attitude, that is, he will not participate in the action against Konoha. Not only would he not participate, but Vision, Dr. Banner, Natasha, and Scott would also not participate. Rog was not surprised by the decision of Vision and others. Vision is now Tawny's little follower. If Tawny doesn't do it, Vision won't do it either. As for Dr. Banner, as long as Hulk doesn't want to, he doesn't have enough fighting power even if he wants to participate. As for Natasha and Scott, one of them has a grudge against Hydra, and the other is a typical example of someone who takes advantage of others. In addition to them, there were also Captain America Rogers, Colonel War Machine Rhodes, Falcon Sam, and Hawkeye Barton. They either had a military background or owed Nick Fury a favor. Therefore, it was not particularly difficult to understand why they would choose to participate. Even if they exclude things like background and favor, they have been dissatisfied with what Rog and Konoha have done for a long time. In a simple word, Rog and Konoha don't conform to their American values of justice. They didn't have a chance before, so even if they were dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. And now their chance has come. Not long after returning to his office, Number 2 received a message from Friday, who had packed everything up. Tawny got some information from the server of the Superhero Action Team, which contains part of the action plan against Konoha and the relevant action personnel. While browsing this information, Rog saw an unexpected person in it. Wakanda. Black Panther. This Black Panther is not the old King T'Chaka who he had fought with before, but his son T'Challa. Didn't I take some of your vibranium at the beginning? Is there a need to hold a grudge? Glancing at Black Panther T'Challa, who only registered his name and other basic information, Rog said with an indifferent expression. For others, Black Panther wearing the vibranium armor is definitely a difficult existence. But for Rog, Black Panther T'Challa is not even qualified for him to personally take action. Now, he was no longer the poor detective who had only a few subordinates. Not to mention fighting with him, even if he fought with his subordinates, Red Tank and others, Black Panther T'Challa may not be able to win. After reading the information provided by Tawny, Rog, who was gradually getting drunk, came to Hinata's room. Time passed day by day. Rog and Konoha, who had made all the preparations, still didn't wait for the next action of the government and the military. Since the other party has no intention to take action for the time being, Rog was too lazy to pay attention to them and continued his self-improvement training. With his efforts, his sage body development was raised from 85% to 90% with difficulty, and then fell into a bottleneck again. Although the development of sage body development is not very big, during this period, he has obtained another good news. Master of Ninjutsu Research and Development, veteran user of Kekkei Genkai, and the #1 researcher of chakra energy, Hinata, after a lot of research and genius experiments, has successfully developed a Kekkei Genkai that is one step closer to Kekkei Genkai. Dust Release. Kekkei Genkai Elimination. Dust Release is a brand new release that combines the 3 chakra attributes of wind, fire, and earth. Although Dust Release is a Kekkei Genkai Elimination, Dust Release, in the system's exchange page, its exchange price is the same as Kekkei Genkai Manjikyu Sharingan and Wood Release, which is 500 ninja coins. In terms of price, Dust Release does not show the position that Kekkei Genkai Elimination, Dust Release should have. However, this may also be related to the number of ninjutsu that Dust Release has. In the system's exchange page, there are only 2 ninjutsu related to Dust Release. One is Dust Release, Primordial World Stripping Technique, and the other is Dust Release, World Stripping Technique. Although the number is not much, the power of these 2 ninjutsu is not weak at all. It can even be said that they are a little bit of cheating. Chapter 545. It decomposes the target into an atomic state, causing the target to be instantly annihilated, and causing a large-scale explosion effect. As the signature technique of the Rock Village's Tsuchikage, Dust Release has proven its powerful attack power through practical cases. Even the Forest Sea made by Wood Release and Susanoo made by Manjikyu Sharingan couldn't resist the unreasonable decomposition ability of Dust Release. The battle between Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage of the Rock Village, and Madara is a good proof of this. The attack power is powerful, the casting speed is fast, and the attack range is long. And the shape of the barrier can be changed according to one's preferences. Except for the high difficulty of learning and the need to consume a lot of chakra, Dust Release can be said to have no shortcomings. After Hinata successfully developed the Kekkei Genkai, Dust Release, Rog decisively suspended the development of the Sage Body and focused on Dust Release. Although the process of practicing Dust Release is a bit difficult, this is not a problem for Rog, who is accustomed to all kinds of difficult practice. Just as he was trying to master this powerful Kekkei Genkai as soon as possible, he once again suffered a blow from Hinata. Compared to him who was slow to progress, Hinata proved with facts what a real genius ninja is. As a result, a scene that made Rog somewhat helpless appeared. In the past, he taught Hinata how to practice ninjutsu. Now, it was Hinata who taught him how to practice Dust Release. She used to be a pure and innocent female student, but now she had become a mature female teacher. Before Rog even completed the fusion of the 3 elements of chakra, Hinata had already successfully mastered the detachment of the original World Jutsu and the detachment of the World Jutsu. I don't want to be the 4th Hokage. I don't deserve it. The more he compared himself with Hinata, the more Rog felt that his talent was garbage. Although he was a bit miserable, he still tried to persist. After all, a mature female teacher also has a unique flavor. Time passed day by day, and unknowingly, more than half a month has passed since Rog and Tawny's meeting in the wine warehouse. In this more than half a month, Rog and the others didn't step out of Konoha, as if they were completely isolated from the world. To a certain extent, they were indeed isolated from the world. After moving all the research results and research equipment from the Konoha headquarters to the Konoha hidden village on Tatooine, the Konoha headquarters became an empty shell. Rog, Hinata, and the others moved to Konoha's hidden village, except for those who were responsible for daily training. Even Bulin and the other werewolves moved to Konoha hidden village and became official villagers of Konoha. Washington, D.C. Superhero Action Team Headquarters, Combat Conference Room. Maximus stood on the podium and proudly introduced to the people in the meeting room, "Everyone, this is the governor of Adelan, my brother Blackguard Boat Gang." With that, Maximus stretched out his right hand and pointed at the Black Bat King sitting in the middle of the first row. At this time, Black Bat King was wearing a black tights with white stripes. He sat silently like a statue. He ignored Maximus on the podium, as well as Nick Fury, Bucky, and the others around him. Sitting on his left was a woman with long burgundy hair. This woman is none other than the wife of the Black Bat King, Queen Medusa of the mutated race. In addition, she is also the translator of the Black Bat King, and the only person who can fully understand the will of the Black Bat King. Next to Medusa is another member of the mutated race of Adelan City, Tetanus. Tetanus has an appearance very similar to a bulldog. Of course, this is the case without considering their size. Strong muscles, a body more than 1 meter tall, and a slightly honest appearance. At this time, Tetanus was lying on the ground lazily, ignoring Maximus on the stage and the other people in the meeting room like the Black Bat King. Maximus didn't mind the ignorance of the Black Bat King and Tetanus, and continued in high spirits. "Rog, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, will be dealt with by my brother, the Black Bat King. As for his giant wolf named Fenrir, it will be dealt with by Tetanus. What you need to do is to deal with the remaining subordinates of Rog. For example, this abomination who stole the military's research results and betrayed the military, as well as the former members of the Thunder Secret Service Team, Red Tank, Moonstone, and others." As he spoke, the photos of Abomination, Red Tank, and others appeared one by one on the huge display screen in the conference room. Next to their photos, there were some brief introductions of them and the response plan developed by the Superhero Action Team. Abomination, Red Tank, Moonstone, Punisher, Dr. Connors, Venom, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch. Every time a photo appeared, Maximus would give a detailed introduction and make corresponding arrangements. However, when the photo of Daisy appeared, Maximus suddenly changed his tone. "This mutated person codenamed Shockwave Woman will be dealt with by me, so you don't have to worry about it." Unlike the information displayed when introducing others, the information about Daisy was so simple that only her name and ability were displayed. As for other information, there was nothing. The so-called response plan was a complete blank. Nick Fury and the others didn't know how Maximus was going to deal with Daisy, who had a powerful shockwave ability, but they all acquiesced to Maximus's approach. Just as Maximus was about to end Daisy's segment immediately, the Black Bat King, who had been indifferent, suddenly turned to look at Medusa beside him. It only took a second or two for Medusa to fully understand the Black Bat King's meaning and said slowly, "Leave Daisy to me. This is also Bly's intention." The black bat that Medusa mentioned was Blackguard, the Black Bat King. This was a small nickname between the husband and wife. "No. This Daisy must be dealt with by me. This is something we've already agreed on." Maximus frowned and said in a dissatisfied tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Bat King glanced at him expressionlessly. Then, he quickly changed his words. "Okay, I'll leave Daisy to you." After this small episode with Daisy, the meeting ended quickly. Nick Fury, Bucky, and the others all received their missions. Even Rogers, Falcon Sam, and the others from the American team who did not participate in the meeting were also assigned tasks. The war against Rog and Konoha officially began at this moment. Chapter 546. Tatooine. Konoha Hidden Village. Naruto Training Room. On the metal-made wall, there were holes of various sizes, round or square, deep or shallow. Under the careful teaching of Hinata, Rog finally mastered the only two ninjutsu of Dust Release. Dust Release, detachment of the primitive world jutsu, and Dust Release, boundary detachment jutsu. When he once again constructed a transparent cylindrical barrier between his hands, Artificial Intelligence Number 3, who was in charge of the operation of Konoha Hidden Village, sent him the latest news from Konoha's intelligence agency headquarters. Through the remote monitoring equipment on the Golden Jack, the real-time monitoring screen of the blocks near Konoha's intelligence agency appeared in front of Rog. After releasing the detachment of the primitive world jutsu in his hand, leaving a hole with a diameter of 20 centimeters and a depth of 30 centimeters on the metal wall, Rog calmed down the chakra running at top speed in his body. Are they finally going to do it? In the monitoring screen, Rog can clearly see that UA soldiers in camouflage uniforms are quickly evacuating the crowd. In addition to these UA soldiers in camouflage uniforms, Rog also saw a group of Special Forces members in black combat uniforms among them. If he is not mistaken, these Special Forces members should be the Special Forces of the Avengers. Although Tawny, Natasha, and others refused to participate in the operation, Rogers, Falcon Sam, and others still led the Special Forces to Washington and came to the vicinity of Konoha's intelligence agency. Inform all the Special Forces members in the headquarters to return to the village. In addition, let all troops be ready for Level 1 combat, especially the Molten Wolf Pack. When the portal opens, the whole army will set off. The Molten Wolf Pack is a combat force formed by werewolves who have been transformed by extremists. In order to distinguish the wolf pack, formed by ordinary werewolves, Rog gave them a new name. Molten Wolf Pack. The name is a bit ordinary, but the combat effectiveness of this unit is not weak at all. Werewolves are dark creatures that are extremely good at close combat. After being strengthened and transformed by extremists, the strength of these werewolves has also been terrifyingly improved. However, because of time and the stock of extremists, Rog did not allow all the werewolves to be transformed. He only selected 120 people from among them, forming a group of 6 people, to form 20 combat teams. There were 164 members of the Special Forces, 156 members of the Wolf Pack, 120 members of the Molten Wolf Pack, and 72 members of the Dark Group. In addition to Rog, Hinata, and other core members of Konoha, these 512 people are all of Konoha's combat personnel. The Kree Empire's main battleship, the Golden Jack, and Konoha's own Universe-class battleship, the Bijou series. Xander's version of the 5th-generation Nova fighter, and Konoha's version of the Naruto series fighter. 500 sets of Xander's Stars 4 individual power armor, and 300 sets of Konoha's Vortex series power armor. Konoha Hidden Village was a base built by Rog based on the standards of the Universe Advanced Warfare. Therefore, the weapons produced by Konoha Hidden Village were also designed for the Universe Advanced Warfare. These equipment were originally intended to be used to deal with Thanos' Vanguard Guards and Chitauri. But now, it seemed that he needed to fight a war on Earth to train his troops. After instructing Number 3, Rog returned to his Hokage's mansion and took a comfortable hot bath. When Number 3 sent the news that all the troops were ready, and the Golden Jack returned to the outer space of Tatooine through the interstellar jump, Rog got up from the bathtub and began to put on his combat uniform. The armor made by the Dwarf King Aitsue must be worn, and the Yondaime Hokage's white Haori certainly can't be left behind. The Kusanagi sword, disaster pistol, thunder round fan, and other weapons were also summoned by him one by one. When leaving the room, Kuroto considered whether to bring the Gem of Reality from the Taiwa Treasure Hall. But after thinking for only 2 or 3 seconds, he gave up the idea of bringing the Gem of Reality. It's just a training war, and it's not necessary to use the Gem of Reality. After all the preparations were done, Kuroto opened the portal back to Konoha's headquarters and came to the top of the headquarters building. After looking up at the sky, he said unhurriedly, "What a good day to kill." In the distance, Black Bat King and Nick Fury noticed Rog's arrival for the first time. In fact, it's difficult not to notice him, because at this time, Rog is provoking them, releasing the QB chakra in his body without restraint. The bright red QB chakra is like a rotating tornado around Rog. A QB condensed completely from chakra, with a length of more than 300 meters, is roaring angrily behind him, 9 thick tails flying wantonly. At this time, Rog didn't say a word. However, this exaggerated and shocking entrance was enough to express his attitude. "I, Rog, am here. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Pompous clown." Looking at Rog standing on the Konoha headquarters building, Maximus said disdainfully, "If he's a clown, then you're even worse than a clown." No one dares to directly mock Maximus at this time. Except for Medusa, Black Bat King's wife, there is no second one. Nick Fury and others may be afraid of Maximus's identity as a player in Adeline City, but Medusa is not. Not only is she not afraid of Maximus, but she also looks down on Maximus. This contempt has nothing to do with Maximus's strength, it's purely because of his disgusting ambition and behavior. Especially in the contrast of Black Bat King, Maximus, who has the same bloodline as Black Bat King, is even more unbearable. Obviously, they are brothers, but the result is like two people from two different worlds. Your Excellency Black Bat King, I'll leave Rog to you. Nick Fury ignored Medusa and Maximus as he walked up to the Black Bat King and spoke in a respectful tone. In the beginning, Nick Fury didn't feel that Black Bat King was worthy of respect. But after seeing the battle scene of Black Bat King provided by Maximus, his attitude towards Black Bat King has changed significantly. Black Bat King turned his head and glanced at Nick Fury, then emitted a quasi-sonic energy that was so weak that it couldn't be detected by others, and his whole body floated out of thin air in a form that defies the gravity of the earth. Under the gaze of Nick Fury and others, Black Bat King, wearing a black tights, quickly flew towards Rog in the Konoha headquarters building. It didn't take long for Black Bat King to come to a place more than 10 meters in front of Rog and stopped in the air. Although it's the first time they met, Rog can immediately recognize Black Bat King's identity as long as he looks at his outfit. I know you can't speak normally, so in order to facilitate communication, you don't mind me casting a telepathic spell, right? When Black Bat King nodded slightly, Rog cast a spell on himself and Black Bat King to make them talk to each other. Chapter 547. I have a question. As far as I know, your relationship with your brother, Maximus, is not very good. You are not a person with a strong sense of justice. Why did you choose to be with them? This is not in line with your character. When the telepathic connection was established, Rog asked a question that had been troubling him for a long time. I am here. It has nothing to do with them. I have no interest in the so-called New York Agreement. The reason why I came is purely because of you. After saying in his heart, Black Bat King raised his right hand and pointed at Rog. Because of me? If I remember correctly, this should be the first time we met. I don't quite understand what you mean. Luo Nan and Thanos. When Black Bat King finished speaking, Rog smiled helplessly. He had been thinking about why Black Bat King chose to stand with the White House and the military. He didn't expect that it was Luo Nan and Thanos who made Black Bat King make this decision. Black Bat King's meaning was obvious. He wanted to have a head-on battle with Rog to see how strong Rog was. Rog was not surprised by Black Bat King's idea. Simply put, Black Bat King's hands were itchy. As a veteran game player, Rog didn't think that there was anything wrong with Black Bat King's idea. This was the same as a player who wanted to play solo with other players in the king rank after advancing to the king rank. It was a very common idea. Men would have this competitive mentality to prove that they were stronger than other men. To some extent, this was a biological instinct imprinted in men's DNA. Men who didn't have this competitive mentality had been eliminated in the long history of biological evolution. So that's the case. I don't mind fighting with you, but before we start, I have to deal with those guys on the opposite side. Black Bat King wanted to see what kind of strength Rog had, and Rog happened to have the same idea. But as he said, before he started the contest with Black Bat King, he had to deal with those ambitious guys on the opposite side. I'll give you half an hour. Black Bat King slowly said in his heart. I don't need half an hour. 1 minute will do. After replying to the Black Bat King, Rog casually waved his hand and dispelled the nine-tailed chakra that was constantly flying around him, as well as the nine-tailed beast that was hundreds of meters long behind him. Then, he put on the ring and began to draw circles in the air. When the Black Bat King flew in front of Rog, he did not choose to attack immediately. Instead, he talked with Rog. Nick Fury, who was in charge of the field command, realized that something was wrong. When Rog dispelled the nine-tailed beast behind him that possessed true battle strength but was only used to show off his strength, the uneasiness in Nick Fury's heart became more and more obvious. As a former top agent, Nick Fury trusted his intuition very much. In his past career as a special agent, his intuition had saved his life more than once, allowing him to survive many certain death situations. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? After being ridiculed by Medusa, Maximus decisively chose to stay away from Medusa and came to Nick Fury's side. After seeing Nick Fury's expression become more and more serious, he silently asked, "Are you sure your brother, the Black Bat King, agreed to help us deal with Rog?" Nick Fury, who frowned, did not look at Maximus, and asked in a serious tone, "Of course I'm sure. This was proposed by my brother." After hearing the words proposed from Maximus, Nick Fury knew that this time, they miscalculated again. After suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, Nick Fury turned his head to look at Maximus and said word by word, "Do you know why you can't compare to your brother? It's not because your awakened superpowers are different, but because you are a brainless idiot." Nick Fury snarled the word, idiot. If it weren't for the fact that killing his own people before the war would affect morale, Nick Fury couldn't wait to shoot Maximus in the head now. Under the watchful eyes of the public, being called an idiot in public was undoubtedly a slap in the face for Maximus, who cares about self-esteem very much. No, not just a slap in the face, but it was equivalent to stepping on his face with his foot and rubbing it against the ground repeatedly, and finally spitting on his face. "What are you doing?" Just as Maximus was about to ask Nick Fury what he meant, for huge, circular portals with golden sparks appeared over the Konoha headquarters. These were 4 huge portals with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Through the portal, a slightly gray sky could be seen. However, what really attracted the attention of Nick Fury and others was not the sky behind the portal, but the 4 cosmic battleships that were not made on Earth at first glance. Under the gaze of Nick Fury and others, the 4 huge cosmic battleships passed through the portal and came to the sky above the Konoha headquarters. Rog's Konoha forces appeared. When the Golden Jack lined up with the 3 Bijou series battleships, and the giant cannons of the battleships were shining with various lights, Rog's voice was transmitted to the ears of everyone present through sound transmission magic. "Aren't you afraid of Konoha's power? Aren't you worried that Konoha's power can't be controlled by you? Don't you want to take all the power for yourself and let this country that claims to be righteous become the ruler of the earth?" Rog's voice was not loud, and his tone was very calm, but everyone present could feel the extreme dissatisfaction in his heart. Or in other words, contempt. "What I give to you is yours. If I don't give to you, you can't take it." After that, Rog slowly raised his right hand, then waved it down. There was no need for him to say anything. The moment his right hand fell, all the cannons and long-range attack weapons on the 4 battleships shone with the light of fire at the same time. Thousands of cannons fired at the same time, and missiles washed the ground. Rog declared a fact to the world with practical actions. That is, even if he doesn't take action, Konoha is still one of the largest fighting organizations in the world. Boom 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 boom. Rog didn't pay attention to the unlucky guys who were being destroyed by the battleships and directly said to the Black Bat King floating next to him, "I thought of a place that is very suitable for us to fight with all our strength." Chapter 548. Earth. Antarctica. In the depths of the Antarctic continent that has not melted for thousands of years, a piece of frozen land with a range of several kilometers appeared, as if a piece of it had been dug out of thin air, revealing the original appearance of the Earth. The 2 humans displayed speeds that exceeded the limits of what human vision could capture. They ran at top speed on this land that had been covered in ice and snow for countless years. Behind them and around them, craters of various sizes were left. Some were caused by collisions, and some were caused by explosions. The people who are fighting at this time are none other than Rog and the Black Bat King. Half an hour ago, after teleporting Konoha's army from Tatooine to the sky above Konoha's headquarters, Rog and the Black Bat King came through the portal to this ice and snow land that not many people have set foot on, and started the battle between them. Earth release. Earth wall. With the surge of chakra, a 7 or 8 meter high earth wall was quickly formed on the frozen ground that was as hard as steel, blocking the path of the Black Bat King behind him. However, the earth wall, which was enough to withstand the attack of artillery shells, was instantly shattered by the quasi-sonic attack launched by the Black Bat King at the moment it was formed, turning into fist-sized gravel. In the flying gravel, the Black Bat King, like a real bat, avoided all the gravel and continued to fly towards Rog at top speed. In just a blink of an eye, the Black Bat King, wearing a black tights, came to a place more than 10 meters in front of Rog. Facing the incoming Black Bat King, Rog didn't panic. He raised his hands and condensed a transparent cylinder with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters between his hands. Dust release. Primordial stripping technique. From the beginning, Rog didn't expect the earth wall to block the Black Bat King. The only purpose of using the earth wall is to give himself an opportunity to use dust release. After the initial tentative fight, he has roughly figured out the fighting habits of the Black Bat King. Although the Black Bat King has mastered the powerful quasi-sonic attack, his most accustomed fighting method is to attack in short and medium range. The quasi-sonic ability awakened by the Black Bat King is not a sound wave, but an ability to collect electronic energy from the surrounding environment. By controlling these electronic energies, the Black Bat King could do all kinds of things, such as flying, strengthening himself, energy explosions, causing earthquakes, tsunamis, or volcanic eruptions. In the beginning, Black Bat King did consider using a large-scale attack to defeat Rog. However, after discovering that large-scale attacks could not cause fatal damage to Rog, who was extremely fast and had a body that was far stronger than that of humans on Earth, the Black Bat King decisively used the short to medium-range combat that he was best at. To put it simply, within a distance of no more than 20 to 30 meters, Rog had to be defeated in close combat or with a faster and more powerful sound wave attack. This piece of frozen earth that was exposed was the result of the Black Bat King's initial large-scale attack. Whoosh! The Black Bat King, who had just flown through the rain of stones, didn't have time to turn around before it was greeted by Rog's primordial stripping technique. The transparent cylindrical barrier in Rog's hand attacked the Black Bat King like an energy cannon, displaying a speed faster than a bullet. If he was facing other enemies now, then the primordial stripping technique he used would have almost a 90% chance of hitting the enemy. But it's a pity that the enemy he is facing now is the leader of the mutants, the Black Bat King, who is known as the strongest mutant. When the cylindrical barrier of the primordial stripping technique was about to hit him, the Black Bat King mobilized the majestic electronic energy in his body, which was no less than Rog's chakra, and instantly built 7 red or purple energy barriers in front of him. Boom! Rog's dust release. Primordial stripping technique hit the energy barrier in front of the Black Bat King. Then, there was a huge explosion more terrifying than an intercontinental long-range missile. As soon as the light and shock waves generated by the explosion were born, both Rog and the Black Bat King disappeared in a flash, once again starting a high-speed chase. In terms of energy mastery, the Black Bat King, who can collect electronic energy from the surrounding environment at any time and transform it into a quasi-sound wave attack, undoubtedly has the advantage. However, this energy advantage did not help the Black Bat King establish an advantageous situation in the battle. The reason is very simple. Rog has mastered too many ninjutsu. With the help of the fledgling ninjutsu R&D Master Tion, the number of 5-element ninjutsu mastered by Rog is far beyond imagination. As long as it is a conventional ninjutsu supported by the system, he has basically mastered it thoroughly and transformed it into his own actual combat power. In such a case, Rog, who has 0.65 chakra, is like a ninjutsu battery with infinite ammunition supply, throwing out ninjutsu attacks one after another at a crazy speed. 90% of the Sage Body Development degree allowed his chakra amount to silently increase from 0.6 to 0.65 chakra. Although the proportion of the increase is not much, if it is measured by the amount of chakra required for ninjutsu, then the 0.05 chakra amount he increased is equivalent to the consumption of hundreds of ninjutsu. Lightning, flames, storms, water, rocks. The Black Bat King can't remember how many ninjutsu attacks he has used to resolve Rog's ninjutsu attacks. The only thing he can be sure of now is that Rog is a monster, a real monster. He had never thought that the humans on Earth would possess such astonishing strength. What was even more incomprehensible to him was how Rog had managed to grow from a relatively powerful Earthling to such a troublesome state in just a few years. As a mutant, a powerful mutant who was born in the royal family of Adelan City and possessed strength, speed, endurance, and reaction speed that far exceeded that of humans on Earth, the Black Bat King felt for the first time the limitless potential of humans on Earth. This made him even more determined to have a showdown with Logue. A long time ago, the city of Adelan was moved from Earth to the moon. It was also from then on that the mutants in Adelan City had an innate sense of pride towards the humans on Earth. In the view of the mutants of Adelan City, humans on Earth are a backward race in the evolution of life. This mentality is similar to how humans look at primates such as chimpanzees or baboons. Both were primates, but humans were the advanced animals that ruled Earth. Primates such as chimpanzees and baboons were ordinary animals in the wild or in zoos. In terms of origin, humans were no different from primates such as chimpanzees. The reason why humans ruled Earth instead of chimpanzees was that humans chose to walk upright and develop their brains during the evolution process. It was this seemingly insignificant change in the environment at the time that caused humans to have a completely different ending from other primates. Therefore, in the view of the mutants of Atalan City, their relationship with humans on Earth was similar to the relationship between humans and chimpanzees. Although the mutants and humans on Earth have not yet formed an insurmountable gap like humans and chimpanzees, as time passes, the mutants of Atalan City firmly believe that they will be the ultimate winner in the evolution of life. Many mutants of Atalan City had this idea. Although the Black Bat King did not look down on humans on Earth like the other mutants, he, who grew up in Atalan City, more or less accepted the idea that humans on Earth were inferior to mutants. Chapter 549. The battle was still going on. In a situation where neither Logue nor Black Bat King used their killer moves, the battle between them gradually evolved into a high-speed battle of endurance. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 Release. Dalian Bullet Jutsu. Taking advantage of the fact that Black Bat King hasn't caught up with him yet, Rogue summoned 4 Shadow Clones and joined hands with the Shadow Clone to display 5 Release. Dalian Bullet Jutsu. In the blink of an eye, 5 ninjutsu attacks containing fire, thunder, water, wind, and other attributes attacked Black Bat King in the rear. Although Black Bat King was facing 5 attacks at the same time, he didn't pay too much attention to Rogue's 5 Release. Dalian Bullet Jutsu. In the previous battle, he had used Quasi-Sonic Wave to resolve Rogue's attack more than once. Therefore, from his point of view, Rogue's attack this time was no different from the previous ones. If there was any difference, it would be that the number of ninjutsu was slightly more. However, just as Black Bat King tried to continue to use Quasi-Sonic Wave to resolve Rogue's attack, an accident happened. At the moment when the 5 ninjutsu were about to hit him, they took the initiative to change the trajectory of the attack and intertwined with each other in a way that defied common sense. Is he out of control? Seeing this scene, Black Bat King's first reaction was that Rogue was out of control. But this thought just emerged and was thrown to the back of his mind. If Rogue was really out of control so easily, then he wouldn't have been unable to defeat Rogue until now. Without any hesitation, at the moment when Roger and the Shadow Clone's ninjutsu attacks intertwined with each other, the Black Bat King manipulated the electronic energy of the sound wave to construct a spherical barrier around himself that was invisible to the naked eye, but had amazing defensive power, completely wrapping himself in 360 degrees without any blind spots. Black Bat King's intuition is very keen. When he wrapped himself in the spherical barrier, the 5 ninjutsu that were intertwined with each other reached a critical point, and a terrifying chakra explosion was born. Rumble! This was an amazing explosion like a small nuclear bomb explosion. A mushroom cloud mixed with lightning, flame, whirlwind, and other natural phenomena rose straight into the sky. The chakra storm and shockwave with 5 attributes swept around like a tsunami, leaving a huge explosion crater with a diameter of more than 100 meters on the already devastated Antarctic tundra. As the instigator of all this, Rogue quickly dispelled the shadow doppelganger before the explosion occurred, and used the body blink technique to its limit, disappearing from the spot in a flash. The power of 5 Release. Dalian Bullet Jutsu. But it is still somewhat unrealistic to defeat Black Bat King. However, Rogue did not expect the 5 escape Dalian bullet technique to be able to deal with the Black Bat King. Before the power of the explosion completely dissipated, he once again used the dust escape that he had just mastered not long ago. Dust Release. Origin Original Jutsu. Unlike the peel of the original realm technique he had used earlier, this time, he created a huge conical transparent barrier with a diameter of 10 meters. The spherical barrier that the Black Bat King used to protect himself was only about 3 meters in diameter. In other words, Rogue's detachment of the original realm technique this time could completely envelop the Black Bat King along with the ball. The pseudo-sonic superpower awakened by Black Bat King is indeed omnipotent. It can attack, defend, and assist. But this doesn't mean that his pseudo-sonic superpower is invincible. To deal with an enemy like Black Bat King, there is a very simple and crude way, that is, to use an attack that is no worse than his pseudo-sonic attack. Before using 5 Release. Dalian Bullet Jutsu, Rogue roughly deduced how Black Bat King would resist his attack. And the spherical barrier around Black Bat King proved that his guess was correct. When the Black Bat King used the spherical barrier to block the terrifying explosion of the 5 Release. Dalian bullet technique and manipulated the spherical barrier to move quickly, Rogue, who was floating in the air, aimed at him like a sniper with the peel of the primordial realm that had yet to be fired. Without any hesitation, the moment Rog aimed at Black Bat King, he launched the origin original jutsu in his hand. A translucent conical barrier with a diameter of 10 meters shot toward Black Bat King like an energy cannon, completely engulfing Black Bat King and the spherical barrier around him. When the origin original jutsu completely engulfed Black Bat King and the spherical barrier, Rog wanted to directly decompose the spherical barrier into an atomic state and then give the defenseless Black Bat King a fatal blow. However, the spherical barrier built by the pseudo-sonic electronic energy was more tenacious than he imagined. The origin original jutsu did indeed decompose the spherical barrier protecting Black Bat King into an atomic state. However, only a part of the spherical barrier was decomposed. When he noticed that the spherical barrier was being decomposed by Rog's attack, Black Bat King did not hesitate and immediately mobilized the electronic energy in his body to quickly repair the damaged barrier. Rog did not intend to compete with Black Bat King in terms of energy. After confirming that the origin original jutsu could not decompose the spherical barrier in a short time, he decisively detonated the origin original jutsu. Boom! An explosion more terrifying than 5 release. Dalian Bullet Jutsu was born. Within the crater that had just appeared, a crater with a larger diameter appeared. The shock wave of the explosion caused a cobweb-like crack to appear on the 10,000-year-old frozen soil that had finally seen the light of day, and the earth shook violently with the explosion. Before the battle, Rog knew that Black Bat King would be a very difficult enemy. But he did not expect that Black Bat King would be so difficult to deal with. He once experienced this feeling on Thanos, whose physical body was so strong that it was like a cheat. Now, he experienced it again on Black Bat King, whose physical strength is far inferior to Thanos, but whose energy strength is far superior to Thanos. And what's more troublesome than Thanos is that Black Bat King's pseudosonic wave is like a super turtle shell that is strong and constantly regenerating. No matter how you attack it, this annoying turtle shell will grow again. Compared with the powerful defensive ability of the pseudosonic wave, the energy attacks or natural disasters caused by the pseudosonic wave are not so troublesome. At least for Rog, this is the case. Although somewhat reluctant, Rog had to admit at this time that conventional ninjutsu attacks can't defeat Black Bat King at all. Even Kekkei Genkai, Dust Release, can't quickly defeat Black Bat King in a short time. If he wants to defeat Black Bat King, whose physical strength is not very weak and whose energy strength is unimaginably high, he must use some less common attacks. After a helpless sigh, his 3-tomo Sharingan, which had already been opened, began to rotate wildly. Manjikyu Sharingan, open. Chapter 550. With the opening of Manjikyu Sharingan, Rog's momentum has also changed a lot. Although Black Bat King in the distance didn't know what Rog had done, he noticed the change in Rog for the first time. That feeling was like being stared at by a hungry viper that had just come out of hibernation. After noticing the sudden change in momentum of Rog, Black Bat King temporarily dispelled the intention to attack and further strengthened the spherical barrier around his body. He looked at Rog, who was floating in the air with a serious expression. If possible, Rog doesn't want to open Manjikyu Sharingan to deal with Black Bat King. However, Black Bat King's sound wave was so tricky that he had to use Manjikyu Sharingan. Although in the eyes of others, Rog is a monster. But compared with Black Bat King and Thanos, these guys who are blessed by God, he feels that he is at most an ordinary person who is more lucky and more willing to work hard. Looking at Black Bat King and Thanos, you can know what is the peak. After opening Manjikyu Sharingan, Rog took a deep breath, and the chakra in his body began to run wildly. Susanoo. Since he has opened Manjikyu Sharingan, how can he not use Susanoo? Under the gaze of Black Bat King, the light blue chakra quickly materialized into a humanoid figure with a height of tens of meters, a giant wearing black Tengu armor and a katana in his right hand. Susanoo, 4th form. When he went to hell with Dr. Doom to fight Mephisto, Rog had already mastered the 3rd form of Susanoo and obtained the Totsuka sword and Yata no Kagami with a limited number of uses. The development of Sage Mode has led to the improvement of chakra, and the improvement of chakra has led to the further strengthening of Susanoo. Although Rog didn't make a special training plan for his Susanoo like before, his Susanoo still successfully broke through the 3rd form of the upper body and reached the 4th form of the complete body. After the 4th form, its body size would become larger, its attack power and defense power would reach the peak, It would have wings and the ability to fly, and it would have the complete form of the true Susanoo. At that time, Rog's Mangekyo Sharingan can be said to have reached its peak. When the several tens of meters tall Susanoo appeared, Black Bat King's complexion became extremely dignified. Although Rog has not yet controlled Susanoo to launch an attack, but as long as he slightly sensed the huge and terrifying energy in Susanoo, he can know how terrifying the fighting power of this giant is. Looking at Rog in the middle of Susanoo's head, Black Bat King in the spherical barrier suddenly showed a satisfied smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, he removed the spherical barrier that was blocking the dust escape. After the spherical barrier with amazing defensive power disappeared, a wind force exceeding level 12 was born, and a super strong hurricane that rarely occurs on land was born. At the same time, a terrifying earthquake like a natural disaster appeared out of thin air, and the whole earth shook violently. After Rog used Susanoo, Black Bat King, who is known as the strongest man, finally made his move. Even in Susanoo, Rog could still clearly feel the pressure of the super-strong hurricane and the terrifying earthquake created by Black Bat King. Along with the shaking of the ground, he controlled Susanoo to pull out the nearly 30 meters long chakra katana from his waist. Then, under the gaze of Black Bat King, the ancient titan-like Susanoo rushed towards him with the katana in his hand. In just a blink of an eye, Susanoo arrived near Black Bat King, and the katana in his hand with the force of thunder fiercely chopped towards Black Bat King floating in the air. Rog's Susanoo showed an amazing speed far beyond its size. But Black Bat King's speed was also not slow. Boom! Just at the moment when Chakra Katana was about to hit Black Bat King, a tornado of tens of meters wide instantly formed and fell from the sky, rushing towards Susanoo like a dragon. The tornado fiercely hit Susanoo's body, making the amazing Susanoo uncontrollably retreat a few steps. Rog's Susanoo had not yet stabilized its body, and the ground under its feet trembled violently and collapsed, revealing a deep hole that seemed to lead straight to hell. Without a foothold on the ground, Susanoo began to fall under the influence of gravity. However, at this time, Rog suddenly cast a ninjutsu. Earth Release. Earthquake Core. Susanoo had just fallen a few meters when a circular earth pillar with a diameter of more than 10 meters sprang out of the empty cave, providing Susanoo with a standing ground. Not only that, with the help of the rapidly rising earth pillar, Susanoo jumped high and arrived in mid-air. Yasaka no Magatama. After arriving in mid-air, Rog first controlled Susanoo's empty left hand to throw out 3 Magatama connected together. Then, after casting Yasaka no Magatama, a long-range attack ninjutsu, he used Susanoo's left hand to condense a Rasengan wrapped in lightning. Raitun. Spiral Electromagnetic Gun. Whoosh! Yasaka no Magatama and Spiral Electromagnetic Gun arrived in front of Black Bat King one after the other. Facing the 2 long-range attack ninjutsu that Rog suddenly threw out, Black Bat King was still floating in the same place, and had no intention of leaving. Rumble! Black Bat King didn't evade. He used the electronic energy of sound waves to create 2 powerful energy explosions, directly detonating Yasaka no Magatama and Spiral Electromagnetic Gun that were flying at high speed. The explosion produced an incomparably dazzling light, as if a dazzling star appeared out of thin air, and the pure white color instantly occupied the side of Rog and Black Bat King. In addition to this dazzling white light, the shock wave generated by the explosion also directly blew away the super-strong hurricane created by Black Bat King, making the roaring hurricane come to an abrupt end. The only thing that didn't change was that the earth was still shaking, and the shaking was even more terrifying. The terrifying explosion came and went as quickly as it came. After only 2 or 3 seconds, the vision caused by the explosion quickly dissipated. However, just as the original color of the world returned, Black Bat King saw the huge chakra in Susanoo's hand. How is this possible? Looking at the chakra that was less than a meter away from him, Black Bat King was shocked and immediately wanted to open his mouth to speak. Black Bat King's idea was beautiful, but Rog wouldn't give him such an opportunity. It wasn't easy to create the current advantage, and Rog wouldn't let Black Bat King continue to release pseudo-sound waves. The chakra katana, which doesn't focus on sharpness, slashed the waist of the Black Bat King and sent him flying like a baseball. Chapter 551. Until he was hit, Black Bat King still couldn't understand how Susanoo, which was still in the air just now, came in front of him without him noticing, and waved his katana at him. But now he didn't have much time to think about this problem. The terrifying force from chakra hit his waist like a high-speed train at full speed, bringing him extreme pain that he had never experienced in his life. If it weren't for the electronic energy of the quasi-sound wave that slightly blocked the katana, he would have already started to consider who will inherit the position of the Lord of Atalan's city. After hitting Black Bat King with a katana, Rog didn't continue to pursue Black Bat King, but watched him hit the distant iceberg like a cannonball, leaving a very obvious circular impact crater on the iceberg. To some extent, the reason why he could hit Black Bat King with a katana was actually due to a lot of luck. Because even he didn't expect that after Susanoo was upgraded to the fourth form with a complete body, it would be so compatible with ninjutsu. When Susanoo only had the second form of flesh and blood, he tried to use Susanoo to cast some ninjutsu. But because Susanoo only had the upper body at that time, there weren't many ninjutsu that could be cast with Susanoo. However, when Susanoo has the lower body and has a complete meridian system like a ninja, the situation has become very different. In other words, as long as it doesn't involve special ninjutsu such as Kekkai Genkai, he can use Susanoo to cast it. He had already confirmed this when he used Earth Escape, Earthquake Core. After confirming this point, how to make Susanoo quietly arrive in front of the Black Bat King from the air became very simple. Whether it was Yasaka no Magatama or Spiral Electromagnetic Gun, they were just smoke bombs. These two ninjutsu were deliberately used to attract the attention of Black Bat King. When Black Bat King's attention was all focused on Yasaka no Magatama and Spiral Electromagnetic Gun, Rog was ready to launch the next attack at any time. Just as he had expected, the Black Bat King used a sonic energy explosion to detonate the Yasaka no Magatama and the Spiral Electromagnetic Gun. At the moment of the explosion, Rog controlled Susanoo to cast the body flicker technique and used the terrifying momentum generated by the explosion to quietly appear in front of the Black Bat King. This was a very simple tactic, but based on the current situation, this simple tactic was displaying the power it should have. Susanoo's blade not only sent the Black Bat King flying, but also laid the foundation for Rog's victory. Flying Thor. Through the blade just now, Rog successfully left the Flying Thor on the Black Bat King. This was also the reason why he did not continue to pursue the Black Bat King. This was because he no longer had to chase after the Black Bat King. Under Rog's gaze, the Black Bat King, who had crashed into the ice mountain, floated up again. His left hand pressed on his waist that was cut, and his right hand wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for the release of the quasi-sonic wave as soon as he made a sound, the Black Bat King really wanted to praise Rog at this time. Since he mastered the quasi-sonic wave superpower, this was the first time he suffered an attack that almost took his life directly. This was a near-death experience that he had never experienced before, and the way he looked at Rog became a little strange. Unlike other people in the universe, the Black Bat King didn't think that Rog defeating Ronin the Manipulator and tying with Thanos was a great thing. If he fought with Ronin and Thanos, he could do the same, or even do better. But now, he discovered that he had always underestimated Rog. Susanoo's blade just now made him understand a fact that Rog was not weaker than him, and Rog was better at fighting than him. The Black Bat King, who was floating in the air, did not immediately launch a counterattack, and stop the hurricane and earthquake caused by the quasi-sonic wave, no longer wasting the electronic energy in his body. The shaking earth began to calm down, and Rog also controlled Susanoo to put away the katana in his hand. Then, he let Susanoo extend his right hand and hooked his finger at the Black Bat King in the distance. "Come here." The Black Bat King knew very well what Susanoo's gesture meant, but even if Rog didn't let Susanoo make this provocative gesture, he still wouldn't have the intention to escape or leave. Running away with his tail between his legs after being beaten up was not his style. Compared with the practice of a gentleman taking revenge 10 years later, he preferred to take revenge on the spot. The Black Bat King's surroundings flashed with a gorgeous light visible to the naked eye. Under the entanglement of these gorgeous lights, the Black Bat King flew toward Rog like a meteor cutting through the sky. Looking at the Black Bat King flying at high speed, Rog let Susanoo display the signature ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage. Rasengan. A Rasengan with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters instantly appeared in Susanoo's right hand, and the frantically rotating Rasengan brought a rotating airflow visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, the meteor-like Black Bat King arrived in front of Susanoo, and the electronic energy around him was like a nuclear bomb that was about to explode, producing a violent nuclear fusion reaction. However, at this time, the ancient titan-like Susanoo suddenly disappeared in front of the Black Bat King. Flying Thor. Flying Thunder God with his own body and Flying Thunder God with Susanoo. There is no essential difference. The only difference is that Flying Thunder God with Susanoo consumes more chakra. However, this is not a problem for Rog, whose chakra capacity has reached 0.65 chakra. In a flash, Susanoo, which should have been in front of the Black Bat King, came behind him. At the same time, the Rasengan in Susanoo's hand fiercely hit the energy barrier formed by the Black Bat King's body. Boom! The Black Bat King, who was flying at high speed, was hit by the Rasengan, and his whole body hit the ground heavily, leaving a huge crater on the hard frozen ground. Although the Black Bat King was pressed to the frozen ground by the Rasengan, he was not directly hit by the Rasengan. Instead, he used layers of barriers like an electric grid to resist the frantically rotating Rasengan. Just when Rog planned to directly detonate the Rasengan in his hand, the Black Bat King took the lead in fighting back. Without any hesitation, the Black Bat King directly detonated the electronic energy around him, which seemed to have produced a nuclear fusion reaction. In the battle, Rog often does something that is extremely crazy in the eyes of ordinary people. Now, the Black Bat King also did something that is crazy in the eyes of Rog. Rumble! A circular beam of light with a diameter of hundreds of meters rose from the sky, like an energy beam fired from a Star Destroyer cannon. Chapter 552. The blood-red energy beam connected the earth and the sky like a giant pillar, directly passing through the atmosphere and reaching outer space. Rog didn't expect that the Black Bat King would choose this kind of bleeding tactic that would harm the enemy by 1,000 and himself by 800. Using himself as bait, he lured him to launch a melee attack. Then, together with himself, he was exposed to the impact of the powerful electron energy. Rog wouldn't be surprised if this kind of tactic was used by an enemy with amazing physical strength like Thanos. But now it was the Black Bat King, whose physical body was not particularly strong, who used this tactic. Under the impact of the terrifying electron energy, the armor on Susanoo's body began to shatter inch by inch, and the huge body began to show signs of gradually collapsing. Without the protection of Susanoo, Rog really didn't dare to use his own body to resist the counterattack of the Black Bat King, and he would definitely choose to leave the attack range of the energy beam in the first place. But now, he has no intention of leaving at all. Isn't it just an injury for an injury? Rog, who has the sage body, doesn't think that his ability to withstand injuries will be weaker than that of the Black Bat King. More importantly, the Black Bat King, who triggered the energy impact, was now pressed to the ground by Susanoo. At the moment when the energy beam erupted, the Rasengan in Susanoo's hand was detonated by the impact of the electron energy. But this was not a problem for Rog at all. While using Susanoo to resist the electron energy impact, he raised his Susanoo, which had begun to crack, and condensed a super jade Rasengan with a diameter of tens of meters. Since you want to play, then I will play with you to the end. With a thought, Susanoo's left hand suddenly pressed down, resisting the impact of the electron energy and pressed the super jade Rasengan on the Black Bat King. In the next second, the super jade Rasengan, which contained a large amount of chakra, shattered. Rumble! The ravaged Antarctic tundra ushered in a devastating blow. The light blue ball of light instantly swallowed the bottom of the energy beam, making the red beam of light that went straight to the sky come to an abrupt end. The explosion of the super jade Rasengan not only interrupted the electron energy impact of the Black Bat King, but also interrupted Rog's Susanoo. Susanoo, which was already showing signs of collapse, officially welcomed the collapse with the explosion of Oda Dama Rasengan. With the help of the terrifying shockwave from the explosion, Rog used the super light rock technique to fly backwards, avoiding the energy storm formed by chakra and the sound wave. When the red and blue energy storm had completely dissipated, Rog slowly descended from the sky and stepped onto the polar continent that was already covered in scars. When Rog landed on the ground, the Black Bat King, who was hit by the Rasengan and Odama Rasengan, slowly walked out of the huge explosion pit. Holes of various sizes appeared on the Black Bat King's tights, which had two conspicuous white stripes. The small fork-shaped antenna on his head that he had been wearing since he was a child had also disappeared. His black balaclava was also riddled with holes like his tights. Even without looking at Black Bat King's current appearance, Rog could tell that Black Bat King was in a bad state. The strength of the electron energy in his body was less than half of what it was at the beginning, and even the strength of his life signal was much dimmer than before. Compared with the miserable Black Bat King, Rog's current state was obviously much better. Except for the consumption of chakra, there were no injuries on his body, and he still maintained the handsome posture that the fourth Hokage should have. After confirming the current state of Black Bat King with chakra perception, Rog took out the Kusanagi sword and the thunder fan that he didn't have on him. Raitan Chidori blade. After adding Chidori blade to the Kusanagi sword in his right hand, he took a deep breath and disappeared in a flash. Flying Thor. Using the Flying Thor, Rog, holding the sword in his right hand and the thunder fan in his left hand, instantly appeared in front of Black Bat King and launched an attack on him. Although Black Bat King didn't wear any weapons, his sound wave ability was the best weapon. Before Rog's Kusanagi sword touched him, his sound wave attack had already created a small energy explosion in front of Rog. After the previous battle, Rog had a rough understanding of Black Bat King's sound wave attack. Apart from those fancy natural disasters and energy barriers, Black Bat King's sound wave attack can be roughly divided into two types. One is a large-scale attack that needs to be prepared in advance, but the power and range are larger. The other was a small instant cast attack like the one he was seeing now. Simply put, it's the difference between ordinary skills and big moves. Whether it's ordinary skills or big moves, Rog didn't intend to use his own body to experience them. This was also the reason why he was attacking with the circular fan. The thunder fan made of vibranium can't block Black Bat King's big move, but it can block these instant ordinary skills without any problem. After blocking Black Bat King's grenade-like energy explosion with the thunder fan, Rog's Kusanagi sword once again appeared in front of Black Bat King. Asterisk clang. Asterisk after the small energy explosion was blocked by the thunder fan, Black Bat King decisively gave up the idea of continuing to attack Rog. Instead, he used electronic energy to create a hexagonal energy barrier to block Rog's lightning-fast sword. Black Bat King didn't have much combat experience, but that didn't mean he wasn't good at close combat. It wasn't wrong to use a shield-sized energy barrier to block Log's sword, but he had overlooked a very important issue. That is, in close combat, giving the initiative to Rog was an extremely unwise thing to do. The goddess of death, Hela, had a deep understanding of this. Rog didn't care at all that his Kusanagi sword was blocked. With a light twist of his left wrist, the thunder fan that he used as a shield turned into an offensive weapon in the blink of an eye. When Rog used the Kusanagi sword and the thunder fan to perform a different type of two-blade attack, Black Bat King finally understood how unwise it was to give the initiative to Rog. The Kusanagi sword was like a thunderstorm coming at him, not giving him any chance to breathe. Shield-sized energy barriers appeared one after another, and then were broken one after another. Even with his extraordinary dynamic vision, Black Bat King gradually couldn't keep up with Rog's attack rhythm. The silver-white Kusanagi sword and the thunder fan turned into afterimages in his eyes, attacking him from all angles. Black Bat King, who had excellent close combat skills and combat reflexes, was completely relying on his instincts and intuition to create energy barriers, blocking Rog's attacks as if he was gambling on luck. Although he had already used 120% of his focus to block Rog's two-blade attack, the Kusanagi sword and the thunder fan still left wounds on his body. No, I can't let this go on. Just as he was about to forcefully launch a large-scale attack at the cost of injury, he unconsciously glanced at Rog. However, it was this seemingly unintentional glance that completely determined the outcome of his defeat. He saw Rog's expression that said everything was under control, and he saw the pair of blood-red eyes with triangular darts. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Tsukuyami. Chapter 553. Once Tsukuyami was used, the game was over. Ever since he mastered Tsukuyami, Rog had never encountered an enemy that Tsukuyami couldn't deal with. Be it enemies like Ronin and Hulk, who leaned toward physical melee combat, or an all-round player like Death Goddess Hela, Tsukuyami could bring the battle to a smooth end. The moment Black Bat King looked at him, Rog pulled him into the Tsukuyami world he controlled. Unlike the previous few times, the Tsukuyami world Rog constructed wasn't the dark and silent Crimson Moon world, but the moon surface that Black Bat King was more familiar with. The blue earth replaced the Crimson Moon's position and hung high in the night sky. On the surface of the moon, which was only grayish-white soil and rocks, Black Bat King hung high on a huge cross carved from rock like the previous few experiencers. This is a world under my control. You can speak in peace here. You don't have to worry about your voice releasing pseudo-sound waves. As Black Bat King sized up this strange world with a serious expression, Rog's voice suddenly sounded. Then, under his gaze, the shadows on the ground evolved into black crows that soared into the sky and finally condensed into Rog's appearance. I didn't expect you to have such an ability. From the looks of it, Nick Fury and the others have never understood your true strength. Although it was Black Bat King's first time entering the Tsukuyumi world, he wasn't particularly unfamiliar with the mental world formed by illusions. In Adelan City, there were many mutants who had awakened their illusions. However, compared to Tsukuyumi, the worlds constructed by mutants with illusions were many times rougher. It's normal that they don't know. Including you, only 5 people have been to this world. This was the 4th time Rog had used Tsukuyumi in battle. However, when he used Tsukuyumi on Hulk, for some reason, Dr. Banner's consciousness was pulled into the Tsukuyumi world. Therefore, there was a bug where the number of experiencers exceeded the number of times he used it. This wasn't a good thing for him, who had mild obsessive-compulsive disorder. Therefore, he had been considering if he should use Tsukuyumi on Hulk or Banner again. Erasing it didn't affect him much, but it would make him feel the numerical difference that wasn't too good. From the looks of it, you should have absolute confidence in defeating me. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's do it. After trying for a while, the Black Bat King decisively gave up the idea of breaking free from the Cross's shackles and said to Rog calmly, "Don't be in such a hurry. I'm not in a hurry right now. Perhaps we can have a good chat." With that, Rog created 2 classic high-back chairs out of thin air and removed the rock cross that bound the Black Bat King. "Have a seat. Make yourself at home." Regardless of the cross's restraint, it was impossible for King Black Bat to escape Tsukuyumi's influence. Therefore, Rog didn't mind giving him a more comfortable experience. "What do you want to talk about?" After sitting on the high-back chair, the Black Bat King's expression softened a lot. At least, it was no longer as cold as before. "You heard about my battle with Ronan and Thanos, so you want to compete with me. I can understand this. But what I don't understand is why you chose to join Nick Fury's side. If you just want to compete with me, you don't need to go through so much trouble. Just come to Konoha and find me." In the beginning, Rog completely believed the Black Bat King's words, thinking that he was just itching for a fight. But after fighting with the Black Bat King for a while, his intuition told him that things were not as simple as the Black Bat King said. Ronan and Thanos might be one of the reasons. But it's definitely not the only reason. Because of a prophecy. After a few seconds of silence, the Black Bat King said slowly, "Prophecy? Don't tell me that it's a prophecy about me destroying the world." Before becoming the disciple of Ancient One, Rog didn't believe in any prophecies. In his opinion, the so-called prophecies were nothing more than lies that those ignorant and incompetent charlatans used to fool others. However, after officially stepping into the magic domain, his view of prophecies has changed significantly. An accurate prophecy is a real existence, a high-level power that involves the power of time and fate. To give a very simple example, the prophecy made by Ancient One is likely to come true at some point in the future. It is indeed a prophecy about the destruction of the world, but the person who destroyed the world in the prophecy is not you, but an inhuman. You are also familiar with this inhuman. She is Daisy, the Shockwave Woman. As soon as the Black Bat King finished speaking, a memory related to Daisy appeared in Rog's mind. In that future, the Earth was indeed broken. But it was not Daisy who really destroyed the Earth, but Glenn Talbot who absorbed the gravity force, the so-called King of Magnets. Because of his misdeeds in this world, Rog can be sure that the timeline of King of Magnets' destruction of the world will never appear, and Daisy will not be the scapegoat of the world destroyer. Did the prophecy you got wisely pointed out that Daisy was the one who destroyed the world? Is it possible that you interpreted the prophecy wrong? Rog did not doubt the Black Bat King's so-called prophecy, but he felt that the Black Bat King might have interpreted the prophecy wrong. Just like the timeline where King of Magnets destroyed the Earth, everyone thought that it was Daisy who shattered the Earth, but the fact was the opposite. Interpreted the prophecy wrong? The Black Bat King didn't expect that Rog would have such an idea. And for some reason, he always felt that Rog seemed to know something. No, we didn't interpret the prophecy wrong. The prophecy clearly pointed out that Daisy, the Shockwave Woman, was the one who shattered the Earth. Isn't it a false prophecy caused by the confusion of the timeline? Looking at the Black Bat King's solemn expression, Rog had to seriously consider the authenticity of the prophecy. With the Black Bat King's identity and strength, there is no need for him to lie about this kind of thing, which is not in line with his persona. However, he still can't accept the Black Bat King's statement. The reason is simple. Even if Daisy really has the strength to shatter the Earth, she needs to have such an opportunity. Earth looks quite ordinary on the surface, and the other civilizations in the universe basically treat Earth as a backward planetary civilization. But in fact, even in the entire universe, Earth is an out-and-out monster room. Those big shots who are reclusive on Earth will never let Daisy destroy the Earth. This has nothing to do with these reclusive big shots not maintaining world peace. It's purely because these big shots can't let others destroy their secluded home. Chapter 554. No matter how easygoing a big shot was, it was impossible for him to watch others destroy his home. Looking at Rog, whose face was filled with disbelief, Black Bat King continued, "I know this matter looks unbelievable, but so far, all the prophecies made by the prophet have been verified without exception. Whether the prophecy is accurate or not, we'll talk about this later. I want to know now. If I let you leave here, will you continue to fight me?" Rog didn't continue to dwell on Black Bat King's prophecy and asked about his plans after leaving this place. If Black Bat King still planned to fight him, he didn't mind letting Black Bat King experience the horror of Tsukuyami. Even if he didn't kill Black Bat King, he had to at least let him feel the power of Tsukuyami and dispel the idea of continuing to be his enemy. As long as Black Bat King withdrew from the battle, the remaining Nick Fury and the others were nothing to be afraid of. I'm not the kind of person who refuses to admit defeat. The situation is already very obvious. If I continue to fight, the one who loses will definitely be me. Adelan City will no longer interfere in your battle with the White House and the military. I will also bring Maximus back to Adelan City. You don't have to worry about him continuing to cause you trouble. The Black Bat King accepted his failure calmly. In that case, I don't think we need to stay here any longer. With that said, Rog stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. The Tsukuyami world, which had specially changed the environment for Black Bat King, quickly shattered like glass and finally dissipated completely. When his consciousness returned to his body, Black Bat King immediately calmed down the electronic energy that was boiling like boiling water and used his actions to prove his statement. While Black Bat King calmed down the electronic energy, Rog also put away the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword and the rumbling thunder fan in his hand and threw them back into the psychic scroll. Then, he stretched out his right hand to Black Bat King and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Rog, and I'm a ninja." Adelan City. Blackguard Bot. Black Bat King shook hands with Rog and introduced himself solemnly. Washington, D.C. Konoha Intelligence Agency Headquarters. When Rog used portal magic to bring Konoha's army from Tatooine, Nick Fury finally understood what it was like for those enemies to face S.H.I.E.L.D. agents whose equipment and force were in a completely different dimension. The 4 universe-level warships led by the Golden Jack occupied all the airspace without any suspense. When the 4 battleships appeared, the bombardment of cannon fire immediately let Nick Fury and the others see what a high-level battle in the universe was like. In just 1 round of artillery fire, Nick Fury's side lost a third of their men. And the following special forces and werewolves made them feel the insurmountable gap between them and Konoha. There was no need to mention the special forces that looked like steel soldiers in individual power armors. After all, Konoha's special forces were very good at fighting. Nick Fury and the military knew this for a long time. But they didn't expect that there would be a legendary werewolf in Konoha. Looking at the werewolves who had transformed into humanoid giant wolves, they suddenly had a strange feeling that the legend had suddenly become a reality. If these werewolves had exceeded their imagination, then those desperate werewolves who had been transformed by extremists and had lava-like cracks on their bodies made them experience what it meant to be a natural enemy. Konoha didn't dispatch many combatants. Even with core members such as Punishers, it only had a little over 500. However, it was precisely these 500 people who had beaten Nick Fury and the others until they were unable to catch their breath. Judging from the number of people, Nick Fury, who represented the White House and the military, had an absolute advantage. But the result reflected on the battlefield was just the opposite. The Death Soldiers unit that Nick Fury had high hopes for was defeated by Konoha's special forces. The Winter Soldiers unit, which had been specially strengthened like Buggy, was also no match for Konoha's new Fire Wolf pack. Even Rogers, War Machine Colonel Rhodes, and the rest of the American team were forced to retreat. If it weren't for the fact that they all had decent equipment, they would have lined up to go to hell like those ordinary soldiers. In this one-sided battlefield, the one who fought the best was Medusa, the wife of the Black Bat King, and Tetanus. Tetanus, who had an amazing bite force and the ability to transmit telepathy, immediately stared at the giant wolf Fenrir, trying to determine the winner with this amazing demon wolf. However, things didn't develop as Tetanus expected. Although Fenrir had joined Konoha for a while, he had never shown his strength on Earth. So in the eyes of many people, Fenrir was nothing more than a relatively large wild wolf. But at this time, when Fenrir really showed his fighting stance, Nick Fury and others understood why Rog recruited a wolf into Konoha. Ordinary gunpowder weapons can't even penetrate Fenrir's skin. The main battle tanks and chariots made of steel were no different from paper in front of Fenrir. Except for the vibranium shield in the hands of the American team and Heibao wearing vibranium armor, others couldn't resist Fenrir's claws and fangs. Tetanus's canine teeth and vibranium spears could pierce Fenrir's skin. However, when they really cut Fenrir's skin, they found a more terrifying thing. The symbiotic body Xiao Hei, who surpassed the Lord level, was on Fenrir at this time. The wounds they left on Fenrir were completely healed by Xiao Hei in the blink of an eye, and not even a drop of blood flowed out. And after Xiao Hei appeared, Fenrir's image began to change significantly. Two heads identical to Fenrir grew from the left and right shoulders, and a pair of feet grew from the ribs and abdomen. The giant wolf Fenrir turned into a three-headed, eight-footed demon wolf in the blink of an eye. Xiao Hei not only changed Fenrir's appearance, making him look more like a mythical monster, but also made his body get a terrifying increase. Strength, speed, endurance, resilience. With the help of Xiao Hei, Fenrir seemed to have suddenly opened the gene lock and evolved into a higher level of life. After transforming into a three-headed, eight-footed demonic wolf, Fenrir fought against many alone. Not only did it suppress the combined attacks of Black Panther, Tetanus, and Black Panther, it also suppressed the Wakanda troops that Black Panther brought along. The monster that shook the earth, with an invincible posture, started his first battle after returning to the earth. Chapter 555. With his beast-like form and super strength, Fenrir became one of the most dazzling existences on the battlefield. In addition to Fenrir, Punisher, Abomination and others also showed overwhelming dominance on the battlefield. However, their battle did not attract too much attention. Unlike their simple and crude battles, the battle between Medusa and Daisy revealed a different kind of beauty. Medusa was the wife of the Black Bat King and one of the royal family members of Adelan City. She was strengthened by the fog of Terrigen in her childhood and awakened her own superpower. In ancient Greek mythology, there was a snake-haired banshee named Medusa. Although Medusa's superpower was different from that of the legendary snake-haired banshee, her hair was more deadly than the snake-haired banshees. She could control the density of her hair, thus changing the hardness of her hair and turning her hair into a sharp and hard weapon. In addition, she could also control the growth rate of her hair, extending or spreading her hair at will. Through the control of her mind, she could drive her hair to attack or bind the target, and even if her hair was cut off, she could still use her mind to control the broken hair to attack or defend. On the surface, Medusa's hair superpower was not particularly powerful. However, when Medusa used her superpower in battle, the situation became very different. Daisy, who had the shockwave ability and superb melee skills, not only did she not have any advantage in a one-on-one battle with Medusa, but she was constantly forced into danger by Medusa. By changing the density of her hair and regularly fluctuating her extraordinary hair, Medusa seemed to have a shield that could change its size and direction at will, perfectly neutralizing the various shockwaves sent out by Daisy. Under her control, her hair showed the ability of a symbiotic body, transforming into a variety of cold weapons, constantly attacking Daisy. If it weren't for Daisy's melee fighting ability, she wouldn't have been able to resist Medusa's storm-like hair attack. When she just fell into a disadvantage, Quicksilver, Venom, and others tried to come up to help her. But he didn't know what Medusa said to Daisy. But Daisy refused the help of Quicksilver and others and insisted on a fair one-on-one battle. Although Quicksilver and others didn't understand Daisy's decision, they finally respected Daisy's decision and no longer intervened in the battle between the two of them. Aren't you going to help her? She can't hold on much longer. On the roof of an inconspicuous building, Black Bat King spoke to Rog through telepathy. Don't underestimate Daisy. She's one of the few people who have received my personal guidance. A few minutes ago, Rog and Black Bat returned to the vicinity of Konoha's headquarters. However, after returning, they did not intervene in the battle. Instead, they played the role of spectators. Is that so? However, I don't think that she will be a match for Medusa. The more injuries she suffers, the worse her condition will become. Defeat is only a matter of time. Black Bat King knew his wife Medusa's strength very well. Although Medusa is now suppressing Daisy, he can be 100% sure that the current Medusa has not exerted her full strength at all. If Medusa really attacked with all her strength, Daisy's body would not be left with a slight cut, but a serious injury of missing arms and legs. Let's wait and see. I believe in my own eyes. Time passed little by little, and the battle on the field began to come to an end. In front of Konoha's army, the official troops led by Nick Fury had no chance to turn the tables. The Death Soldiers and Winter Soldiers troops carefully built with Hydra technology were completely suppressed by Konoha's special forces and werewolves. Even Winter Soldier Buggy and Colonel Road, the War Machine, and others were also beaten without any power to fight back. In terms of melee, Konoha's werewolves and desperate werewolves are a natural melee race. The melee skills and awareness that human warriors need to go through countless training are innate for these werewolves. In terms of equipment, the Special Forces are equipped with the Star's 4 individual power armor, which is the top armor developed by Xander for the new Star Corps. Except for the small number of people, Konoha's troops can be said to have crushed the official troops led by Nick Fury in all aspects. If Konoha still loses under such circumstances, Rog will personally disband Konoha's troops and save them from continuing to disgrace themselves. It didn't take long for the official troops led by Nick Fury to usher in the final defeat. Except for the 3 members of the American team who were still tenaciously resisting Fenrir and Blackie, only the battle between Medusa and Daisy has not been decided yet. The Wakanda troops brought by the Black Panther only lasted for a short few minutes in front of Fenrir, who had transformed into a 3-headed 8-footed magic wolf, before all of them went to report to the Black Panther god they believed in, Bast. Although the American team with the vibranium shield and Panther with the vibranium armor avoided the end of death on the spot, they also deeply felt the horror of the demon wolf. As for the tetanus, his current state is much better than that of the American team and Panther. With the ability of teleportation, he can easily avoid Fenrir's fangs and claws. However, he, who is far less large than Fenrir, also faced a very awkward problem. He can't touch Fenrir's vital parts. In front of Fenrir, the 1-meter-high tetanus was like a 3-year-old child facing an adult. He was helpless against Fenrir, who was far larger than him. Jump up and hit others' knees. Tetanus was now facing such a hilarious situation, which was akin to an internet joke. Rog did not pay too much attention to the battle on Fenrir's side. Instead, he focused on the battle between Medusa and Daisy. Although it was somewhat inappropriate, Medusa, who controlled the wine-red hair to fight, had a seductive charm unique to mature women. Against the backdrop of her dancing wine-red hair, Medusa was like a banshee in the legends, dancing a dance that was pleasing to the eye yet deadly and dangerous. Compared with Medusa, who seemed to be completely mature, Daisy, who was only in her 20s, appeared to be a lot more immature. This immaturity was not only shown in the feminine charm she exuded, but also in the aspect of combat experience. The more Rog observed the battle between Medusa and Daisy, the more he felt that the prophecy Black Bat King got was wrong. The current Daisy doesn't look like she has the ability to destroy the world. Compared with Daisy destroying the world, Rog believed that Walter, who was standing with Quicksilver, destroyed the world. Chapter 556. In terms of potential and danger level, Scarlet Witch Walter was much more dangerous than Daisy. If she used her chaos magic to the limit when she had a mental breakdown, then the end of the world would be just a matter of a word from her. Fortunately, Roger found the 2 of them and tricked them into entering Konoha, essentially eliminating the possibility of her complete mental breakdown. Quicksilver Pietro was still alive and well. As for her emotional line that could have appeared on Genjutsu, it didn't even have a chance to appear before Rog eliminated it. In this case, the possibility of Walter having a mental breakdown was infinitely close to 0. After taking a look at Pietro and Walter, Rog re-observed the battle between Medusa and Daisy. Similar to the one-sided battle on Fenrir's side, the battle between Medusa and Daisy also showed signs of one-sided. However, the one who had the advantage now was not Daisy, but Medusa, who was very calm from the beginning to the end. Just looking at the awakened superpower, Medusa was no match for Daisy. But Medusa used practical actions to prove that there was no weak superpower, only weak users. The long burgundy hair that seemed to have a life of its own hit Daisy's body like a sharp blade or a long whip, cutting holes of various sizes on Daisy's close-fitting black combat suit. With a little combat experience, it could be seen that Daisy was completely caught in the rhythm of the battle controlled by Medusa. If Medusa hadn't been controlling the power of the attack, Daisy would have died under Medusa's attack. Looking at Daisy, who was constantly knocked down and struggling to stand up again and again, Rog sighed helplessly. He knew a long time ago that Daisy was a very stubborn person. But he didn't expect Daisy's stubbornness to be so serious to the point that it affected her fighting mentality. Judging from Daisy's current offensive and defensive posture, it was easy to see that her current state of mind had completely collapsed. Now, instead of saying she was fighting to the end, it was more like she was giving up meaninglessly. Her resistance not only didn't have the effect it should have, but it also further widened the gap between her and Medusa. She lost. King Blackbat's voice sounded again. Yeah, I lost. This time, Rog did not insist on his previous opinion and decisively admitted Daisy's failure. If Daisy could remain calm, she might have a chance to turn the tables. However, it was a pity that she did not grasp the only chance to turn the tables and personally destroyed her own hopes of victory. When Daisy was knocked down by Medusa's wine-red hair again, Rog took out his calamity pistol and fired in their direction. Along with the sound of gunfire, a fireball with a diameter of several meters flew between them like a cannonball, completely isolating them. This was Rog's first and last shot in this battle. Konoha versus the U.S. government. Konoha wins. Rog didn't care about cleaning up the battlefield after the war. After Fenrir returned the tetanus to the Black Bat King, he went to the temporary negotiation room. Nick Fury, Team America Rogers, Winter Soldier Bucky, War Machine Colonel Rhodes, Black Panther T'Challa. In this temporary negotiation room, he saw many familiar faces. Maximus did not appear here. After the battle, King Black Bat took him away from the Earth and promised Rog that Maximus would never appear on the Earth again. According to the original plan, King Black Bat should also take away Daisy in the prophecy. However, this plan completely disappeared after he lost to Rog. How does the mechanical prosthesis feel? It shouldn't be worse than your original hands and feet. Although Nick Fury disguised himself well, Rog could see at a glance that Nick Fury's broken right arm and right leg were replaced with mechanical prostheses. It's just that he doesn't know if he used Hydra's technology or Wakanda's technology. Don't waste time, just say it. What do you want? From the fact that Rog didn't let Konoha's army kill them, Nick Fury knew that Rog must have other plans. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to sit here alive. Not bad. You have the consciousness of a loser. Don't say that I bullied you. This time I only have 2 requirements. First, with the location of Konoha's intelligence agency as the center, all the surrounding blocks belong to Konoha. As for whether you use Konoha to expand or establish a special military zone as an excuse, I only want this area to be completely under Konoha's control. Second, I want the White House and the military to publicly issue a statement supporting Konoha's attack on Wakanda. My requirements are just these 2. Isn't it very simple? After that, Rog patiently waited for Nick Fury's answer. Strictly speaking, his 2 requirements are not troublesome, but they are a bit insulting. First of all the blocks near Konoha will be assigned to Konoha, which is basically equivalent to completely ceding these areas to Konoha. The UA is no stranger to this practice of establishing military zones in other countries, because they have always treated other countries like this. It's just that this time, it's their turn. If Rog's first request is a little bit of a slap in the face, then his second request is to put the UA's face on the ground and step on it. Asking the White House and the military to publicly issue a statement supporting Konoha's attack on Wakanda doesn't seem difficult, but in fact, it's a naked murder. Whether it's a country or an underground gang, they all abide by a very simple rule. That is, as the boss, you need to protect your subordinates. Although Wakanda is not a subordinate of the UA, it's one of the countries that supported the New York Agreement, and it's the only country that sent troops to support the UA. Konoha wanted to retaliate against Wakanda, and this was understandable. But if the White House and the military publicly support Konoha's military retaliation, then the meaning is different. As long as this statement is released to the public, it will basically confirm the fact that the UA betrayed its allies and couldn't protect its subordinates. This will be an unprecedented credibility crisis for the UA, who has been trying to become the world's overlord. I can't give you an accurate answer now, and this is not something I can decide. Nick Fury's expression turned extremely ugly. He thought that Roger would at most ask for some resources and power as compensation, just like the last time. But he didn't expect that Rog didn't play by the rules at all. Thinking of this, he unconsciously turned his head and glanced at the current king of Wakanda in the negotiation room. Chapter 557. Konoha is going to attack Wakanda. Regarding Rog's decision, Black Leopard T'Challa wasn't surprised. When he left Wakanda with Wakanda's royal guards, he had considered this possibility. However, he didn't expect that Rog would actually ask the White House and the military to make a public statement. If you want revenge, then come at me. Wakanda is not afraid of any enemy. After leaving these harsh words, T'Challa picked up the black leopard helmet on the table and left the temporary negotiation room without looking back. On the surface, leaving after leaving these harsh words was a very unwise behavior. However, he wasn't worried that Rog would attack him at this time. Since Rog proposed to attack Wakanda in front of him, it means that he is safe for the time being. Regarding T'Challa's harsh words and his departure, Rog didn't say anything, ignoring his existence with the most indifferent attitude. When the atmosphere in the negotiation room began to become a little oppressive, he spoke again. Go and report to the master behind you. You don't need to talk to me about the next thing. Ross will represent Konoha to discuss the details with you. With that, he cast quantum teleportation from his seat and disappeared in an instant, enveloped by a brilliant aurora-like light. Letting Ross represent Konoha in the negotiation was something he decided early on. Although he doesn't put the power of the government and the military in his eyes, this doesn't mean that he will completely ignore them. In some cases, the power of the White House and the military is still very useful. And he also intends to take advantage of this opportunity to insert a nail into the White House and the military. Ross, who once served as the Secretary of State and Air Force Vice Admiral, is a very suitable candidate. He has already convinced Ross before, promising him that Konoha will fully support him to return to the political arena after the victory. As a price, Ross will also completely become the spokesperson of Konoha in the official system, using the power in his hands to escort Konoha. Normally, Ross, who has a military background, is unlikely to agree to Rog's request. However, after experiencing 2 ups and downs in his life, Ross is no longer the pure military man he used to be. For some things, if you never had them, then you wouldn't be too obsessed with them. However, once you have it, you will never be able to accept the feeling of losing it. It was the same for everything from power and money to gaming rankings. A person who had once held supreme power would not tolerate the sudden loss of all his power. A person who had once ascended to the king rank would not allow himself to fall to the gold rank. Rog gave Ross the opportunity to regain power, but the price was that Ross became Konoha's puppet. After using quantum transmission to return to his office in Konoha's building, Rog picked up the phone and called Dr. Doom, who was far away on the other side of the earth. I've taken care of everything on my side. How's your god-slaying plan going? Konoha's attack on Wakanda wasn't just a military retaliation against Black Panther T'Challa. In addition to letting other countries know that there is a price to pay for being enemies with Konoha, Rog also intends to let Konoha receive Wakanda's vibranium resources. Of course, he also doesn't intend to let go of Black Panther god Batet, who has been sheltering the Wakanda royal family. In order to avoid his and Doom's god-slaying plan causing displeasure to Ancient One, Rog explained his plan to Ancient One from the beginning. Just pay attention to propriety. This was Ancient One's reply after knowing that he was going to attack Black Panther god Batet. Ancient One's acquiescence also made him determined to attack Black Panther god Batet. We still need to wait. Although Batet is just a primitive animal god, it is a higher-level life form anyway. It will not be easy to deal with it. Doom knew about the existence of Wakanda a long time ago, And he also knew that there was a Black Panther god in Wakanda who had lived for many years. But he never had the idea of attacking Wakanda, let alone having crazy ideas such as slaying gods. The reason is simple. Latovinia, which he rules, is too far away from Wakanda, where the Black Panther god is located. There is not even the simplest communication between the two countries, let alone conflict. However, when Rog took the initiative to find him and propose the crazy god-slaying plan, and promised to share the profits after the god-slaying plan and send a part of the vibranium to Latovinia, he began to feel tempted. He doesn't need to intervene in Konoha's war against Wakanda. All he has to do is to cooperate with Rog to deal with Black Panther god Batet. Small effort, big return, and the risk is not very high. Under such circumstances, he has no reason to refuse Rog. Then let me know when you are ready. I will let Konoha start military operations against Wakanda first. After that, Rog hung up the phone. The news that Konoha defeated the official forces quickly spread. Just as people were talking about how the dispute between Konoha and the officials would end, Konoha took the initiative to open military operations against Wakanda. At first, people didn't quite understand why Konoha would declare war on a backward agricultural country like Wakanda. However, when the battle between the Black Panther and the Royal Guard spread, the pretense that Wakanda has maintained for thousands of years was completely removed. For a while, Wakanda, Black Panther, vibranium, and other information attracted the attention of the whole world. Of course, the reason why the information about Wakanda spread so quickly was that Konoha added fuel to the fire. After about a week of repeated wrangling, Ross used legal means to return to his position as the Secretary of State. At the same time, under his vigorous efforts, Konoha's military restricted area was successfully established, and the White House and the military reluctantly issued a vague statement of support. Although the content of the statement was somewhat different from what Rog imagined, and even played with low-level means such as word games, he didn't take it to heart. As long as this statement was released publicly, his purpose was achieved. Regarding this point, whether it was him or the White House, they were all very clear about it. With this official level of support, Konoha's army, which has been completely reorganized, began to head to Wakanda. This time, Rog didn't open the portal to let Konoha's army directly reach Wakanda, but used a more complicated route. Konoha's 4 universal-level battleships will rise from Washington to outer space, and then fly from outer space to Wakanda. In terms of efficiency, this method is far less efficient than the portal magic. But the advantage is that it can make other countries understand that Konoha's universal-level battleships are advanced battleships with real space warfare capabilities, and they are just superficial, like S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier. Chapter 558. The capital of Wakanda, Zana, which was originally hidden by a super-large energy barrier, was now exposed in front of Rog and the others without reservation. The Golden Jack and 3 Bijou series battleships floated quietly in the air. Around the battleship, there were hundreds of Nova fighters and Narrow fighters with octagonal wings. In addition to Konoha's troops, there were also many helicopters and vehicles from other countries gathered near the capital of Wakanda. These helicopters and vehicles came from various countries. There were military ones as well as civilian ones. There were soldiers representing a country, and there were also reporters who came here for live broadcast. After Konoha officially declared war on Wakanda, and deliberately leaked information about Wakanda, Wakanda's borders became completely non-existent. Wakanda also knew that with their military strength alone, there was no way to maintain the integrity of the country's borders. Therefore, the current king of Wakanda, Black Panther Chara, decisively gave up the maintenance of the border and recalled all the people of Wakanda to the capital, Zana. Sir, the energy nature and strength of Wakanda's energy barrier have been analyzed. It can't withstand the continuous bombardment of the battleship's main cannon. In the main control room of the Golden Jack, Sharon Carter handed the transparent tablet in his hand to Rog and said respectfully, "First, let the Special Forces and the Wolf Pack troops gather on the ground. Nova fighters and Narrow fighters clear the nearby airspace and drive away the guys who are watching the show." For other countries, Wakanda's super-large energy barrier is a very troublesome existence. But for Konoha, whose war technology is comparable to the Kree Empire and Xander, it is not difficult to solve this barrier. Even if the technology is not advanced enough, as long as they are willing to sacrifice their troops, they can forcibly break through Wakanda's energy barrier. The vanguard of Thanos' tyrant can forcibly break through the barrier regardless of injuries. Rogue's special forces and the werewolves can of course do the same. However, he has no intention of using this crude tactic at all. The reason is simple. His men are much more precious than Thanos' tyrant's vanguard. After all, Konoha only has more than 500 combatants. He can't use the lives of small soldiers to consume the energy barrier. Under the gaze of Black Panther Chara and the Wakanda army, Konoha's special forces and the werewolves completed the assembly. At the same time, Rogue, who was wearing the 4th-generation Fire Shadow Haori, left the Golden Jack and floated in front of it. After putting on Endless Greed, which was a copy of the Flame Giant's physique, he summoned the Twilight Sword that he had never used in battle before. With the appearance of the Eternal Fire, the red tip of the Sunset Light Sword quickly took shape. It instantly transformed from an illusory flame into a real magic sword. At this time, the Twilight Sword summoned by Rogue was only a meter long. However, just when everyone thought that he was going to use the Twilight Sword to attack Wakanda's energy barrier, he pointed the tip of the Twilight Sword at the sky. Then, boundless eternal fire gushed out from the tip of the sword and shot into the sky like a pillar of energy. When the Eternity Fire rose to a height of several hundred meters, he stopped and stared at Black Panther and the others within the energy barrier. As a magical weapon, the Twilight Sword had no fixed size. As long as there was enough energy, it wouldn't be a problem to make the Twilight Sword as big as Mount Everest. When the Twilight Sword in Rogue's hand grew from more than a meter long to several hundred meters long, Black Panther Chara's heart surged with uneasiness. The energy barrier in front of them was Wakanda's most important line of defense. Once the energy barrier was broken, Wakanda's capital, Burning Zana, would be an undefended city. As the king of Wakanda, Black Panther was very clear about the defensive ability of the energy barrier. But at this time, he suddenly had the idea that the energy barrier couldn't stop Rogue's sword. No, he couldn't do it. The energy barrier was connected to the vibrating metal energy center. He couldn't have the power to destroy the energy barrier with a sword. Although the Twilight Sword had soared to several hundred meters long, it wasn't difficult for Rogue, who had the body of a sage, to use it. The Twilight Sword was long, but it wasn't very heavy. At least, it was much lighter than steel of the same volume. Moreover, the most important thing to use a magic physical weapon was not the user's physical strength, but the user's magic power. Although Rogue was only a part-time sorcerer, his magic level was not bad at all. Even by the standards of the Ancient One, he could be regarded as one of the best Kamartaj sorcerers of this generation. After looking at the total number of Wakanda troops in the energy barrier, Rogue swung his right hand down forcefully and slashed the Twilight Sword, which was several hundred meters long, directly at the energy barrier in front of him. This was a simple slash that even a 3-year-old child could do. However, when the Twilight Sword with the red tip hit this huge hemispherical energy barrier, a magical scene was born. The area where the Twilight Sword came into contact with the energy barrier instantly gushed out with orange-red flames that blotted out the sky. These flames that gushed out seemed ordinary, but they showed an amazing spreading speed. In less than a second or two, these flames completely covered the hemispherical energy barrier, turning Wakanda's energy barrier into a huge burning fireball. The flames gushing out of the Twilight Sword not only covered the energy barrier, but also completely blocked the sight of Black Panther and others. If they looked out from inside the energy barrier at this time, all they could see was a 360-degree flaming sky with no blind spots. Just as everyone looked at the scene in front of them with an incredulous look, a sound like glass shattering continuously sounded. These cracking sounds coming from all directions were not loud, but it was enough to attract people's attention. Boom! Within a few seconds, a loud sound like a balloon bursting sounded. After the sound, the burning fireball quickly collapsed, and the flames that blotted out the sky rushed to the ground like a waterfall. Just when all the Wakanda people, including Black Panther, thought that they were about to be attacked by a sea of fire like the end of the world, these flames that fell from the sky rushed toward the Twilight Sword like a tornado. Rogue did intend to use Wakanda to establish his dominance, but he did not intend to massacre the city. It was not difficult to completely destroy Wakanda, but this was not in line with his habit of maximizing benefits. He wanted Wakanda's vibranium. He also wanted Wakanda's technology. As for these people of Wakanda, he did not intend to waste them either. After using the Twilight Sword to retract all the flames, Rog let the twilight sword return to its original length of more than 1 meter. Then, he pointed the tip of the sword at Black Panther T'Challa. All troops attack. Chapter 559. The Special Forces and werewolves on the ground launched a charge against the Wakanda army, and the Nova and Nero fighters in the sky also joined the battle for the first time. Unlike the Wakanda army, who had high-tech weapons but still fought like a primitive tribe, Konoha's special forces and the werewolves proved what modern warfare is. The werewolves with high HP were responsible for frontal assault and attack. The special forces wearing individual power armors were responsible for long-range attacks and firepower support. As for the Nova and Nero fighters that had complete air supremacy, they were responsible for large-scale heavy firepower support and air support. Although the forces dispatched by Konoha were far less than the Wakanda army led by Black Panther, Konoha's combat power was far beyond the Wakanda army. After destroying the energy barrier of Wakanda with the Twilight Sword, Rog returned to the Golden Jack, and patiently waited for the appearance of Black Panther god Bast. He didn't command the battle on the spot, but handed over the command to the Punisher and let the Punisher command the battle on his behalf. In addition, he also restricted the actions of Abomination, Kurenai, Quicksilver, and others, making them obediently act as spectators on the Golden Jack. Except for Black Panther T'Challa, there was no one with particularly strong individual strength in Wakanda. To deal with the Wakanda army that had energy weapons but still had a primitive tribal concept of war, there was no need to send Abomination, Kurenai, and others. Not only did Rog not let Abomination and others join the battle, but even the 4 battleships such as the Golden Jack also maintained a spectator posture under his command. Defeating the Wakanda army was a matter of no suspense. Whether the Golden Jack and other battleships participated in the battle or not, the outcome would not change. And compared to Konoha defeating the Wakanda army, Rog was more concerned about when the Guardian of Wakanda, Black Panther god Bast, would appear. Time passed by little, and the war on the ground began to gradually develop into a one-sided situation. In addition to Rog and others on the battleship watching this completely unfair battle, the audience of other countries also saw the real-time broadcast of the battle through the news. For the audience, the battle between Konoha and Wakanda was like a scene out of a sci-fi movie. Energy beams of various colors danced in the air. The individual power armors of Konoha's special force and the vibranium energy weapons of Wakanda's soldiers gave the audience in different corners of the world the illusion that they were watching a futuristic sci-fi war. However, in this futuristic sci-fi war, the most eye-catching ones weren't Konoha's special forces or Wakanda's soldiers, but the werewolves with an average height of 2.5 meters. Although these werewolves did not have any equipment or energy weapons, their sharp claws and fangs were the most lethal killing weapons. Unlike being hit by bullets and energy beams, the Wakandan warriors who were entangled with the werewolves did not even have the chance to leave their corpses intact. They had to report to their guardian, the Black Panther god Bast. It was a bloody and primitive hand-to-hand combat, where energy weapons clashed against each other. These 2 completely different styles of battle were strangely merged together, creating an alternative war scene between Konoha's army and Wakanda's army. Golden Jack, main control room of the battleship. Are you sure this can lure out the Black Panther god Bast? Rog, sitting in the captain's position, turned his head and asked Dr. Doom, who had been silent since boarding the battleship. Don't doubt my research results. As long as your troops can maintain this stable killing efficiency, the Black Panther god Bast will definitely appear. Doom's voice sounded slowly, and he answered confidently. I hope so. Rog didn't doubt Doom's research results, but he instinctively felt that things wouldn't be so simple. If it was so easy to lure out the Black Panther god Bast, then Bast's thinking was a bit too simple. As long as one had a normal IQ, it was easy to see that Konoha deliberately restrained some of its power. Konoha's method of preserving its strength usually only had 2 situations. The first was that Konoha didn't put Wakanda in its eyes at all, so it didn't want to go all out. The other was that Konoha had other plans, so it preserved some of its strength just in case. Although the predecessor of the Black Panther god Bast was a Black Panther, in any case it was a god. It was impossible for it not to see through Konoha's simple and straightforward method. Any existence that can break through the original level of life and be promoted to a god can't be a fool, so Rog always felt that things wouldn't be so simple. Just when Rog was considering whether to let the Punishers increase the attack power and let more Wakanda soldiers go to the Black Panther god Bast's divine kingdom, the originally endless blue sky quickly dimmed. Glancing at the sky that seemed to turn from day to night in an instant, a satisfied smile appeared on Rog's face. The Black Panther god Bast really appeared. Order the troops to withdraw. All troops retreat 10 kilometers. After letting Sharon Carter inform the Punishers who were commanding the battle on the ground, Rog stood up from the captain's position and opened the portal connecting to Konoha's headquarters. With the opening of the portal, Fenrir, who was in Konoha's headquarters, curiously stretched his head and looked at Rog with a confused face. Black, transform into the form of the Northern Cold Sword. We are going to kill a god. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Black emerged from Fenrir's head and transformed into the Northern Cold Sword without saying a word. Black was a symbiotic living weapon he created based on the legendary Black Death Sword. Although Black didn't become as powerful as the Black Death Sword, at this time, Black was the most suitable weapon to kill a god. After all, his ancestor Black Death Sword had a glorious record of killing Kagami. After putting on the Northern Cold Sword, Rog and Doctor of Destruction Doom left the Golden Jack without looking back. Although the soldiers and reporters of other countries didn't know why Konoha's troops suddenly began to withdraw, their intuition told them that it was a wise decision to retreat with Konoha's troops. It didn't take long for Konoha's troops to withdraw 10 kilometers away in accordance with Rog's request. At the same time as Konoha's troops withdrew, Wakanda's army, which had more than half of its casualties, also began to withdraw quickly without the slightest hesitation. Others may not know what this sudden change in the weather means, but as the king of Wakanda, Black Panther T'Challa was very clear about what was happening now. The reason why Black Panther T'Challa dared to say in front of Rog that Wakanda was not afraid of any enemy was not because Wakanda had vibranium technology that far exceeded the technological level of Earth, but because they had a great god who always protected them. As long as Black Panther god Bast was there, Wakanda would not be afraid of any enemy. No one can withstand the anger of a god. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. From a secular point of view, there was no problem with Black Panther T'Challa's idea. It's just that he ignored a very serious problem. Gods were also divided into strong and weak, and there was also the risk of death and fall. Gods were not invincible eternal existences. Chapter 560. What is a god? In fact, a god is also a human, but a god can do what a human can't do, so they became a god. Rog, who was floating in the air side by side with Dr. Doom, looked up at the dark sky, and a line he had seen in a movie unconsciously appeared in his mind. After getting the godhood of the Black Panther god Batet, what are you going to do with it? Become a god yourself after digesting the godhood? When the Black Panther god Batet appeared, Rog turned his head and asked the silent Dr. Doom. What about you? What are you going to do with it? You don't look like the kind of person who wants to become a god? Dr. Doom glanced at Rog and asked rhetorically. Actually, I really want to become a god, but the god I want to become is not like the Black Panther god Batet. Rog didn't lie, he really wants to become a god. It's just that he wants to become the god of ninjas, not a god like the Black Panther god Batet who relies on the power of faith to exist. Compared with the power of faith that requires a large number of believers, he believes more in his own power that will not change because of the will of others. Becoming a god is not as beautiful as you believe. A life without humanity is meaningless. Not knowing whether he was persuading Rog to give up the idea of becoming a god, or persuading himself to give up the fantasy of becoming a god, Doom said slowly in an extremely serious tone. Well said. In terms of humanity and life, Rog agreed with Doom's statement and nodded silently. Just by looking at the relaxed appearance of the two of them now, it is completely impossible to imagine that what they are going to do next will be a crazy battle of god slaying. Perhaps this also has a lot to do with the fact that both of them are people who have seen big scenes. For others, gods or demons only exist in myths and legends. But for the two of them, not only have they seen the so-called gods and demons with their own eyes, but they have also really fought. For example, in Hell, they had a fairly fair battle with the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Although they didn't manage to defeat Mephisto in that battle, they had achieved their goal perfectly. They sent the soul of Dum's mother to heaven and escaped from hell alive from the hands of the enraged Mephisto. Although the Black Panther god Bast was the guardian of Wakanda, there was no way he could be stronger than the Lord of Hell Mephisto. If Rog didn't guess incorrectly, Black Panther god Bastet's strength was at most on the same level as them, which was the level of Yation Father. It was not that Earth could not give birth to a Heavenly Father-level existence, but it was definitely not enough to rely on the faith of Wakanda alone. If the Black Panther god Batet could become the faith of all of Africa, or even the faith of all of Earth, it might be able to open the door to becoming a Heavenly Father. However, this was clearly an impossible task for Black Panther god Batet. Black Panther god Batet didn't let Rog and Dum wait for too long. When the Black Panther brought the surviving Wakanda warriors back to the city, Black Panther god Batet, who had been guarding Wakanda for God knows how many years, finally appeared. Under the howling wind and the illogical moonlight, thunderclouds with lightning twined around them quickly gathered and condensed into a huge panther head that was hundreds of meters in size in front of Rog and Dum. The flashing lightning in the thunderclouds became the eyes and mouth of the panther head, roaring wildly at Rog and Dum. It seems to be looking down on us. It's actually using this energy body to threaten us, Rog said with a smile. Whether it was Rog or Dum, neither of them took Black Panther god Bastet's roar to heart. Not to mention that the one baring its teeth and roaring in front of them was just an energy head condensed from thunderclouds. Even if Bastet's true body was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at them, they wouldn't have any fear. Don't waste time, let's end this quickly. After saying that, red and blue magic formations appeared around Dum's armor and body. He didn't like this kind of battle where people were watching. Now, he didn't know how many cameras and surveillance satellites were aimed at them, trying to film or monitor their battle. For him, this felt like he was taking the initiative to expose his trump card in front of people. No problem. After Dumu entered his battle state, Rog did not hesitate at all. He took a deep breath and unleashed the immortal mode that he had not used for a while. Shikatsu Forest. Sage Mode. In just an instant, he absorbed enough natural energy from the surrounding air to transform chakra into immortal technique chakra. Red eyeshadow and lines appeared around his eyes and forehead. His Sage Mode that was already far beyond ordinary people also received a terrifying increase at this moment. After entering Sage Mode, he decisively used his first immortal technique. Immortal Technique. Shadow Clone. After using chakra to create 4 shadow clones, they quickly rushed to the east, south, west and north without needing his instructions. Then, they joined forces to cast an extremely powerful boundary ninjutsu. Immortal Technique. 4 Crimson Yang Formation. The 4 Violet Flame Formation was a boundary ninjutsu developed by Rog himself, and the 4 Crimson Yang Formation was developed by Hinata. After Hinata showed amazing and unreasonable ninjutsu research and development ability, Rog gave all these research and development tasks that require a lot of time and calculations to Hinata. The 4 Crimson Yang Formation that was jointly cast by 4 Kage-level ninjas with chakra has the terrifying strength to resist the 10-tailed Bijou bullet. And the 4 Crimson Yang Formation in the Immortal Technique state is stronger than the ninjutsu state. A red rectangular barrier with transparent flames quickly formed, completely enveloping Rog, Dum, and Black Panther god Batet. The purpose of casting the 4 Crimson Yang Formation wasn't to prevent others from interfering in the battle, but purely to prevent Black Panther god Batet from turning around and escaping. If Black Panther god Batet were to escape, they might not be able to find him again next time. Old rules. I'll go first and you back. As soon as his voice fell, Rog pulled out the Northern Cold Sword on his waist and attacked the huge Black Panther god Batet in front of him. The Battle of God Slaying has officially begun. In just a blink of an eye, Rog, wearing the Yondaime Hokage Haori robe and holding the Northern Cold Sword, rushed to the front of the Black Panther god Batet. Under the gaze of Black Panther god Batet, his left hand gently brushed the blade of the Northern Cold Sword, leaving a visible lightning bolt on the pitch-black Northern Cold Sword. With the entanglement of lightning, the blade of the Northern Cold Sword instantly soared to the size of tens of meters, and like the scythe of the god of death, it slashed the huge Black Panther god Batet in front of him. Chapter 561. There was no suspense. Rog's Northern Cold Blade went straight into the head of the Black Panther formed by the thunderclouds. The moment the Northern Cold Blade went into the head, the silver-white lightning on the blade shone brightly like a meteor cutting through the night sky. It went from the forehead of the Black Panther to its mouth. The Northern Cold Blade, which was dozens of meters long, was far smaller than the Black Panther head formed by the thunderclouds. However, in terms of sharpness and sturdiness, the northern cold blade was far superior to the Black Panther head. Even if the thunderclouds had the divine power of Black Panther god At, it was impossible to make the thunderclouds as hard as steel. Moreover, even if it was real steel, the northern cold blade could still cut it in half like a hot knife through butter. Rog's northern cold blade had just cut through the Black Panther head when a golden ball of light, like the sun, appeared in Doom's hand in the distance. Holy light expulsion. Just as the enormous Black Panther head was about to swallow Rog, Dr. Destruction shot out the basketball-sized golden ball of light in his hand like a cannonball. In front of this golden ball of light, which was filled with dense holy power, distance seemed to have lost its meaning. In just an instant, the golden ball of light arrived in front of the Black Panther head. Then, like the sun, it exploded with a blinding light that covered the entire night sky. Sizzle. Under the baptism of the holy power, the Black Panther head, which was hundreds of meters long, melted quickly like snow under the hot sun. Although the golden ball of light that Doom shot out exploded near Rog, it was different from Black Panther god At, who relied on the power of faith to become a god. He did not suffer much damage. To some extent, the holy power that came from heaven was also a manifestation of the power of faith. However, compared to the pure power of faith, heaven's holy power was the power of faith that had been modified by the Creator. It was a power of faith that could be used by more people. The reason why Doom chose to use holy power to attack Black Panther god At this time was because the holy power that came from heaven had an extremely overbearing attribute. In heaven's belief system, any belief that did not come from the Creator was an evil god's belief. In other words, in heaven's judgment, evil gods were more evil than hell's demons. The wars between the churches in the Middle Ages were a clear example. Therefore, when he decided to carry out this crazy god-slaying plan with Rog, Doom had already thought about how to use his divine power to fight against the Black Panther god At. Just as he had expected, when he used the divine power that originated from heaven to attack the Black Panther god At, the divine power displayed its tyrannical nature when attacking evil gods or demons. When the golden light gradually dissipated, the head of the Black Panther, which was originally hundreds of meters in size, shrank to dozens of meters in size. The endless night created by the Black Panther god At was no longer as dark as before. It was unknown if Black Panther god At was angered by Rog's attacks or if it finally decided to deal with Rog seriously. The Black Panther head formed by the thunderclouds changed again, becoming a complete Black Panther. However, just as the Black Panther god At condensed a complete Black Panther body, Rog, who had already restored the northern Liang saber to its original size, suddenly clasped his hands together and shouted, "Immortal art! Bright God Gate!" Black Panther god At had just condensed a new body, and before it could move, red torii fell from the sky one after another, crushing Black Panther god At's new body with the momentum of meteors. Neck, back, waist, tail, limbs. The bright god gate that fell from the sky accurately hit every part of the Black Panther god At's body like cruise missiles, firmly pressing it down on the ground. The bright god gate was a powerful sealing technique that could even suppress tailed beasts. Although the Black Panther god At wasn't a tailed beast, that didn't stop Rog from using the bright god gate to deal with it. Moreover, in terms of size, the Black Panther god At that was dozens of meters in size had some similarities to a tailed beast. Other than directly suppressing the target's body, the bright god gate could also seal its energy for a short period of time. If it was used to deal with ninjas or tailed beasts, the bright god gate would seal chakra. If it was used to deal with the Black Panther god At, then the bright god gate would seal divine power. When Rog used the immortal art, bright god gate to forcefully suppress the Black Panther god At to the ground, Doom also used his second wave of attacks. Holy purification. The holy purification that Doom used to deal with the Lord of Hell Mephisto appeared once again. The holy light that was like the descent of the heavens completely enveloped the Black Panther god At. Under the baptism of the holy light, the thundercloud body condensed by Black Panther god At's divine power exploded like a punctured balloon, turning into nothingness under the holy light. In less than 10 seconds, Rog and Doom completely defeated the Black Panther god At's divine power clone, using unquestionable facts to prove that the two of them had the strength to slay gods. As the Black Panther god At's divine power clone dissipated, the dark night sky became much brighter, no longer having that oppressive darkness. "Come out, I know you're here." Rog didn't care about the Black Panther god At's divine power clone dissipating, and spoke to the empty air in front of him. Although the Black Panther god Batet had only revealed his divine power clone, he was 100% sure that the Black Panther god Bastet's true body was within the 4 Crimson Yang formation. Whether it was instantly changing the weather or condensing a divine power clone, it wasn't something that could be done from a divine kingdom. If the Black Panther god Bastet's divine kingdom could have such an obvious effect on reality, he would have broken through to the Heavenly Father level long ago. After waiting patiently for a few seconds, a low beastly roar sounded in Rog and Dum's ears. This was a very clear threat. However, Rog and Dum didn't take this threat to heart. If they were afraid of this threat, they wouldn't have come to provoke the Black Panther god Batet. The low roar filled with warning and threat sounded, but the Black Panther god Batet had no intention of revealing his true body. What is this, hiding in the dark to scare us? Rog couldn't figure out what the Black Panther god Batet was thinking at that moment. Byakugan. Open. Since you don't want to take the initiative to come out, then I'll force you to show yourself. With the immortal technique 4 Crimson Yang formation, Rog wasn't worried that the Black Panther god Batet would quietly return to his divine kingdom. In any case, the 4 Crimson Yang formation was a boundary ninjutsu. And one of the characteristics of boundary ninjutsu was that it had a space isolation effect. If it couldn't even achieve this most basic space isolation, it would be impossible for the 4 Crimson Yang formation to become a higher-level boundary ninjutsu than the 4 Violet Flame formation. Chapter 562. With the activation of Byakugan, everything in the 4 Crimson Yang formation appeared clearly in Rog's line of sight. Through the supervision granted by Byakugan, he quickly found Black Panther god Batet, who was almost integrated with the shadows. As the guardian god of Wakanda, the authority held by the Black Panther god Bast was somewhat different from the authority held by the human gods. From the divine power it has shown so far, its authority has already involved the night, invisibility, lightning, and other domains. Of course, as a panther god, it will definitely not lack the authority of hunting, fighting, physical strengthening, and other domains. Found you! After finding Black Panther god Batet in the shadows of the forest, Rog put his hands together again and used Mokuton, which is most suitable for Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode. Sage Mode. Wood Release. Haboku Jutsu. The Sage Mode chakra in Rog's body instantly poured into the ground, and huge wooden palms emerged from the ground and directly grabbed Black Panther god Batet, who was hiding in the shadows. Compared with Wood Human Jutsu and Wood Dragon Jutsu, Haboku Jutsu has higher mobility, and its versatility is no worse than Wood Human and Wood Dragon. Because it only needs to make palms with Wood Release, Haboku Jutsu's activation time is faster than Wood Human Jutsu and Wood Dragon Jutsu. The huge palms that seem to emerge from the abyss are more difficult to dodge than Wood Human and Wood Dragon. When the huge palms made by Haboku Jutsu emerged from the ground one by one, Black Panther god Batet knew that its position has been exposed. When these huge wooden palms grabbed towards the shadow it was hiding in, Black Panther god Batet didn't hesitate and jumped out of the shadow like a ghost. Black Panther god Batet, who was surrounded by black mist, jumped hundreds of meters in an instant under the bright moonlight, and effortlessly escaped from the encirclement of the wooden palms. However, at the moment it was about to land, huge wooden palms emerged from the ground in front of it again. If Haboku Jutsu was so easy to dodge, it wouldn't be a Mokuton ninjutsu that was valued by Hashirama. When these huge wooden palms were about to grab it, Black Panther god Batet showed the unique flexibility of a cat, and forcibly twisted its body before landing, slightly changing its landing point. The wooden palm failed to catch him again. Black Panther god Batet took this opportunity to run a few hundred meters away, once again leaving the encirclement set up by the wooden palm. Rog wasn't surprised that the Black Panther god Batet could avoid the capture of the cloth bag technique twice in a row. As a god, it would be inconceivable if the Black Panther god Batet didn't even have this ability. Moreover, from the Black Panther god Buster's 2 dodges, he discovered a fatal weakness of the Black Panther god. The Black Panther god Batet didn't have the ability to fly. Although this seemed a little inconceivable, it was proven that the Black Panther god Batet did not have the ability to fly. If it had the ability to fly, it wouldn't have needed to spend so much effort to dodge the second time. A simple rise into the air would have allowed it to escape the grasp of the wooden palm. Of course, they couldn't rule out the possibility that the Black Panther god Batet was deliberately hiding his strength. However, Rog doubted that with the Black Panther god Bastet's personality and way of thinking, He would not be able to come up with such a plan. He didn't doubt Black Panther God Buster's intelligence. He just felt that this didn't match Black Panther God Buster's style. I'll restrain him. You can start preparing the fatal strike. When the Black Panther God Butet dodged the capture of the cloth bag again, Rog didn't control the wooden palm to attack him again. Instead, he turned his head and slowly said to Dum, who had come to his side. After saying that, he seriously sized up the Black Panther God Butet, who had revealed his true form. From the outside, the Black Panther God Butet looked like a black panther that had been magnified several dozen times. He had shiny black fur all over his body, faint purple eyes, and sharp fangs and claws that emitted cold light. He didn't know if it was his own misconception, but when he was sizing up the Black Panther God Butet, Rog felt that the Black Panther God Butet and Fenrir were indescribably compatible. Although one of them was a canine, and the other was a feline. Both of them had silky smooth black fur, and their body sizes were very similar. Fenrir had a shoulder height of 4 to 5 meters, and a body length of over 10 meters. Her intelligence wasn't low, and she was very wild. The Black Panther God Bastet's shoulder height and body length were about the same as Fenrir, and he also had a rather high intelligence, and was also very wild. If he hadn't already discussed with Dum to split the Black Panther God Bastet's divinity equally, Rog had the urge to ask Fenrir if she would mind starting a cross-species same-sex love. Thinking of this, he suddenly noticed something that he had never paid attention to before. Batet should be a male, right? Dum, who was preparing a fatal blow, was stunned for a moment. Although the metal mask blocked his expression, Rog could tell from his eyes what he wanted to express. Are you kidding me? Seems like it. Rog didn't care about Dum's gaze that looked like he was looking at an idiot, and said to himself. In fact, strictly speaking, the gods didn't have a so-called gender. If they wanted to, they could change their gender at any time. This wasn't difficult for the gods who had grasped the power of faith. Chapter 563. Aren't you jumping around? Why don't you jump around again for me to see? This thought should have appeared in the mind of the Black Panther God Batet, who had a higher level of life. But now the Black Panther God Batet, who was regarded as a protector by the Wakanda people, was being chased around like a cat by Rog, who used the wood release, complete cloth bag technique. It had to be said that felines were far more agile than humans and canines. Even though the Black Panther God Batet was surrounded by so many wooden palms, it still displayed astonishing agility and speed. Relying on shadow jump and other methods, as well as its high agility, the Black Panther God Batet walked out an unusual escape route under the encirclement of the huge palms. Like a ghost in the middle of the night, the Black Panther God Batet kept flashing around as if it could not get tired. Moreover, the landing point it chose every time it flashed was very interesting. In order to avoid falling into the wooden palms, the Black Panther God Batet did not choose the ground as his landing point. Instead, he used the fingers of the wooden palms as leverage. When his two front limbs touched the fingers of the wooden palms, he would rely on the support provided by the fingers to change his route. He would either flash or jump, once again dodging the wooden palms. Although the Black Panther God Batet was jumping around happily, he still underestimated Rog's control of the complete cloth bag technique. Just as he was about to repeat the same trick and borrow strength from the fingers of the wooden palms to avoid being caught, the huge wooden palms in front of him suddenly retracted back into the ground. Since the complete cloth bag technique could grow huge wooden palms from the ground, it could also retract these palms back into the ground. Although these wooden palms looked like carefully carved wooden sculptures, under the nourishment of the immortal technique chakra, each of these wooden palms possessed living characteristics. The Black Panther God Batet never thought that Rog would actually make the wooden palms retract back into the ground. Moreover, the palms that retracted back into the ground were not just the ones in front of him. In the blink of an eye, all the wooden palms around him retracted back into the ground, turning the area around him into an empty space. Unless he could fly, the only ending in front of him was to fall to the ground. Although the Black Panther God Batet was a god, he was a god that could not fly. Therefore it could only obey the laws of gravity on Earth. Black Panther God Batet knew that it would be in danger of being caught if it landed, but it didn't have a second choice. Whether it was the power of lightning or the power of shadow, it could not change the fact that it was about to land. However, this did not mean that it would give up without a fight. The moment he landed on the ground, he immediately used shadow jump to leave the area. Although the casting speed of the cloth bag technique was fast, the Black Panther god Batet had absolute confidence in changing its position before the wooden palms reappeared. Black Panther god Bastet's idea wasn't wrong, but he had overlooked a very important point. Rog wasn't the kind of person who would play his cards according to common sense. Just as all of its attention was focused on the moment of landing, Rog made the first move. Two gigantic palms, each over 100 meters long, emerged from the ground like the hands of a demon. The two palms appeared on the left and right sides of Black Panther god Bast. Just as it realized that something was wrong, the two gigantic wooden palms suddenly clasped together and interlocked their fingers. If Hinata was here now, she would definitely recognize that the two palms clasped together was a hand seal, and it was the last hand seal commonly used in wood release. Immortal technique. Wood release. Diamond motionless. From the point of view of the attack, this wood release ninjutsu called diamond motionless is just holding the two wooden palms together in the form of a hand seal. But in fact, this is one of the wood release ninjutsu developed by Rog himself. Of course, it was without the help of ninjutsu master Hinata. Diamond motionless is a second-class ninjutsu developed by Rog based on the cloth bag technique. It is a ninjutsu used to suppress or seal the target. The suppression effect of this ninjutsu is mainly shown in two aspects. The first is the strong physical suppression provided by the wooden palms when the palms clasp together. The second is to use the constantly flowing chakra in the palms to disturb the energy flow in the target's body, so that the target can't break free through magic or other spell-type skills. When he first designed this ninjutsu, Rog used Hulk and Thanos as imaginary enemies. But now, he found that Black Panther god Bast is also a good test target. Black Panther god Batet, who is being suppressed by Mokutan, Kingang's 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 Mokutan cunning human. Although Black Panther god Bast has been ignited for a long time, in terms of tactics, it is far inferior to humans. Not to mention compared with Rog, even if it randomly picked a person in Konoha's special forces, it can't win in terms of tactical ability. People who play tactics have dirty hearts. If Black Panther god Bast has the same hobby of playing games as Rog, it will fully understand this sentence. The lively Black Panther god Bast was suppressed by Rog's diamond motionless. Doom, who was responsible for preparing the fatal blow, also took this opportunity to quickly complete all the preparations for the fatal blow. When Black Panther god Bast struggled in the palm of Diamond Motionless, a complicated magic circle quickly formed under Doom's control with the position of Diamond Motionless as the center. How to peel the complete divinity from the god. About this problem, Dr. Doom once thought about it for a long time. Later, under someone's hint, he thought of a simple, crude, and incomparably efficient method. Sacrifice the god. In other words, directly refine the god. In the civilization system of the Earth, magic is an existence that doesn't conform to the rules of science. But in fact, magic also follows the rules of science. It's just that unlike science on Earth, magic takes another path. In the magic system that follows the rules of science, there is a branch that abides by the rules of science. This branch is called alchemy. Without sacrifice, you can't get anything. If you want to get something, you must pay the same price. This is the equivalent exchange principle of alchemy. Neither Rog nor Doom is an alchemist, but this doesn't prevent them from using the power of alchemy. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.